Hello, hello. Hey, see what's going on? See here. There. Okay. I think that's good enough. Alright. Oh, there you go. Hi, hello, Mr.
Botrix
Faz.
said Botrix has correctly joined the channel.
Hello. I hope everyone's having an awesome day. Since we can't play music anymore like that anymore, I'll put on something that we can watch. That we can at least listen to. Nothing too crazy though. I don't think it'll be a problem. Oh, they're screwed. They're screwed. No, I don't want him. Not him either. Let me think. Let me find something. Nintendo responds to terrible Mario Kart update. Not much happening for you. Right now we just started. We're going to hold on. Okay. So okay, so today we're gonna be doing two things. I'm gonna do a little bit of this VTubing model here, or I don't know, it's gonna be a VTubing or probably a PNG model, and then after that we're going to color one sticker, and then after that we're gonna go play Peak, like we did yesterday. So I might play it on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. That'd be different. Saying that out loud sounds weird, but we'll see how that goes. TikTok, YouTube too, or just Instagram. I'm on all of them right now. I'm on every last one of them right now. So we're gonna do this real quick and make this fast. I don't think I'm gonna be on for more than like an hour or two. Okay, so what will be the theme? What will be the theme for this character? Maybe a knight or something. Yeah, I'll just go with a knight. Let's go with that. Actually, no, I have to make the female version of this. So I have a female one and a male one. I gotta make sure to do that. I had to YouTube then. Okay. Okay, I got here, here, and here. Alright. Okay. Alright, so. Okay. You guys can hear it, right? You can hear the guy, right? Hope it's not too loud. Let me know if it's too loud.
intermission tracks are seemingly just as prevalent as before, and we'll get to that in a second. It seems like the only thing Nintendo loves more than not listening to their own players is using the most obscure terminology possible in these patch notes. In the versus race of single player added to no-com the com rules, yeah, because no-com is definitely the answer to people's complaints and not being able to practice intermissions because of lack of time trials. Made the computer weaker in everything other than battle. What if you're a PvE player only? Why on earth would you make the computer easier for them? Surely you would want them to have more challenging races than the old MK8 ones. Listen to me, what Nintendo should do is make computer difficulty selectable. That would actually be pretty interesting for Mario Kart, but that would require Nintendo giving the consumers any kind of power, which is a big no-no. No, they can't allow that. See, wake me up when they stop bricking consoles because we didn't play it the way they want us to. I just think it's hilarious how people can protest a change about selecting racetracks, but can't protest Nintendo deciding how you can use a game system that you bought. Way more egregious in my perspective. Now, the increased frequency of lap-type courses appearing in selection when choosing
Then we make the
course
neck.
in versus race and wireless races. See, this is what I said earlier about Nintendo using the funniest but most disrespectful terminology to describe their own game mechanics. Quote, lap-type courses, even though that's what basic Mario Kart tracks have been for 20 plus years. So you mean to tell me we've been playing lap-type courses in the entirety of Mario Kart franchise? Truly revolutionary lap technology. I'm just floored Nintendo by the wording. The thing is, they didn't change.
Hey everyone, big heads up, Paleo Valley's running a sale on all their meat sticks right now.
Oh, I forgot. This is Windows Explorer. I don't fuck.
Sticks for $36.
Just remembered.
Which comes out to $1.20.
The odds are indeed higher for 3 lap tracks showing up, but not by much. Because even if it was just a 1% increase, it would still technically be an increase without any significant difference. Let's just say it was 20% before and now it's like 25%. They still didn't add modes for it, and it's still no different when choosing random. I want to make clear what Nintendo just did. They didn't reverse their universally panned decision and instead provided a tiny increase of what they should have done, and it's being celebrated by their legion of sycophants. I am telling you, these Nintendo apologists are truly beyond saving. So when they did say that they increased the chances of lap-type courses, what they failed to mention was by how much. Increasing the chance by 1% is still technically increasing it, but we're not happy with that. So when I go on Twitter or I go on any of these sites and these people claim that Nintendo backtracked, a backtrack would imply that they reversed the changes by making random
Elena said hi.
3 lap tracks like before. That's not the case from what I'm reading, but rather a higher likelihood of a 3 lap track appearing. Because Nintendo didn't fix the problem, they probably raised
Boris
the
said
value
clean.
happening by 1 or 5% and called it a day. What Nintendo did in their own begrudging way in this update was hoping that people would be content with the small mediocre changes to the consumer experience, which to me of course didn't work. So you can force the apologists to do whatever you want, but you can't force everybody. I still can't get over the quote lap type courses. I'm telling you, these developers of this
Elena said I like your drawing so far.
These guys really think that the intermissions are the most innovative and most fun thing to ever happen to the franchise. Meanwhile, everybody unanimously picks the track over the 3 intermission courses. Nobody wants to drive straight for 125 miles just to play a single 10-second lap of Cooper Beach. They just need to bite the bullet and add a classic race mode with 3 lap tracks and like 12 races. But that's my point. Everybody hates the intermissions, but why not add the normal race modes? Because if you're so set on intermissions, they should just let us play the full track and the intermissions. It's not that hard. Or here's a great idea. Have the 24 intermission races as its own thing. You would think, though, the writing is on the wall when 99% of players are voting for the...
I like your drawing so far. Thank you. Hold on 1 second. Why is it not reading in my ear? Hold on. Is it not connected again? Elena, is that your name? I like drawing so far. Clean. Guys, can you say hello real quick? I want to make sure I can hear you guys. I just realized I can't hear you at all. I was wondering why I was so damn quiet. Okay, can you guys say hello? Anyone? Just say hello in the YouTube or TikTok. It'll be nice to hear. I'm not totally sure if it's like having any issues. Just let me know.
These because they spent the last 7 years creating a gameplay that every single person despises. Because imagine if every one of these Nintendo dents never bought their games and never bought their consoles. All of their games will be put back on cartridges. They won't be able to nickel and dime their supporters the way they do now. But not only just that, we would be getting seasonal discounts on the regular. But no, we have Nintendo fans screaming at the top of their lungs at these stupid game trailer reveals and immediately turn their pockets inside out. Look, Mario Kart World isn't successful by any kind of metric Nintendo thinks is important. Sure, they probably
Artextric said hi.
Okay, now I can hear it.
Artextric said hi. Artextric said hi. Artextric said hi.
I know they can do that.
The entire thing is dead with no chance of resuscitation. With Nintendo, everything changed after they put those corpos as CEOs that know nothing about gaming, and the only thing they care about is showing their appeasement to the shareholders. Or as I should say, appeasing the shareholders. Mario Kart World feels so corpo at times, with so much focus on the quote superficial stuff, which is no doubt for advertising, rather than actual gameplay depth. This was 1000% the decision of the corpos. It actually kind of made me think, you know, Miyamoto back in the 90s was like, we designed Super Mario World in a way that lets the players choose how they want to play, and lets the players progress how they want to progress, making the game harder or easier if they wanted. Back then, the moment they woke up in the morning, the first thing they thought of was, how can we push the medium forward? Those guys were true innovators in every sense of the word. We were kindred spirits in some ways, but then you fast forward to Nintendo in 2025. Oh my god, it's like, you will play how we here at Nintendo force you to play. If you accidentally even blink in the wrong way, your console is bricked forever. $450, poof, gone. All your games gone. It's become quite clear that Nintendo has lost its way. The Nintendos of the 90s all the way through to the passing of Iwata is no longer recognizable compared to today. It's just an empty, soulless carcass that's parading around Nintendo's name using all of their nostalgia. But at some point, I would think that would run out, and when that day happens, I'll be laughing off. And on that bombshell, let me know what you think in the comments. I'll be reading them once again. Manix out.
Getting all your daily nutrients
Hmm.
is hard work.
So I guess Nintendo's in a lot of trouble. I don't play Mario Kart, so I can't really relate, but I thought it would be something I could actually understand, but apparently not. Apparently not. Okay, so let's see. Actually, what I want to do, real quick, let's X this out real quick. Since we're on, I'm gonna X this out because I just realized we're on Internet Explorer. So what I'm gonna do is switch between. Big secret, if you don't care, just go to collector shell secrets. This game, is it? The animation is going to Okay. Let me see. Grab this. And then. So it automatically goes to it? I don't think so. No. Oh, it does. Oh, I don't, oh shit! I don't have to do that every time. Cool. I did not know that. Okay, that's cool. All right.
It isn't completely insane. You know, somewhere between the Annie Talk audios and the weekly, her clothes slipped. It sort of hit me. We've low-key just been letting all this slide. Because if you really think about it, the bar for anime wouldn't be so low if we weren't tolerating these problems. LeBron James, I'm watching Isekai. Okay, I'm not saying I'm above it. I'll still gladly watch these shows with a smile on my face. But don't you think there are some things in anime we could use without? Because I do. So instead of doing something useful with my life, I'm gonna rank all the anime problems I can think of. From mildly annoying to, this is why my family doesn't ask what I'm watching anymore. There's a lot, and it gets worse. So we're starting at the bottom, the least unbearable problem. Because I'll be honest, there's been multiple times where I started watching a new anime thinking, cool, new season, new stuff. Then 2 episodes in, I realized I've seen this before. No, not like the exact same anime, but the blueprint, the main character, the oh no I tripped and now my hand's on her chest, it's all identical. Man, these writers out here copy and pasting the same anime into infinity. Just changing the name, swapping the school uniform, and giving the main character a slightly darker backstory like that's gonna hide the fact that this is the 9th reincarnation of the same dude. I'm starting to get convinced that there's one cursed school doc they all pass around. Give the MC trauma, Check. Make him socially awkward? Check. Throw a girl at his face? Check. Oh yeah, bonus points if she moans when he falls on her. Then send that out and it's an instant banger. And y'all eat it up, I can't lie. Some of you really out here calling it peak fiction because he has red hair this time instead of blue. Meanwhile, the plot pacing is cooked. The plot sounds like something I came up in the shower. And they stretched one emotional moment into 3 episodes and a filler arc. We all know how this goes. Cause why is it always some socially awkward high schooler? Bro failed algebra and got ignored once, now he thinks he's Aaron Yeager. If in like the first episode they're sitting by the window, you already know what that means. He's about to be the strongest man alive by episode 4. No effort, no training, probably from reincarnation. He believed in himself and now he's stronger than the concept of time. I'm about to smack the shit out you. You know what I believed when I was younger? That the vending machine wasn't gonna scam me again. That machine fucked me harder than any anime villain ever could. And you're telling me this dude gets a harem and a mystical sword in 2 episodes? When is it my turn? Look, I'm not even mad at tropes. Tropes are fine when you do something with them. But that's the problem. Some of these animes don't even try anymore. They're not even tropes at this point, they're just templates. Plugging the underrated MC, emotionally unavailable waifu.
Is that a trope? Isn't that a form of template? Isn't that what a trope is? Isn't that like a stereotype, some type of template? Isn't that what that is?
Probably sprinkle in some ancient bloodline bullshit. And boom, new seasonal anime. Back to the Google Doc. The Demon Lord is actually a middle school girl. How old? 1,000. Since apparently we've decided creepy equals cute now. I don't care if your elf waifu is older than a human civilization if she looks like she's still learning how to use scissors properly. She's 3,000 in elf years is not helping your case. Alright, repetitive tropes. Honestly, it's more funny than painful. I'll put it intolerable. It's definitely not bad as some of the other stuff on this list. Like, you ever watch a scene so stiff you start checking your fucking Wi-Fi connection? Like, I thought my screen froze. Turns out it's just how the character moves. Genuinely, how do you get it that bad? How do you adapt it that horribly? Bad animation in like anything just kills the immersion instantly. You need immersion for something to be good. That immersion is like when you forget you're watching a
Mike
screen.
has said, when's my turn? When's my time? Narrator when talking about the MC getting a harem.
I don't know. When is it? When is gonna be your time? I don't know. Like,
It's horrible. How is that ever going to happen? Like, imagine watching Attack on Titan and then somebody's in your ear every single 2 seconds saying, "Bro, it's just an anime. It's not real. It's just an anime. It's just an anime." How are you gonna get locked in? You just can't get immersed with bad animation. I'm sorry. I came to watch an anime, not debug emotionless like .jpeg slideshow. I can sit through a lot of stuff in anime. Like, I can sit through bad writing, bad main characters, bad characters. I just can't sit through bad animation. I just can't. I'll go read the manga. The detail will be higher quality anyway, and it's still frames. Also, the pacing on the manga is much faster. You can get it over with.
he kind of has a point. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. He kind of has a point. Bro has a point though.
Like, compared to a video game, imagine you're in a boss battle and everything just starts lagging. That's like the same with animation. Dude, imagine if JJK Season 2 had horrible animation. Got hoed like T-Bay and Blue Lock. It would not be as hype as it is. I promise you people would not be talking about it as much as they did. Or maybe they would, but they would be talking about it for the wrong reasons. Part of why JJK is such a good anime for like new anime watchers is because the animation is just so good. Like, if somebody's just getting into anime, I'm not gonna tell them to watch the original Dragon Ball from fucking the Stone Age. Like, obviously no. If you want someone to actually get into anime, like, you can't do that. They're just gonna smack the shit out you and call it a cartoon.
Yeah, I said that too. I was not gonna, like, okay, my girlfriend has not seen Dragon Ball. She knows of Dragon Ball, but she has not seen Dragon Ball. She has not seen Dragon Ball.
Bright Rocklers said, good afternoon everyone.
Hey, Bri. She has not seen Dragon Ball, and she has not seen, like, Dragon Ball Z. She knows, she's recognized the character. Well, she recognized Goku. Everyone recognized Goku. Like, 9 times out of 10, your grandma knows who Goku is without knowing who Goku is. He's like the Pikachu amongst
Mike
the whole
has
people.
said, hi Bright.
And I'm saying, like, but I have not had her watch it yet because I need to, like, kind of push her towards it. I can't just drop her on it because I feel like if I drop her on old
Bright
Dragon
Rocklers
Ball
said, hi Mike.
from like 1986, she's gonna be like, "Why are we watching this? This is so old." I'm like, "Oh my god, woman! Like, just hold on. Just watch it. We will get to the new episodes eventually. We have to get through Dragon
Mike
Ball."
Has said he literally says, hey, it's me, Goku.
Yeah, like, yeah, we go through Dragon Ball. We'll go through Dragon Ball Z. Like, don't make this long. Like, I already know it's old, but to have context for Dragon Ball Z, even Dragon Ball Super, you need at least have to You have to watch Dragon Ball first to at least have a ground set what happens, because you're going to hear certain things that's going to be mentioned in Dragon Ball Z that's going to apply back to Dragon Ball, even though they end up being significantly different in like tone and everything, but they still you have to be intact with that. I can't just drop you on Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Super. You're gonna be fucking confused. So you have to watch Dragon Ball, but I know that's gonna be that's like watching Dragon Ball is like kind of starting over on One Piece to a degree. You know what I'm saying? Like I think Dragon Ball alone. Wait, how long is Dragon Ball alone? I think just Dragon Ball when Goku's young. I think. Wait. How many episodes are in Dragon Ball? There are no Dragon Ball. Okay, Dragon Ball. Okay, in Dragon Ball, like with Kid Goku, there's 153 episodes, right? Dragon Ball Z Kai, which I'm not gonna put her on that. I'm gonna put her on the old Dragon Ball. Yes, with the fillers, I get it, but that's more of an experience than watching Dragon Ball Z Kai. Dragon Ball Z Kai eliminates the fillers and some backstory on certain things. It kind of like I think Dragon Ball Z Kai is like what the footnotes to Dragon Ball Z. It just kind of gets to the point. I don't think it has a single bit of filler. And then Dragon Ball Super has 131. Between all of that, that's about roughly like almost 400 episodes. So like that's a lot to sit through. Like One Piece is like 1,000 plus, but like, bro, that's gonna take some time, and I don't really have that much time to do that shit. So that's like all roughly 400 episodes. So I'm not gonna do that right now. Well, actually no, it says Dragon Ball Z is 291. 291. So if you go from Dragon Ball to Dragon Ball Z to Dragon Ball Super, you're watching a total of what? 153 plus 291 plus 313. 313. Oh, you're watching 575 episodes total just to get the whole of Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball Super. Oh god. Holy shit. Oh man, that's a lot.
Even animation also matters a lot for the tension and hype, because a lot of the times, especially with like new gen animes, it's the action scenes that sell. Like we see with like Sakamoto, like not even Sakamoto Days. Sakamoto Days got a lot of criticism. I think it was a bit unfair for Sakamoto Days, but like for example, Dandadan. Dandadan is a good example. Dandadan has very good animation. I couldn't tell you what the story is about. I genuinely couldn't, but the animation is crazy.
The story is about a dude who lost his balls and need to get him back. That's pretty much it. I don't know how you didn't know that. It's literally it's like a Jackie Chan's Avenger type thing if you think about it. Like you gotta get all the talismans, so the bad guys don't get the talismans and take over the world. We gotta get the balls we gotta find the balls for Okarun. If people get those balls, then evil yokai like ghosts and aliens will come and destroy us all. I think that's pretty much I don't know how bro doesn't know that. Like it's in the premise of the show. Like the whole premise of the show is because Okarun lost his balls. That's it. That's literally it.
Black Frogler said pretty much.
Like I don't know how bro can't get that synopsis.
Which I don't know, not gonna lie, sometimes I feel like that's a bad thing, because people will overrate shows. Down is good and all, but I think it's a little bit too hyped, okay? I haven't read the manga, I'm just caught up with the anime, but from what I'm seeing right now, I don't know. I'm just seeing more like crazy.
No, see, that's the problem. When I feel like an anime is too hyped, it must be based on the manga itself, not really the anime. The anime just brings it to the normies, per se. But when a show, like an anime, gets super hyped, like a lot, I honestly believe it gets super hyped because the manga did a great job of doing that. Like, I think a lot of people was happy. Hey, Gray, what's going on? I think a lot of people was happy when Tower of God was getting like an anime, but because of its like original story was placed on webtoons. But I think a lot of people was kind of disappointed with the anime in general, because it didn't capture what
Bright Frogler said yeah until I wasn't.
Yeah, and then like the anime didn't really do it a lot of justice. Maybe I think they cut out some things that was really important. I'm pretty sure they did that just to get the anime done in time, because you usually have to have a deadline, or I'm going to assume like they just couldn't fit it in because they didn't want the show to be too long, because if you make a show too long, people drop off because our attention spans is shorter than that of a goldfish now, because what these companies has done to us with all this stupid TikTok and these short form content. So yeah, I think that's the problem, because I noticed that I think, like I said, I think Black Clover is the last show of its bastion of like Shonen Jump that was like an ongoing series where it's not like it's a seasonal anime. It's like I think of it's the last of its anime, like last of the shonen, where when we was growing up as kids, the episodes just kept like it was just going. It just like there was no end of sight, like to a degree. Like it was really hard, like as a kid growing up when you're watching like a Yu Yu Hakusho, a Dragon Ball, even probably in Sailor Moon, or like what's another anime? Like Naruto. It just felt like there was kept going. There was always a new episode every week, but there was no think, oh, this is going to be the end in sight. No, it just felt like it was kept on. Same thing with Bleach. It just kept on going. Whether it was a filler or what was a main story, we didn't know. I don't think most people knew what fillers were back then. We just kind of expected it to be like part of the episode and it has some significance, and you start realizing this fucking episode has no significance to the story or the plot whatsoever. What was the point of this episode? It felt like and you know what I'm talking about, for those who used to watch Naruto back in the day in 08 and 05. Like, you ran into a situation where you trying to get home, because let's say you're out with your parents or you have to go out on that weekend and you're trying to rush to get home on like a Saturday night, because it usually comes out like Saturday nights at the time, not even the day anymore. They put Toonami back on the weekends on Saturdays, and that was mostly all the new episodes for anime that come out, and then Adult Swim will come on. And what was crazy about that was if you ran into an episode that was from Naruto that was a filler, either you didn't know it was a filler, or if you did know, you felt like you wasted your fucking time. Like, I try to rush to get home to see the latest episode of Naruto because either you don't have TiVo, or it was raining, and you guys know what I'm talking about. If you had TiVo or you have DirecTV and it was raining on a Saturday, you're fucked. Especially like whether it's cable or DirecTV. Like, if the satellite is getting screwed by the rain, you are screwed, my dude, because you can't watch the show because the satellite keeps going out.
Said OMG.
That shit pissed me off. And then what's worse, you think, oh, if I TiVo it, somehow in your small pea-brain mind that, oh, you're gonna get to watch the whole show. No, the fucking TiVo records where it loses its connection, and sometimes it will skip literal scenes and jump to commercials in between because it couldn't. It's trying to make sense of the recording itself. That was wild, and I think that's why a lot of people, in my opinion,
35 said, "Oh my gosh,"
ran back to like the internet, because you didn't have to worry about that shit like that. You didn't worry about stupid internet being your the rain or anything like that. It was just, if Naruto was on the website, you can find it somewhere. You know what I'm saying? But usually it was subbed, and if you didn't care about all that reading shit, you was cooked. You didn't know. So like, I remember that was horrible. I remember many times when I was coming home on a weekend on a Saturday to watch Naruto or whatever show was on. Whether it was Naruto, it could have been Gundam, whatever the case. And it was raining, and you had DirecTV or TiVo. I don't know if it for people who have basic cable, I'm pretty sure that happened to them too. But like, if you had DirecTV or TiVo and you was trying to watch your favorite anime show on the weekend when it was raining, you are screwed. Because if it starts skipping or it loses signal, you have to wait till the signal come back. So it'll be like at a very crucial point in the episode, and like a fight scene that you was waiting to see, and you missed it, especially like the Rock Lee fight between him and that bone dude, when Rock Lee appeared and helped Naruto and his friends go get after Sasuke when he was leaving the village. That shit pissed me off. I was trying to watch that fight, and it was raining, and I wanted to see Rock Lee give it to this dude because, like, bro, Rock Lee came in and, like, I was so hyped when Rock Lee just came at the last second. I was like, bro, I wanted to cry, bro. And then when I see the rain, I was like, no, no. Why? And then it was over. That's the only time I hated rain, is when it actually was raining when I was watching my favorite show.
The animation, like, actually story. Even with, like, Solo Leveling. I read Solo Leveling twice. It's not a bad story, it's just a simple story. I think Solo Leveling is good. And the animation came out really well. Besides for that one part where they showed Jinwoo's butt crack. Yeah, we don't talk about that. Like, it's literally just a dude.
Bro, who's looking at that? I didn't see that. Who's pausing it like that? No, fuck you.
Door farming. I'm not saying that's bad. Some people might not prefer that. Some people might want, like, slower pace, better story, more
Bright
emotional,
Froclers said lol.
Like, really?
like free run. But that just goes to show what good animation can do to an anime. Like, a character dodging a punch at full speed should feel urgent. It shouldn't be 3 static frames with a VFX blur, no urgency, no danger. Like that one part in Blue Lock Season 2 when Chigiri gets to touch on the ball and it's literally just him moving across the screen. And they keep adding these weird effects to make up for the animation. Like, that's gonna help it. I swear they're adding Capca effects now. A character shouldn't awaken a new ego and forget how to move.
CapCut, that's not, bro. That's Canva. That's not CapCut. That's Canva. I seen people make some cool, like, videos from CapCut. I'm like, it's still limited, but, like, that's fucking that's Canva.
Animation can also ruin, like, emotional
Jolly
payoffs.
Inch at
Like,
35 said Lamau rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Like, horrid. It lands when the character's face, eyes, body, like, they move expressively.
ABIPERSON said hi.
Animation and
Hello.
like the art being simpler. No, that's not what I'm talking about at all. Cause look at Mob Psycho. Mob Psycho's art isn't that crazy, but they're actually moving, and those hype scenes are very hype. Like, any effects when Mob goes into, like, full rage or whatever, you can tell the simple art style is on purpose. Like, if you want something to be, like, emotionally sad and it has terrible animation, it's just gonna turn into a comedy show. Everybody's just gonna be laughing at the animation. It's not gonna land at all. A tearful goodbye where the tear moves but the face doesn't. Yeah, just wrap it up. When there's bad animation, you can always notice shortcuts as well. No need to spam your 30th Capca effect. Like, if the beginning after the end didn't get hoed by animation so badly, it would be better than Soul Leveling. It would. Like, manhwa wise, I think the beginning after the end is more interesting than Soul Leveling. Not that Soul Leveling isn't interesting. I'm just saying that the beginning after the end just, you know, pulled it off better. Like, the beginning after the end isn't the worst story ever. Like, it has hype moments, great setups, but the animation buries it. And the Blue Lock manga is just phenomenal. Like, some of the best sports scenes I've ever seen. In my opinion, Blue Lock is the best sports anime. You can try and change my mind, I don't know. Not saying that I've watched that many sports anime. I can probably count all the sports anime that I've watched on one hand. But just in my
You better not say Haiku and that's it. There's Prince of Tennis and there's many more.
opinion, the Blue Lock manga.
I think Shield 56.
That's why everybody was hyped for that.
Or
U20
57.
arc, just for the animation to fall flat, like, bro. Like, the beginning after the end is literally how to not animate a fight. There's, like, one good fight in episode 1 and then it just goes back to PowerPoint. What I'm trying to say from all this is, a good animation needs, like, a year at least to prep. I'm sorry. Blue Lock had maybe 6 to 8 months, and you saw what happened. That's why I'm gonna give bad animation a painful. Please, lock in. I still think there's some other stuff on this list that's more unbearable, though. Cause you know it's
Bright
worse when
Froclers
anime
said
studios
Slam
being
Dunk.
shitty, anime fans
And Slam
being
Dunk,
shitty.
you're right.
Oh boy. For those of you who are unfortunate enough to know what
Guys, just let me know if the audio's too loud. If it's too loud or too low, let me know.
Talk is and how toxic it can get. Oh my god. If you don't know, Annie Talk is basically just short for anime TikTok, and its peak was all the way back in 2021. Originally, anime TikTok was supposed to be just like this wholesome thing with, like, or not gonna lie, originally it was this wholesome thing with, like, chica dancing edits and stuff. A little cringe, but then it evolved. It evolved into what it is now. If you had an opinion back in 2021, you'd be on the front lines because people realized rage baiting, being loud, angry gets more views. It kind of shifted from just like a community of anime watchers to X anime's mid, Y anime's overrated, Luffy not even water level, jump in the pool for your anime's peak. Half the time these weren't even real opinions, they were just rage bait. And characters like Goku were on a generational run. You would have videos like ending this debate once and for all, except it's never once and for all. There's like 20 of the same video every single day. The comment sections would just be endless arguing. The birth of rage.
Bro, I'm pretty, like, rage bait, whenever you see that, this will end the conversation, like he said, it's never going to end. That's like equivalent when people say,
.tts.rich_message.attachment.
That's like people when oh, thank you. Ari, appreciate it. Ari person. Oh, hello. This is the same as if someone said, racism we need to stop racism. Bro, you're never gonna stop racism. Racism will never end. I don't know why people think that's gonna end. You can try mitigate it, fine. Right? But that will never fucking go away. As long as I have 2 eyes, you have 2 ears, you have 10 fingers. If any of those fingers was taken, if one of those eyes was taken, if one of your ears was taken, there will be some type of racism. Once you look different from me, there's some form of racism. Oh, you lost an ear? Oh, you have 1 ear? Ha ha, you have 1 ear. Haha, you're different. Stupid. Even though you look exactly like all of us, you just missed the ear. You're weird. That's never gonna end. That will never go away.
Rage bait was basically started by somebody named Pan Solos Your Verse. He popularized the rage bait. Like, he's like the founding father for rage bait. He started the Great Slander era. He basically would just shit on My Hero Academia and their fans, which, not gonna lie, is kind of valid. My Hero Academia fans be acting crazy. But yeah, he would just shit on other anime. Then King Deku 18 pulled up. I know that name just gave PTSD to some of you guys. King Deku 18, he was known for being ratioed all the time. Comment sections, his videos, everything. Like, he would never win an argument or nothing. Everybody hated him. He would post a comment, it would have like 1 like, 300 fucking comments or something crazy. I also remember there was this one dude called Aaron Tard. He was another rage baiter. He got bullied off the internet for having lists though, which is kind of fucked up.
Mike has said racism will end when there's a new thing to be prejudiced against. Maybe that's why space aliens won't come here. Bright Roclos said One Ear Lives Matter.
Racism will never end when there is a new thing to be prejudiced against. Maybe that's why space aliens won't come here. You know what? It's best they don't come here. I'll be racist towards them too. I'll be racist to some aliens who don't want to come here. Like, why are you here? With your big old head and your big forehead, your giant forehead. I'll call you Rihanna. Yeah, that's what I did. I went there. Yeah, I call you Rihanna. Yeah.
TikTok. 9 times out of 10 they're toxic.
The Riri aliens.
You know, I don't think Anti-Talk, when it originally started, it was meant to be this loud. Because back then, you could have scrolled for 5 seconds without somebody calling, like, Demon
Bright
Slayer
Roclos said
It
Lamau.
was like Twitter, but somehow sped up and worse. And everything was anonymous, too.
Bright Roclos said
And
stop
oh my
him.
god, the audio.
Virus
Stop
said
him.
TCH. Damn big foreheaders.
F slurs, any slur. If you can think of a slur in your head right now, it was probably an audio. People being homophobic, transgender phobic, claustrophobic, they were all the phobics. There was no such thing as real discussion back in Anti-Talk. And the power scaling, bro, oh my god, that was...
We use that term phobic wrong so much. We just use the word phobic, like any form of criticism, that's phobic. Your line's a little off. Oh, you're line phobic. Your curve's a little off. You're curve phobic. I think your hair's off a little bit. I think you should fix it. You're hair phobic. Every time is a form of criticism or astute observation or like any form of like you're using your eyeballs. You are a phobic, bigoted racist somehow.
so annoying. You could have scrolled for 3 seconds without seeing your character solo your verse. Bro, and it's low-key like not even a nitpick, but certain fandoms were the worst. Because the My Hero Academia fans, they weren't really a part of any talk, they were just there to get shit on. The One Piece fans
Boris said can't stand eyeballers, bro.
Right? He said that he said that My Hero Academia people are just getting shit on. Let's be honest. Okay, I think the top 3 worst fandoms is like My Hero, Demon Slayer. I have no problem with the One Piece peoples. One Piece people are chill. They are fucking chill. You can't tell me. And yes, I'm a One Piece fan, but I'm not trying to be too biased. But I have no problem. Anyone who's been like a fan of mine, they're usually a One Piece fan. Which is weird, because I don't draw a lot of One Piece characters, but I don't have no problem with them. But them Dragon Ball fans, yo, sometimes they be up their own ass. I tell you, like, I drew, what's her name? Kefla, I think her name. The fusion version between the other two. A bunch of dudes came in my stream, not in my stream, into the comment section.
Bright
and was having
said always a Luffy PFP in here.
Always. They went in my comment section under the drawing I did of her in a bikini because I was doing the summer event thing. put a bunch of pictures of them like being shocked and being like, "We gotta check your hard drive" type shit, bro. I'm like, bro, you know she's a grown ass woman. She's a grown ass woman. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. What is wrong with y'all? When I drew Bulma like this, you guys had no fucking problem. But I drew this woman. Actually, they're two women together. If you combine both their ages, they're 30 plus years old. Like, what are you, like... No, actually, no. They're actually older than that. Like, 118, 110. It's like, I'll be like... 6, they'll be 36. Yeah, I think they'll be 36 between both of them, or a little over, like, 40. Yeah, I would say. Both of them, I think, between, like, ages of 18 or 20 or something. I think they're both in their 20s, if I remember right. But, like, the point is like, they lost their minds. But when I draw Bulma, they have no problem with this lady. Note, they always like it when I draw Bulma in the bunny outfit. And she was, what, 18 or 19 at that time. Maybe younger, I think. But usually when I drew Bulma, I drew in her 90s outfit. Like, remember when she had the 90s hairstyle? She had that one 90s hairstyle when Goku got killed off by Raditz. Right? And, oh, was he in Raditz? No, not Raditz. When he defeated Vegeta and they was nursing him back to health, and then Bulma and Krillin and them was planning to go to Namek, she had the one hairstyle, that one 90s hairstyle, for that one episode. Never saw it ever again.
Boris said, God, I need to see this hairstyle.
Okay, let me show you. Let me show you guys. Hold on.
Mike Kaz asks the perm or that short hairstyle.
I'll show you. Hold on, I'll pull it up. I'm surprised no one remembers this. Like, okay, let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
Boris said, that hairstyle is objectively the best one.
Yeah, and that was you see it one time, and it was gone. Hairstyles. This one. There it is. Hold on. I got it. She wore it one time. In one episode. Never saw it again. Every other hairstyle, you saw it once.
Long hairstyle with a curve for her bangs.
Correct. I like that one. And everyone was shocked when they saw her. She was like, who is that? They didn't know who it was. Which was weird. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up. New image. Browse. This one. Right here, guys. You saw this hairstyle one time in the show. It was like one episode. Never saw it again. Every other hairstyle you saw like a whole season and a half or more. Like straight up. It was the weirdest thing.
This one. Mike Kaz said, oh damn, forgot about that one.
See?
Boris said this is my favorite hairstyle and they never bring it back.
This is the 190s outfit. I mean, hair.
Luke said, hey.
Hill. But like, yeah, this is the 90s hairstyle I refer to every time. Because it feels very 90s. Or early 2000s. Late 90s. But like, crazy times. Hold on. Let me get
Boris said, I think it's cause they realized how pretty Shaw looked here for zero reason. Spubbly Mook said, sorry, me went to bed early yesterday. Oh, you went I went to bed early before you. As soon as I went to stream, I went to bed. Right after I was dealing with Mike on peak, I went to bed. I just clocked out. I just turned to the bed and clocked out. I didn't wake up till this morning. I was up super early. Crown emoji, the Darkrai King, crown emoji, said hello waving hand emoji.
And I had a feeling you didn't call at all, so I was not even upset. It was kind of expected.
Mike has said
hello.
That having to redraw that from different angles would be a pain to animate.
Yes, it would be. I'm not gonna lie. Drawing that, yes, that would suck. I won't hold that against the animators because drawing that every time will be a pain in the ass.
Like Oda was their best friend, and they knew all of the foreshadowing, and the theories they all made was real and 100% confirmed. The AOT fans, oh my god, the AOT fans, they were horrible. AOT is not a bad show, but all the Erentards, they would have AOT above every show in fiction, not even just anime. And then when the great shift happened, when people stopped trying to, you know,
Bubbly Mook said, so who you drawing writing hand emoji any of the K-pop Sawyer boys yet?
People try to revive Talk and it fails. I don't know about 2022. I know.
No, not yet. I will be drawing them today. I said I was going to do a sticker today. I just want to get the model for this done, and then we'll do a sticker. We just started no more than like probably 20 minutes ago.
They tried to revive it in 2023. It worked for like a month, failed. Tried to revive it in 2024. It worked for like a month, failed. And they tried it in 2025 as well. It just does not work. Talk is not coming back. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to see videos of apologizing to everyone I beat my meat to again. There's also a guy named I'm Not Kenneth on TikTok. He claims to be the leader of Talk. Don't know how true this is, but bro, why would you want to lead that? Why would you want to be the leader of Talk? I almost forgot the dance if you're an NPC. Dance if your show is mid. Dance if blah blah blah. Every character was a
Bubbly Mook said, yay, beaming face with smiling eyes emoji. I need the demon form on my laptop.
Just to let everyone know, this is out now. My Gon, Hunter x Hunter sticker is out. Chibi head sticker is out. If you want to get him now, he's in the Redbubble right now. He's there. You can go get him. For like $1.57. So if you want to go get the sticker now, the chibi head of Gon, he is up there. I posted him yesterday night, I think, or the day before. I don't remember, but it was either yesterday or the day before. So if you want to get the sticker now, go get him. I'm gonna be doing the Saja boys. Saja boys. Well, I'll be doing the one. I'll do the leader first, the one that's the main character, and then the main dude who was talking the most from the Hunter show. Demon Hunter show.
Reasons. That's a little pushing it.
Boris said you get so close to the mic, loudly crying face emoji.
How,
sorry.
Not appropriate it is. Like, one of the people posting Talk videos got leaked for having e-sex. I don't know if it was staged or not, but people ran with it. 2021 was just a different time. You know, anime fans are bad now, but it's not like 2021. Come on now. People have reformed. People have grown up. You know what I think happened is, I think the new gen anime watchers like now aren't as toxic as they were back then. Don't get me wrong, they're still 100% toxic, but I think back then they were just ruthless. But like, you know, as people grow up, as people start to realize that some of this is maybe a little cringe, maybe you shouldn't be telling My Hero Academia fans online to kill themselves. And at the end of the day, we can all mood up, mutual farm. You know, Talk, it was horrible, would never slide in modern day. Loki should have never existed, but it was cool. But please, never have it happen again. I'm not trying to see 20 hard R's. Please stop. I still don't think Talk
20 hard R's.
Because let's talk about how you watch anime, and it shouldn't be Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll is absolutely horrible. I would sail the 7 seas any day of the week than watch Crunchyroll. I'm becoming a pirate.
Lil Slade 3 said, oh, it's gone from HXH.
Always in drama.
Yep.
And besides the fact that they're always in drama, their website is just horrible to use. It's just a terrible option. Why would you pay to have less shows, wait longer, and more lag? Like, what? You're just paying for a downgrade. Why does this even exist? Can we eviscerate this off the map? Okay, not really though, because I know it funds a lot of anime and stuff, but chill. Because like, there was like a whole scandal a little while back. Some YouTubers made videos about it. Basically, this gay romance anime aired, and then the Crunchyroll comments just started being filled with homophobic stuff. It was crazy. So you know what they did? They just removed the entire comment section. Because Crunchyroll wants one thing and one thing only. That's money. They don't care about anime. They don't care about you. Do you really think they care about the gays? Crunchyroll pays their translators literally nothing.
You think any company cares about that? You think any company cares about that shit? Hell no. They do not care about that shit. Let's just call it for what it is. They really don't. They need money. You see what happened?
Samurai said fair point.
This year? You see what happened this year with the how June went? That didn't go so well. Because it will ruin their bottom line. I hate to break it to anyone who's on that flag, but like, I'm telling you, they never cared about y'all or any type of minority or anything. They do not care at fucking all. How you notice, as soon as June is over, for those who actually the few companies that still did the whole like Pride Month, that like As soon as the 30th or 31st passed, instant back to their original logo. Instant! Like, bro. It's like a costume. Like, come on. Companies be wearing that flag faster as they make like a Marvel movie and then try to skin suit your shit. Like, no, straight up. They'll skin shoot you so fast. So fast!
You see all the subtitles that you're reading for anime episodes? They're not getting paid shit. So they have underpaid translators, non-existent comment sections, because you know what? Why not just remove the community? Wouldn't that be a great idea instead of hiring some moderators? And people will moderate for free too. That's what I don't get it. Like, there's genuinely people that will moderate Crunchyroll for free. It's like being a Discord server mod. What Discord server mod is getting paid? But you know, legal stuff, whatever. They're claiming it was to protect the community, but most likely it was just to protect their wallets. They don't want that bad PR, but they don't want to spend money on moderation either. Also, they're trying to replace the human translators that they already underpay, because this is a $1 billion company we're talking about. They're trying to
okay, but wait, yeah, I get that, but then again, some of them human translators are fucking activists. Once you have an activist in your midst, you have a useless individual who is trying to push something that doesn't even exist. They're their own. Most activists are their own snake oil salesmen. They'll cause the problem. Oh, they're like Sweet Baby Ink. They'll cause the problem, an imaginary problem, and then try to sell you the problem. And if you don't take that said problem and buy from them, they will start, you know, making some trouble. They'll start breaking your stuff and doing some outline shit. And you don't want no smoke. So you're like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't want to become, I don't want to be called a certain name or whatever the case may be. Let's just do what they say and the problem might go away. And that's where the problem comes in. They never go away. They are a parasite majority of the time. Happened in the gaming industry, happened in the movie industry, happened in the animation industry. Nearly any industry, industry has them infested in everywhere. Nothing good happens. Tell me a situation where there's any form of activism in an industry and they didn't lose a significant amount of money or had a bunch of fucking layoffs. Remember, they was putting some crazy shit in some anime.
Said it's basically being the problem, not accepting they're the problem and refusing to be part of the situation.
Correct. Correct. They're lazy people who wants to be. It's almost a high amount of narcissism. Narcissistic people likes the idea of being followed or getting praise, but doing little to no work for it. They don't like the idea of doing more work than they have to, or no work at all. And then when you call them out for their bullshit, they call you a bunch of names and shit. That's how that works. It's horrible, but that's how that works.
Replace them with AI. They're trying to get them up and out of there. Crunchyroll doesn't want to spend any ounce of money. But you know, if you go sail the 7 seas, maybe every now and then you'll click on an ad and you'll see Alexa 30 miles away trying to do something freaky. But you can watch all your anime for free an hour early, sub and dub, and it has literally any anime. You know, Crunchyroll doesn't even have Bleach. Literally one of the three. Crunchyroll is missing so much anime.
What? Are you serious? Crunchyroll don't have Bleach? Oh, well, I don't use Crunchyroll, so I will never know. But like, damn, are you serious? They don't got Bleach?
Lil Slave 3 asks, wait, really?
See? See? I'm not crazy. Like, okay, I'm not the only one. Slay's not, like, I'm not the only one. Slay jumped on that too. I was like, okay, I'm not stupid. They don't have Bleach. That's crazy.
I said I didn't know either.
So who has Bleach? Is it High Dive? Is High Dive still a thing? I think High Dive is like the only other anime streaming service other than Crunchyroll. I would think High Dive has it. If High Dive doesn't have it, then oh no, Tubi has it. I forgot. Tubi probably has it. I know Tubi does, and that's not really a anime streaming service. It's like a pseudo anime streaming service. It has other shows, but they have a lot of. I don't think a lot of anime, a good portion of anime. I will say about 40 titles, I will say. But, like, I think they have Bleach. I don't know if they have all the seasons.
Said crazy how you can be paying for a worse selection than a free website.
Right? That shit's crazy.
If you pay for Crunchyroll, I'm sorry, you're a geek. It's missing some of ReZero, all of Food Wars, all of Evangelion, all of Clanad, all of Akame ga Kill. I don't get it. Why would someone pick Crunchyroll over Sail in the Seven Seas? You gotta dabble in life, bruh. Gotta become a pirate. Don't be shy. And Crunchyroll is just so cringe. The whole corporate is so cringe. You can tell none of the higher ups actually watch like anime or whatever because they're all like super grown, you know. But I don't know why they try to pretend like they do. They inflate their own shows. Like they try to host like these crazy events and they just don't hit the mark, bro. I'm sorry. Crunchyroll, you're just doing too much. And Crunchyroll is getting expensive, bruh. They're removing features and still charging full price. You're paying damn near $11 for a Crunchyroll membership. And that better be the good membership, I'm hoping. And also, anime be randomly disappearing off the platform. Like no warning, no nothing. They also took over Funimation just to deliver less content. And they try to make their own anime, but Crunchyroll originals are just ass. I'm not watching those shows. They felt more like marketing experiments than like actual passion projects. There's no way I just use the word passion with Crunchyroll. They can't even consistently get subs and dubs out on time. For one of the anime out this season specifically, there was no subtitles yet because it was like brand new. I watched it subtitled by a third-party platform or group of people. It literally had a watermark in between the episodes. So you're telling me a random group of people are subtitling faster than Crunchyroll? A billion company?
Yes, you'd be surprised. I don't know how they're doing it, but some of these pirate websites, they be on their shit. They be on their P's and Q's. I tell you, bro, they're faster than the actual AAA company that's being paid. It's crazy. Some of them even subtitle it, captions it. It'd be pretty accurate, pretty close. Fast as hell.
9 anime stands on business.
I tell you, bro, it's crazy.
I think the main problem is because Crunchyroll has no real competition. Besides the pirates, like I don't even know what they can do about that. But there's no real other competition against Crunchyroll. Like try and think of it. What paid anime
Lil Slay 3 said it's kinda how like modders can fix bugs faster than devs.
What do you say? He said,
Ryuga Samurai said facts putting more work in than the actual company.
Correct. And then they're getting like what? They're getting paid. I don't know if it's like a bunch of them or just a few of them, but they get like a Patreon. I think they have a Patreon or something that's fueling them, and they get like what, $10 a month? That shit's crazy. Like they're paying $10, you're paying $11. It's or not even 10. Sometimes it'll be like $5. I think it's like $5 a month, and they're getting crazy money.
How competition will literally solve corrupt companies.
Correct. It's kind of like how modders can fix bugs. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Like they'll fix. That's funny. I've always found that funny. Crazy how you can be paying for the worst selection with a free website.
Gone are the days of getting a movie of the Walmart parking lot of the movie still in theaters with people walking in front of the screen once in a while.
Can't. There is none. They literally buy shows so competitors can't stream them, and then they remove them later like nothing happened. It's like kidnapping anime just to throw it in the closet. They never communicate with the community. There's no real transparency, no updates, no feedback loops. They do unnecessary censors on anime even if the original is fine. Like you're paying full price to watch an anime with pixels turned up to 100%. Their search feature is also horrible. You type in Naruto and you're gonna get some random show like Cooking with Valkyries or something. I've seen better search bars on bootleg manga sites. I'm not even trolling. And Crunchyroll is the absolute worst for hyped anime. The server's always crashing, and they do all of this while bragging about being for the fans. You know what's funny? Crunchyroll originally started
as a pirated site. Yeah, it did. That's what makes it wild.
Being an illegal website, a pirating website, and back then they probably had a bigger catalog than what they do now. Maybe just maybe they had Bleach. And don't even get me started with the award show. You can tell the award show is just brand promotion. Like for example, Tower of God got inflated. Like imagine Crunchyroll giving Crunchyroll an award for being Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll's horrible. Sail the seven seas. Become a pirate. Come to the other side. With that being said, Crunchyroll, you fund a lot of the anime industry, but you are ass. Please get eviscerated off the map. And I'm not even done yet. There's still things just as bad. Like you ever watch an anime and something huge happens and you just don't seem to care? Not because it's a bad scene, but because the pacing ruined it. Pacing can make...
Oh yeah. That's... I can't really name an anime right now, but yeah, that has happened. Like, this was like this big reveal or something happened that you should have took seriously, but because... Wait, it's frozen? Why it froze? Okay, well, that was not frozen. It's just like... Well, why is that? There we go. It's like, something happened, and it was supposed to be like a big reveal, and because the pacing was so ass, you're more annoyed by how it was moving, or you just kind of like, ugh, something happened. Finally. It's not even like a build-up anymore. It's just like, we got to the finish line. Thank fucking God, bro. Shit.
Breaking anime. You know, sometimes people try to mistake bad pacing with slow pacing. Like, for example,
I think literally, no matter how good of a story you have, it's all about the pacing. It's all about the pacing, bro. I'm telling you, if the pacing is ass, it does not matter how well scripted or how written the story is, how original it is, or how tight knit it is. If the pacing is ass, people will leave. People will leave. I'm telling you, you can have the most coolest characters. They could be so down to earth, whatever. They could be like realistic to you, to whatever the case may be. If the pacing is ass,
in 5 seconds. Several episodes later,
right? That's a problem. I had that real issue back in the day as a kid. I think most kids had that problem with Dragon Ball. A lot of kids had that problem with Dragon Ball. We just can't, like, us millennials came to just, tolerate that shit. But bro, I'm telling you, because we had no other choice. There was no like actual YouTube at the time, or legal websites like that per se. I think they did exist a little before YouTube, but most of the time you're getting a virus, bro, or you're on LimeWire getting some AIDS.
Lil Slay 3 said, and the weekly airing made it so much worse.
That too. Oh my God.
Season 1, yeah, the pacing in the beginning is pretty slow, but it's
Prince said I am a draw too.
In Steins Gate, where the first 12 episodes are confusing as hell, but bad pacing is bad pacing.
I'm a drawer too.
Decides how much impact a story moment has. Or let's
correct.
Straightforward, how enjoyable a story might be. Because the two types of bad pacing I want to talk about is rushed pacing and unnecessarily slow pacing. Like, for example, I know this is pretty much like the punching bag of the friend group when it comes to pacing, but One Piece.
Prince said, what do you know?
That One Piece is the greatest piece of fiction, but then people don't listen at all. Like, people will listen to them talk for 30 minutes and then say, yeah, but the pacing is ass. One Piece's horrible pacing has had such a big hit on its reputation and just the overall watching experience.
And I think, yeah, I don't think what he's saying is wrong, because I think even Oda knows this. That's why Oda's doing the whole remaster, revision, revisionary. I am drawing one of the Sasha boys for the sticker I'm trying to sell on Redbubble. So yeah.
Of course, it's crazy. As of right now, it seems like One Piece is taking the crown for the most hated anime in the community that isn't just like obviously shitty. It's taking that crown from MHA. And I like One Piece, but even I can admit the pacing is horrible. It drags on for way too long. For those of you who don't watch One Piece has arcs, and usually it'll be the pacing that ruins the whole arc. Like Skypiea had a lot of potential. First time they introduced hockey, but the pacing was just horrible. I did not want to watch it. Then there's Sterling Bark.
Wait, Skypiea, wait, was it? No, it wasn't. Well, no. Well, they did, but they didn't. Was it Skypiea? Skypiea is when they went up in the sky, literally, right? That's not hockey. Well, the dude that looks like Eminem literally called it, like, mantra. I think that was his form of hockey or something. I'm surprised they didn't really expand on that part, that mantra term. I'm pretty sure it's just hockey, but, like, I like how that dude just did his shit and never came back. He never came back. He's like the only One Piece character that got his ass kicked and never came back. And I don't mean like he didn't die. Like we've seen this many times in One Piece, which I kind of pissed me off as a kid. I thought once
Boris said mantra was their idea of hacky.
Yeah, like once Luffy like beat the ass of the final boss per se of the island, I kind of assumed that they was dead. I think every kid thought that once, and then when Oda started bringing back characters who got their ass literally handed to them, like, what the hell? Weren't you killed off? I thought you was dead. It's like, no, he just beat my ass. That's all he did. It's not a big deal. He just beat my ass. I'm like, wow, you was bleeding and shit. There was no pupil in your eyes. What do you mean you just beat ass? Like, well, you beat my ass. It's not a big deal. It happens all the time here. In this universe, people just don't die. if they died, they kind of died in the past, and they kind of died of old age, or they got sick, or they was executed, but under story rules. But like,
Slay 3 said it's midnight for me, so good night / goodbye.
Okay, laters. But like,
Boris said it's funny
crazy.
too, cause in the manga book covers, I think, or to show side stories of characters who disappear. Bro is on the moon with an army of his own.
Yeah, I think he said he left to go into the sky. He left Skypiea to go somewhere else on some, I think, floating ship. I think that's it. But never saw him again. But yeah, he brought up the word mantra. The way he said it, they made it sound more. I thought it was mantra, but they try to make it sound more than what it is. I think the way the voice actor was saying was mantra. I think, and also yes, that was their form of hockey. They brought in the idea of hockey. It was just something that was not brought up till like thousands of episodes later, till like I think after Ace's death. So.
Another arc. Good concept, but horrible pacing. And then there's shows like Attack on Titan that nail pacing. Yeah, Attack on Titan is much more new gen than One Piece. Filler episodes weren't really normalized, but still, you just have to commend the pacing. Even if you don't like Attack on Titan, I think people can admit the pacing for Attack on Titan is really good. There's always going to be that one person that nitpicks though. In anime, I think pacing is especially crucial because episodes are short. They're only around 20 minutes. For like a regular TV show, episodes can be...
Yeah, because like Attack on Titan has like Netflix-like pacing. What I mean by this is like, no matter what the episode you're watching, there's a big reveal behind something. That might cause more questions than answers, but something happens every episode. Usually. There's some big reveal, something that we didn't see, something you did see but didn't pay attention to. Something at the end of the episode, there's a Netflix reveal. I can refer to that because you ever notice when you watch a Netflix show, or even whether it's an anime or a show, there's always some form of reveal at the end of the episode. Sometimes they overdo it too much, but it's the end of the episode, so that's what it is. It's not like Netflix writing is different from other TV writing, because other TV writing is like, oh, it's an episode, something happens, that's it. But like, or something happens within the episode, the problem is resolved at the end of the episode, and that's pretty much it. Even if it's a story-driven base type show, the next episode would be the big reveal, not what happened at the end of the previous episode that wants you get hyped for the next episode.
Boris said I'd give it spoilers, but I like that not everyone associates hacky as hacky. Terry's always a diff term to the same thing, like mantra and Ryu.
Okay.
40 minutes to 1 hour. So since the norm is only like around 20 minutes, studios have to pick which scenes they get to focus on. How many chapters they're going to cover in an episode. Stuff like that. What parts of the manga are they going to cut? What parts of the manga are they going to keep? And when pacing is done right, you can forget that time is passing. It's the reason why two shows with similar plot can feel completely different in quality. Pacing can turn a good story into a great one or just ruin it entirely. You know the pacing in One Piece is bad when they're reanimating 1,000 episodes into like 250 episodes. Man, after One Piece gets reanimated a lot.
Yeah, I said that. Like Oda kind of probably figured out. I'm pretty sure he can't rewatch his old One Piece the way it was back in '99. He really can't, because when you watch it, it's like, oh my god, like the pacing, the animation, everything is more quieter. Like it is quiet. Like if you watch the anime, just the art style, animation, everything's more quiet and I guess more simplistic from the very beginning compared to like up to the Wano arc and higher. Oh my god, it is so much is going on. So like, yeah, I can see why. But it's only because we know how One Piece looks now. A lot of people might give it a chance because they want to get up to that point. But it is a commitment to go watch that whole shit.
400 said hello.
That is crazy. So I can see why, hey Noob, I can see why, or Bob, I can see why Oda's redoing it. Now I wonder if he's redoing it, is it going to look like, is it going to be animated like the Wano arc type animation? Or is it going to be like a slightly more better version of what season 1...
Mike has said, man, and here I am trying to catch up on One Piece.
I understand. Like, what you can do, Mike, is just wait till it comes, the reanimated version, because I think the first arc is like, what, 30 episodes? And they drop it down to like 12? Right? Or 12 or 20, and then like the following arc is like what 48 episodes, and they drop it down to like 15 or some shit. Like they drop, like there are some significant drops in numbers. So I think they're giving I think One Piece is getting the Full Metal slash Hunter x Hunter treatment, where I don't know if there's going to be animated completely different, or looks like a lot like how we have the Wano arc up or more, or I think what they're going to also do is they're going to expect you to know what the hell is going on. So they're not going to elaborate on certain things that, like what they did in Full Metal Alchemist. Because like in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, they kind of just expect you to fucking know what's going on to a degree. They'll still explain some things, but they don't explain everything like in the old Full Metal that we used to do that came out in 05 or that was in 03? I think from 03 all the way to 05. Or 06, I think. But yeah, I think, honestly, I would rewatch it again just to see how much of a difference in animation and tone it will be. That's something I will look forward to do.
As arguments are gonna be gone. We're all gonna be like 50 years old when that happens. 250 episodes is crazy. My kids, grandkids, kids are gonna watch it. That's why bad pacing is going into ass. Can literally make the show unwatchable. Genuinely. You know, speaking of unwatchable, fan service. Yeah, fan service. Fan service is probably by far the most annoying thing in anime. It's the reason why I don't want to tell people I watch anime. For the 12 people that might not know what fan service is, it's basically when a show tries to like please the audience with questionable scenes, like when the show doesn't trust the story to hold attention without distractions.
Mike has said kind of like how they did with JoJo Part 1 and 2, that it's the whole story in 1 to 2 hours.
Yeah.
With fan service, sudden fan service can completely break the tone of an emotional or intense scene. Honestly, just break the tone of a whole anime. Like with Fire Force. Fire Force is a prime example, but it's ruined by constant gags and underwear shots, and girls having their clothes accidentally fall off. They genuinely don't trust that you can watch Fire Force without the fan service. And fan service is everywhere.
Now, let me ask you a question, my dude. I understand what you're saying, but then again, I'm like, there are fan service for the men. There's like a whole episode where well, not episode, but there's a whole segment where the men are wearing like what? Some type of monthly Fire Force thing. Like they're doing like what is it called? Like skimpy, like monthly, like I don't know what they call them. Like a monthly skimpy like outfit for both men and women. It was not just for the women; it was for the men as well. It was like a whole segment on that first, I think at the first beginning of one of the episodes. Like all the men have to take a picture of themselves or take a group picture of them all buff and stuff.
Ryuga Samurai said calendar thing.
Yeah, the calendar thing. Like it's like so it's, I don't know if he's complaining because of the woman part or he's talking about the overall. And if something tells me he's talking about just the woman part, the women part. I don't think he's talking about the men part.
Even where it doesn't belong. I genuinely can't name an anime without fan service, besides maybe A Silent Voice, and that's a movie. There's probably more that I've watched without fan service, but I just genuinely can't think of one at the top of my head. Even this
Isn't Mob Psycho one? I can't think of an episode of Mob Psycho where there was any panty shots at all. I'm pretty sure Mob Psycho is one of them. Shit, I think even the same thing with One Punch Man. I don't think there's any real fan service. I can't think of a panty shot happening in that. If anything, I remember that One Punch Man slapped, I think, a woman who was like a bee monster who was attacking a town with one slap. That bitch hit that wall and looked like a splattered piece of shit. And she was like talking this like very sensual voice, and she got blown away by this man. No pun intended with that. But like, Jesus. I don't know, bro. What animes are you watching?
The serious shows have like
Ryuga Samurai said was
lol. The thing with fan service is a lot of these shows have great stories that don't need fan service. They really don't, unless it's for like some comedy part, maybe.
Yeah, the Wasp. Yeah, it was the Wasp. It was the Wasp. Wait, did Code Geass have any fan service? No, they did. Yeah, it had fan service.
Fan service or Attack on Titan or Death Note. I don't get it. Why do they need it? Do they really want the extra attention that badly?
No, they need it because they need to sell.
Drawing her before.
They need to sell. They need to sell products. They need to sell figurines and stuff. Because their core audience is men, not women per se. Especially if it's like a shonen. Now, is that a good excuse? Probably not. But it is a thing. Like for instance, like Let me use an example. Like the Saja boys. You see the Saja boys dance more seductively than the women did, because let's be honest, the Demon Hunter show is not for boys per se. It has action, yes, but it's more focused. It's more female focused, more female driven, more female like oriented per se. So that's why a lot of girls like watching it, because they're not watching it because of the girl bosses. Fuck, that's just an excuse to watch it. If anything, the real reason they want to watch it is because of Saja boys. That's fan service in itself. The men alone, they don't have to take off their shirts. The men alone are actually, they did actually. There's been a lot of fan service in that with that one dude with his 6-pack. But overall, the men alone is the you call it the fan service. Let's just call it for what it is. Sometimes women probably want them to take off their shirts, but 9 times out of 10, just because the man looks pretty than the average man, that is the fan service in itself. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is.
Yes.
Shit.
For me, fan service just kills immersion. It's not something that'll make me more locked in or it'll make me less locked in. The thing is, studios use it for like clout and controversy and stuff, because fan service gets people talking on social media, which means more.
And that answers your question. That ultimately answers the question. He's like, why do we need it? Because it causes controversy. Controversy sells.
Yes.
Tell me an anime that is really good that doesn't have some form of controversy somewhere, somehow, whether intentional or unintentional. So if they're intentionally doing it, then that's going to sell. I did it on purpose. I drew a bunch of anime men and women in swimsuits this summer for our summer theme. I made a commercial to sell a pen, which I still use. I use them, not saying I was just selling them, but selling pens. And at the beginning of the 3 seconds of the 2-minute video, everyone was more focused on the so-called fan service than the actual pens that was 2 minutes of the whole video. Note, the video starts off with me showing off all the drawings I did traditionally. Now, did I draw those drawings with those pens? No, but I'm giving you the idea of 2 things. 1, I draw traditionally. 2, I think they're pretty decent, so most people will like them. And then 3, those who are like anime and overall all those things will watch. And who wants to get into drawing? No, I just brought a lot of fake gooners who says I'm a goon, who likes the goon, who likes to look at my shit and leave a comment because they feel bad that they actually like it. Because if they didn't like it, they wouldn't bother. Actually, if they didn't like it, they will focus on the rest of the video. Remember, the video, that segment is 3 seconds at the very beginning of the video. It's literally 3 seconds. And remember, I'm not showing them off each. It's a fast but instant, like, card swipe of all of them, from Zoro to Soul Bad Guy and some other male I forgot. And then most of them was Lady Nagant. What's her name? The Shonen Raiden from Genshin Impact. All of them are between the ages of 20 to 35. Everyone was so focused on the 3 seconds than the whole 2 minutes. So yes, I think it makes sense to put fan service to a degree. Now, if it's excessive, then I can understand that. So I can say that Fire Force, I think, overdoes it a little too much, especially with What's Her Face. But that's literally like a gag in itself, and also controversy, but I understand why that would be a problem. But if you're watching like Dragon Ball, right? Like the first Dragon Ball, I'm saying. I think the panty shots die with Dragon Ball Z almost instantly. I don't think there's a single panty shot in Dragon Ball Z. I don't even think it's even in the fillers. I think it dies literally in Dragon Ball. There's no more fan service at that point. I don't think so. If I can't remember in my head if there's any form of fan service in Dragon Ball Z.
I said Tamaki, but she's not in most of the scenes.
Yeah, and she's not in most of the scenes, but I understand why people will complain about that to a degree. But like, if you're watching like Dragon Ball 1 has a lot of fan service, but it's more comedic than it is like being super raunchy. Like a perfect example of this is when Goku was finally like bunking in with Bulma for the very first time, and it was his first time actually meeting a female woman. He didn't know what a woman was, right? He did not know what that was. He always heard about them, but he never seen one. And because he was living with her at the time, or like traveling with her. She was I guess she found him adorable because he was literally like, I think he was 5 or 6. I don't know how. He was like 6 or 5. And she was like, what, 13, 14 or something? She was much older than he was. And he was sleeping in the same bed. And I guess he was laying on her and she was knocked out. And because he was not feeling her up, but he was laying on top of her because he never knew what a woman's like anatomy was. He was wondering why her front was so flat. And when he figured it out, he freaked out. So that was fan service to a degree, but then again, it was comedic reasons. That was the whole point of it. It was not actually for like sexual purposes. It was to show how naive Goku truly was as a child, per se.
Exposure and all
now, I understand she did that shit with Master Roshi where she won the Dragon Ball and she had to lift up her skirt. I think that was a little over the top for that because he was a grown old man. But it was funny as fuck because I guess he didn't see it coming. And because he didn't see it coming, she got the Dragon Ball. I think it was a Dragon Ball. She wanted something from him. I think it was a Dragon Ball. And that blew his mind. It was still kind of funny up to this day if you rewatch it, though.
Exposure is good exposure for these anime companies. But really, that's a short-term strategy. Like, shock value fades, but the cringe stays. Like, the anime is always gonna have that fan service. All the fan service is doing is turning anime into memes, not meaningful stories. And I feel like fan service turns new viewers away. People that aren't...
Actually, no, that doesn't work. Because if it becomes a meme because of the cringe, then it will forever stay. If it forever stays, it will be forever memorable. Even though it might be controversy, it'll still say you still remember the anime. Like, to this day, we still hate Korra. And we can still make memes about Korra. Depending on if you call it an anime or not, but like, from Avatar The Last Airbender, Korra is one of the most hated avatars, therefore, so far. Because of the choices she made. Some people, she was cringe, this, that, and third, but she's memorable. For good reasons? No. But she's memorable. You can say she was the most biggest failure of all the avatars of all time, but she's still remembered.
Already used to it. Like, imagine showing your friend an anime for the first time, and it's Mushoku Tensei, which is objectively a very good show, which is rated very high.
Ryuga Samurai said technically the only avatar.
You see? He said technically the only avatar. Well, you guys probably don't know. You know what? I'll bring it. No, I'll pull it up. I ain't gonna tell you. I'll pull it up after this. Fuck it.
Describe those first few episodes is a little weird. It reinforces the stereotype that anime is just weird stuff for horny people. It makes it hard to recommend genuinely great shows to people outside the community. When it's the point of the show, it's whatever. Like, High School DxD is built around fan service. At least they're honest. If the show exists to be horny, then fine. I guess they're doing their job correctly. Honestly, even in like other shows when they use fan service as comedy, I still think it's like a cheap gag. Like, when is fan service actually funny? Because I think it gets...
Bro, have you not watched Prison High School? That shit is funny. That shit is beyond stupid but funny. Like, the concept is really stupid, but it is funny though. Especially the bathroom scene. That is funny as shit. When the dude mistaken two of his friends doing something dirty in the bathroom when really was just a big misconception. That shit was funny. I couldn't stop laughing.
Ryuga Samurai said prison school was hilarious.
That shit was too funny. Like, most of it, yes, hinges on the idea of fan service, but that shit was supposed to be in comedic in tone. I don't know how you can actually watch that show and get horny. You can't watch that show and not laugh. You can't. Can you laugh and be horny at the same time? Really? Like, can you be bust out laughing while being horny? I don't think that's possible. That's hard to keep the focus. You can't lock in when you're literally laughing at the bathroom scene. You can't. Like, you watch one scene of a girl, like, one of the disciplinaries who are really, like, very busty, and 1 second when she's talking or something, and then the next scene, these two are in the bathroom doing something wild when they're not really doing anything. It's just misconstrued. And you can't take it seriously. None of it, you can't take that shit seriously. If you're taking that shit seriously, you need to get your shit checked. Like, come on, bro. It's not supposed to be taken seriously. It's a comedic anime. I can understand it says serious anime, psychological thriller type shit, and then all this is happening. I'll be annoyed. But The fact that you went to a comedy anime and their whole shit is just this raunchy nonsense, don't get mad.
It's unfunny after the 252nd time that you witness it. It's honestly just lazy writing, in my opinion. With fanservice, I think the negatives outweigh the positives by far. It might get attention, but it damages your story long term. If you're making a serious show, don't dilute it with nonsense. And fanservice should have purpose. Twitter engagement is not a good one. And with that, I'm putting fanservice at the top of ass. It's honestly just horrible. Thanks for watching today's questionable video. I'm not an anime guru, this is all my takes. Feel free to subscribe if you enjoyed at least some of my yapping, and I'll see you in the next one. I like anime.
Alright, so like there was a video I saw last night. I wasn't too sure I should have shared it with you guys or not, but I'm also do it now while I'm on. It's something I have here. Okay, so ooh, I would like to watch this. What the hell? Okay. Removing pixels from Minecraft. Don't care about that. You know what's the weirdest thing? People will say, you draw women. That's very cringe. I'm like, how am I gonna learn how to draw women if I don't draw women? And then the same people will say cringe that you draw women will be the same people will tell you, I don't see you ever draw women. That's pretty cringe of you. You only draw men. Do you hate women? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Just can't win. You just can't win. Okay, here it is.
If you've been craving the next...
Okay. Oh, didn't switch to it. That's so annoying. I hate that. Whatever. Shit's stupid, but okay. I hate doing that every time. I gotta figure out a way for that to be like an instant thing. Okay, here we go, guys. Sorry about this. So it says, Avatar 7 Heavens is huge. Havens. Sorry.
In the Avatar universe, we finally have some brand new details. Avatar 7 Havens is the next big animated series from the world of the Avatar The Last Airbender and The Legend of Korra, and just recently we were given our first official look at 7 Havens. This new series follows a young earthbender named Pavi, her long-lost twin sister Nisha. Well, Pavi discovers that she is the new Avatar after Korra, but the twist is, the world she inherits is completely shattered. A cataclysm has torn both the physical and spirit realms apart, and the next Avatar isn't seen as a hero anymore. In fact, some people think the Avatar is to blame. So for those of you that don't know, Avatar 7 Havens will be a 2D animated series that is split into 2 seasons. With book 1 and book 2, both books will be 13 episodes each, making it a full 26 episode story. And while it still lives in the same universe we know and love, this is shaping up to be a very different kind of Avatar story. One where the Avatar will have to earn the trust of the world that once admired them. So let's talk about what we've actually seen. Recently at San Diego Comic-Con during the 20th anniversary panel for The Last Airbender, we got our first piece of official artwork for 7 Havens, and boy oh boy did it immediately set the tone. The image shows our new Avatar Pavi walking through a rocky desert landscape, crystals spouting from the ground in front of her, with a desert city in the distance and spirit lights illuminating the sky. Now right next to Pavi is her animal companion named Jeet. Jeet kind of looks like a mix between like a bigger house cat, almost like a domesticated cat, mixed with something like almost the size of a lion. But behind them both is an airbender named Jay. And we're not quite sure if Jay is a close friend or a mentor to Pavi, but they look to be on the same journey together, likely looking for her long lost sister. And the background of the city is named Aurora apparently, which that seems like it's one of the 7 havens in which they talk about, which are basically like the
Noob 400 asks, didn't they saw they were making a movie?
Mysterious disaster.
If you're talking about the Legend of Aang, they're still working on that. If that's what you're referring to. I don't know if that's supposed to be a show or that's supposed to be a movie. I believe it's a movie, but I could be wrong.
Noob 400 said say.
So yeah, I don't know.
Is the spirit lights that hang above in the sky. These are typically only found in the northern and southern poles of this universe. So to see them in a desert setting begs the question that needs to be answered. We know that there was a giant cataclysm that happened and it basically left the world shattered with only 7 havens that are like inhabitable that actually have civilization. So it tells me that like everything outside of those 7 havens is overrun by spirits. So now let's dive into the characters that we've been introduced to. Pavi is our new avatar. She is one of 2 twin avatars. And unlike Aang or Korra, she's stepping into the world where the avatar is entrusted. The cataclysm that tore the world apart seems to have some kind of reflection on Korra's legacy as the avatar. So whatever Korra did in the past definitely kind of made things a little bad. I mean, heck, 7 havens that are still habitable. So yeah, she did a number.
Bro's trying to soften it so hard. We all know that bitch fucked up. don't say kind of bad. She fucked up. Let's call it for what it is. Finally, can we say that the girl boss fucked up for once? Can we just say that for one time, please? It's okay. That every girl boss can girl boss. Yeah, 2 of them. That's you know what? Let's just run.
Number on the entire world. But with that being said, it does put Pavi's identity as the avatar in a really tough position. She's being hunted by both human factions and angry spirits who view her as a threat instead of a savior. From the picture, Pavi has a wooden peg leg, so there's going to be some backstory that we get there, whether or not this was from like an earthbending accident while growing up, or if it was like a defect that came from birth. Either way, they're going to tell a story with this, and I'm really curious to see what actually happened. My guess is since she is hunted, I would assume that like her mentor is like, you know, her protector almost, and they both experienced like her losing her leg in the past. Now joining her is Jeet, like I said, who is her animal companion. Now, so far, we don't know the name of the species, but it does look like a big house cat. Honestly, this show wouldn't be an Avatar without a weird, lovable creature. Now, whether or not Jeet could live up to Appa and Momo, I doubt that's going to happen, but Jeet could be pretty awesome. I can't wait to see what this character is going to be like. And then there is Jay, who is allegedly an airbender who's either Pavi's mentor or maybe just like a close friend who joins in on her quest. Now, the showrunners didn't really confirm or like reveal any of the details regarding Jay, or really the rest of the characters for that matter. I'm curious to see what their dynamic is going to be like, but they both clearly have a history. Perhaps Pavi has some struggles with airbending, and that's why Jay is like going along with her to like help her airbend. I mean, she does have a peg leg, so that might be one of the flaws that she has, even though like with Avatar The Last Airbender, there was Tio that had the gliders, so I'm sure that, you know, she's able to do some things, especially if you have like this dude who is a paraplegic, and he took to the skies like a literal airbender as well, so I'm sure Pavi shouldn't have much of an issue. So,
yeah, but he wasn't airbending. Did he watch the show? Like, okay, I don't think he was airbending. They just happen to live in an area that they live, I think, up in the mountains. So, like, there's a lot of wind currents that happens. So he uses the wind to allow him to fly. But I don't think he's airbending. I think airbending focuses more on the legs than it is on the hands. The hands are just, I think, for defense, but the legs are really where it's at. Because mostly it's about circular movement and using your enemy's forces against them instead of you using the force against it. It's a passive type of kung fu where it's mostly evading. I think that's what it is. Like, I think Avatar, I think airbending's more about evading and using your enemy's like strengths against them. And I think with rock bending is more defense. Like, it's between aggressive and defense.
Said, yeah, he just connected the glider to his wheelchair.
Yeah, I don't know why he's saying that. He never used, if that's his weird argument of saying that he never used airbending, not once. I think that was the whole point of his whole character, because he was a paraplegic. He had to use other means than other people who didn't have like mobility and can't airbend, just like like Sokka. Sokka couldn't use it. So
yeah, we're not really sure who Jay is or like if he's a close friend or mentor, but they look like they're going to be on a journey together. Maybe he'll be acting like, you know, comic relief. I'm also really curious to see who they're going to pick to, you know, voice act Jay. If it's my choice, I want either Dante Bosco or Jack DeSena to voice Jay, but, you know, it's hard to say who they plan to do. It might be just an entirely new cast. But I do still think they should have, like, all the OGs in the show. Here's an idea.
Why? Why? Okay, I get it, but no. I honestly don't want them to have the OGs in the show. because that proves to me that the show can't last or can't stand on its own 2 feet without the OGs. That's a big problem. I noticed that with Westerners, Western shows. They know that the current shit is not going to work because they're progressive or modern takes. So what they do is bring in the old characters as a form of like buffering to make it slightly less problematic. This is why they had to bring Anakin, or the dude who played Anakin, in the Ahsoka show, because they know most of the time most people are not going to watch the Ahsoka show. Most people watched it because they wanted to see Anakin. That was the only reason. Those member berries was the reason why they wanted to go watch it. Let's just call it for what it is.
Yeah, what if they have like Zach Tyler Eisen, who played Aang in the original?
And like, I understand Ahsoka's a beloved character. I understand she's not like a new character or anything. I understand she was from the Clone Wars, I think, Disney show. But I don't know. They try to write her as this overly confident, stoic individual when it really didn't come off as that. It really didn't.
Now that he's a bit older, he might be able to do a good Jay, who knows? One thing is for certain, Jay and Pavi should have a pretty good synergy. Having 2 airbenders of different elements, or the same elements, since, you know, Pavi is the avatar, it should make for some awesome fight sequences, so here's to hoping both of them can showcase some incredible teamwork. And then the last major character we've heard about, but haven't seen yet, which, I mean, we kind of seen her from all of the leaks in the past, but that's Nisha. Nisha is Pavi's long-lost sister, who happens to be her twin as well, and finding her is a big part of the overall narrative. The story revolves around Pavi uncovering the truth about her origins, while trying to hold a collapsing world together. We've heard this for a long time, but the reports and everything is that she's also an avatar, but she's almost like an evil twin. So perhaps book 1...
Oh my god!
Book 2 will be about Nisha's, you know...
Guys, what does this sound like? Can anyone guess what this sounds like? I'll give you guys like 1 minute or like 2 minutes. I don't know. I'll give you 30 seconds to a minute.
Bright Roclos said DMC.
DMC. No, to me, this sounds like the Acolyte. Doesn't this sound like the Acolyte to you? Twin sisters of destiny.
Bright
One's
Roclos
evil.
Said, oh no.
One's good. One has a teacher. The other one's kind of on the dark side. The world's collapsing. Some big event happens that has to do with both of them. They're both brown skin. I'm not saying that them being brown has a problem, but like, it's just too on the nose to a degree, and nothing's wrong with that.
Said the power of many.
They better not say any shit like that. I swear to God. I swear to God, if they say anything close to that.
As well as details about how there is like 2 avatars. Okay, next up, let's talk about art style for a second, because this screenshot looks absolutely gorgeous. It is a departure from both The Last Airbender and Legend of Korra, but you could tell that the team is aiming for something that does feel fresh, but is still familiar. The desert lake...
I think they're trying... It looks like they're trying to aim for like... If I had to look at it closely... Let me zoom in. If I had to look at this closely... I don't know if you guys can see that. Hold on. Let me see how that looks on... That big. How big was that? How big does that look? Oh, that's over me. Okay. If I have to look at this closely, the art style kind of reminds me a little bit of like I think they were trying to pull Cyberpunk.
Maybe it's Acolyte, but good. Noob
Hopefully.
400 said I want to see what Korra will say to them when he taps in the avatar state for help or SMTH lol.
I was wondering that. I wonder if she's gonna be mad and yell at her for the bullshit that she pulled. I think the art style is trying to between Avatar and somewhat of like Cyberpunk 2077. I think is it 2077? 2077 Edge Runners, just like Edge Runners. A little bit based on how it looks, because it looks like it's more anime. They're trying to put more anime focused per se, based on like just how it looks. But I could be wrong. It just has that feeling that it was trying to go like that Cyberpunk 2077 look, because they saw how good Cyberpunk was on Netflix.
Landscape and the artwork is jagged and lonely, but the city in the background, Aurora, has this really sleek and almost spiritual vibe to it. It feels ancient, but also futuristic at the same time. Now, there are also glowing spirit lights in the sky, reminiscent of the Aurora Borealis, but on top of that, the architecture looks almost like alien, like so foreign that it looks alien. The artwork gives us so much mystery that it's like I've got so many questions in my head, but visually, Pavi and Jay's design strikes a really nice balance. It looks like these two characters are almost a part of like the same haven, because if you look at the outfits, they look very similar. I also think the outfits look pretty vibrant. They're not like overly flashy either. The thing that I get from this entire image is like it shows that she's in the spotlight, but not so much as a symbol of hope. She's like walking through a world that's unsure if it even wants an avatar anymore. So like her having to tackle that, as well as the fact that she also has a twin sister that might not be like the most, you know, friendly. It's gonna be pretty interesting, especially if there's like spirit implications with these two characters. With Pavi being
Stelrain said hi.
from, you know, Rava, and then
I know what they're gonna do. I bet you. I'm gonna ask you guys this question. I bet you I know what's going to happen in the show. They're gonna bring a new type of bending, and I think I know what's gonna be. It's not gonna be lightning. It's not gonna be fire. Any type of fire, ice, none of that. It's not even gonna be blood bending. I think I know what's gonna be the next. Like, this might sound weird. This might not even exist already from Korra, but I think the new type of bending they're gonna probably bring in. Call me if I'm wrong. I think because of Korra's actions, and it's pissed off both human world, the world of the living, and the spirit world, I think there's gonna be a new type of bending where the avatar can do spirit bending. I think that will be a thing. Tell me that's not gonna be a thing. Like, it's gonna be pretty much Dragon Ball Z. It's gonna be key at this point. Think about it. Yami mentioned ki before. Dragon Ball talked about ki before. Like, think about spirit bending. Goku's done it. He used the spirit ball from all living things, right? So, like, think about that. So, like, everything positive energy, he used to make the spirit ball. And I think, if I remember right, Majin Buu did the opposite. He had negative energy, right? Or he was made of a negative energy. So I can see, like, the evil avatar, or the sister, the sister doing spirit bending, but using negative energy to shoot like evil blasts and stuff. That I can see that happening. Tell me if I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong on that. That's the only way they make this more like interesting, given that her peg leg and everything. Because
Mike has said water air bending equals gravity bending.
That too. Or like, because like we never seen like someone fly before, like in Korra. Like the airbenders figured out, or that one evil airbender figured out how to fly. He can literally just fly, right? Because I think for every element they had their own ultimate move. So like for firebenders they had thunder. I guess for waterbenders it was like ice, and I guess bloodbending. Well, depending on who you ask, but I'll say ice. And then for earth was metal, right? I think it was metal. And then, am I missing something else? Like earth, fire. I think that was it. That was it. So I'm kind of thinking that in this version, she will be probably the first avatar to use spirit bending, to use like spirit waves or spirit positive energy, whatever the fuck you want to call it, as a form of bending. Because if you notice,
400 said combustion bending.
Yeah, or combustion. Oh yeah, combustion bending was a thing with the eyeball guy. I remember that one. Because if you remember it, like she can't move her. She probably can't do a lot of bending because of her peg leg, right? So maybe the spirit bending doesn't allow you to have to be so like move it. You don't have to move, because, like, I think if I remember right, with airbending it's a lot of movement of the legs. With earthbending is a lot about being still and steady with the legs. Firebending is more aggressiveness, like on attackness with the legs, per se. So what if spirit bending doesn't really allows you to focus on movement, but more focus on the energy around you or something like that? So maybe that will be the new type of bending for just the avatar alone. No one else can't use it, but just for avatars only. It's like the ultimate move of the avatar instead of just using all elements at once. That could be a thing.
Being the evil one, and you got, you know, Nisha, who's the evil one as well. Yeah, needless to say, I can't wait to learn more. Now, during the Avatar Comic-Con panel, the creators Brian Konietzko and Michael
and it makes sense, because if you have an evil avatar and you have a good avatar, they're gonna be on par with each other to a degree, I guess, because they're both the same age, but depending on their experiences, but and who's willing to kill who, but like, and this is where I think the spirit bending part comes in, where Aang kind of did that already by taking the bending away from someone. I think that was the closest thing to the spirit bending that the Avatar Aang did, by taking the bending away from somebody. Then maybe in this Avatar, not only that they can take it away from people, but because they're both avatars, they can't take it from each other, so they have to use spirit bending to defeat one another. That might be a thing. And this spirit bending might fix what Korra did and might bring back all the spirits from the Avatar state. Maybe. So.
Shared some interesting insight into the direction of Seven Havens. According to Brian Konietzko, he said this: "It's something totally different. We like to change up the style. We like to make each project its own thing. And as you can see, it still feels like Avatar, but the world is very different. You'll have to."
I don't like that. I don't like that, because that's going to cause confusion. When they say we make each world its own thing, that causes issues. That's going to cause major issues in storytelling.
Find out why. They also confirm that the series will deal with a lot of heavy themes: the collapse of the civilization, the role of the Avatar in a broken world, and the lines between good and evil. Seven Havens leans deeper into the fallout of everything that happened in Korra's time, and pushing the franchise into darker and more uncertain territories. So another thing that I want to know is, will we see anything new when it comes to bending? I think that's the big question that we all want to know. But with the world and spirit realms both in total chaos, it's really not hard to think about like the strange evolutions to bending. I mean, think about it. After Korra, the spirit world was wide open. For instance, like, what if spirit energy starts interfering with regular bending, or people start...
there we go. See, I'm not off.
Developing like new hybrid styles, kind of like metal bending and blood bending, but even more extreme. And if the Avatar is seen as a threat, which that's what they're saying, what happens when Pavi, like, you know, tries to tap into her past life? Obviously, like, Korra separated the connection to the past avatars, but she almost like created a new one. So maybe Pavi can only tap into like Korra's avatar, not having direct access to the...
That's gonna suck. That's gonna suck. The wisdom is only from this one woman, this one girl boss. Great. And you're the one who fucked it up. Now I have to get advice from you. I can't get to Ozai or Avatar Aang. I can't get to what's her name, Kyoshi. I can't get to any of them. Fuck. They probably had a better plan. Fuck.
The previous avatars in the lineage, like her other predecessors had. There's so many doors that this opens, like perhaps there's going to be new techniques, new philosophies. It's obviously still early, but could we see the biggest bending shift since Toph invented metal bending? Alright, so now for the not so fun part, the part that I'm the most concerned about, and that is the future of Avatar Studios. As of now, Paramount, the parent company behind Nickelodeon and Avatar Studios, is
Ryuga Samurai said, like I said, technically one.
Yeah.
Media, which that might sound like some boring business stuff, but trust me, it does matter. These kind of corporate shakeups...
You're not wrong, bro. You're not wrong.
...often come with major changes, budget cuts, leadership changes, projects get paused, delayed, or even get canceled. And while Avatar is a beloved franchise, it's still a part of the animation category, which doesn't always get the same level of protection as big live action projects. The merger is on the final stages of being approved, but there is a possibility that this could impact the production timelines, staffing, or even how much marketing Seven Havens gets when it finally launches. The show is safe for now, but anything beyond that is a bit of a question mark at this point. Even the Legend of Aang could face corporate issues depending on how the merger plays out. So while this
Noob 400 said I think they will just call Korra to beef with her lol.
It doesn't, but there is a possibility that things do change. So when is Avatar 7 coming out? No official.
You think they call Korra just to beef with her? I would beef with her too. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Korra, like, what were you thinking? Oh my god.
Release date obviously was announced, but here's what we know so far. The project is still in production. We've only seen one official piece of artwork. The Legend of Aang movie is coming out in October 2026, which that makes the 2027 release window the most likely scenario. Avatar Studios wants the movie to take the spotlight in 2026, and then use that momentum to roll out Seven Havens the following year. It also gives them time to fully polish out both books and make a strong debut for their first TV series under the new studio. So yeah, I would pencil in sometime in 2027, most likely the first half of the year, if things go smoothly. Avatar 7 Havens is shaping up to be the boldest take on the franchise yet. It's dark, mysterious, and full of potential. And we've got new characters, a broken world, and a fresh avatar, or I guess fresh avatars, whose journey won't be about earning the love of the world, it'll be about surviving it. There's a lot to be excited about, but also a few reasons to be cautiously optimistic. The Paramount merger could shake things up, but I am curious to hear where you guys' thoughts are. Are you hyped for Seven Havens? Do you like the new art direction? And are you worried about the corporate side messing things up? Let me know what your thoughts are down in the comment section. Hit the like button if you enjoyed, and until next time, this has been Wes, and I will talk to you guys on the other side of the world.
And this is part of why I'm scared to work with a whole company than an indie project, because an indie project usually stays in line. It streamlines itself pretty well, and well, depending on the motivation of the people who are doing it. But when it comes to company based things like this, you could have the best team in the world, but if the higher ups or those old heads ain't fucking with it, that's your ass at that point. And then if they feel this putting money into this is not that important, they can probably lay your ass off too. Your contract is terminated because we're going a different direction. They like saying that. We like to go in a different direction. What they're really saying is this shit ain't gonna cut it. They're not really into animation. We're making changes, and we're trying to save money. And you're expensive, so we can't have you here. Please leave, or or we will have to call security. And we'll have your picture on the wall so we know who you are. And if you try to go postal, we already have people waiting at the door for you. So don't even try. Okay. Kind of extreme to bring that up. Okay. Alright, guys. We also have this from Marvel. This is Marvel Token. Some of you have seen this with me, but this is not the trailer. This is gameplay of what this looks like. So this is a official beginner's guide of the Marvel Token fighting game, Fighting Souls. Oh, they just took the idea of the song from Marvel Rivals. That's crazy. So, let me see. Put it right here. I'm sorry if I sound super loud or close to the mic. I'm sorry about that, guys. Sorry about this. Put this here. I think Mike said he wanted to play this. I wanted to play this, but I think Mike said he was excited to see this. He wanted to play as Spider-Man. I think it was Mike who pointed it out. He liked the fact that Spider-Man has a counter system where he can just counter almost instantly because of his Spidey sense or whatever.
皆さんこんにちは。マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズディレクターパチこと関根和人です。この後の映像では基本操作やゲームルールをご紹介します。まだ開発中のものですが、8月のエボにて世界初私有を出展します。ぜひこの動画を見て予習してきてください。皆さんの私有とフィードバックを楽しみにしています。それではご覧ください。
Battles are 4v4 in a 3 out of 5 round format. The
4v4 out of 3 of 5 format. So there's... Wait, is it 4 people or 4 characters? Is it 4 people who's playing each character and we're playing 3 rounds against each other? In the same match? Is that how that works? Hold on. I feel like the placement of the video is too hard to see. Sorry about this, guys. I'm sorry. There you go.
Characters on your team share a single vital gauge. A KO is achieved by reducing the opposing team's vital gauge to 0, earning you a round win. The team who takes 3 rounds first wins the match. The assemble gauge sits just below the vital gauge and is used for assist-related mechanics. On the bottom of the screen, you can see your skill gauge. This is needed to perform powerful skills with your lead character. The first round of a match starts off in a 2v2 format. Executing a successful throw or landing certain special moves in just the right location sends the opponent flying and triggers a stage transition, reuniting you with your third and then fourth ally. Your allies also meet up with you when you slam the opponent into the stage corner or lose a round. KO! Round 2! When an ally meets up with you, the maximum values for your vital gauge and skill gauge also increase. Try to get your team together as fast as you can in order to reach your team's full potential. Here's a look at the button layouts for both controller and arcade stick. Please keep in mind that these aren't just the default layouts, but feel free to mix things up in the key config menu to come up with a custom layout that suits your needs and playstyle. Options, such as the ability to set macros for simultaneous button presses, will also be available. Feel free to take a screenshot here and start considering a layout that works for you.
I wonder if it's going to be a lot like Dragon Ball FighterZ, on how they make some buttons, like some combos, super simplistic to do, because I'm pretty sure they want people who are super competitive, but I hope it's not too competitive. I mean, too casual to the point that it's too easy to play. It should be easy to play, but not too easy to play, per se. Let's hope.
Basic moves. Left and right directional inputs move your character forward or backward. Upward inputs perform a jump, and downward inputs perform a crouch.
I don't know why you have to show this part. This is almost like explanatory at that point. If you have to tell me how up and down looks, you guys have not much to tell.
Quickly tap forward twice or press the dash button to perform a dash. Quickly tap back twice or press back and the dash button to perform a back dash. Dashes and backdashes can also be performed mid-air. Input another
Mike has said was just about to mention they released the video of this game.
Nice. I'm glad that you're here now. At least you can watch it with us. Let's go.
Jump to perform a
Tomo said hello exclamation mark carrot.
Huh. Hello. Hello, Tomo. Tomo.
Quickly tapping down before jumping from the ground lets you perform a high jump. You can block the opponent's attacks by inputting a back direction. Back while standing performs a standing block. Down and back performs a crouching block. And back while jumping performs an aerial block. There are 3 types of normal attacks: light, medium, and heavy. Each attack has variations that can be
Damn, that punch, you can hear the heavy punch sound slightly more different than that medium.
used while jumping or crouching. These attacks can also change when combined with directional inputs, such as pressing forward and heavy
said lol.
or down and heavy in midair. Unique attacks, activated with the unique attack button, perform actions distinct to a character's abilities. Captain America throws his shield in a special trajectory. Iron Man fires his repulsor blasts. Ms. Marvel extends her arm to move. Storm creates a gust of wind across the screen. Star-Lord swaps the element in his element gun. Dr. Doom creates a shield that defends against projectiles. Some characters' unique attacks feature variations when combined with different directional inputs. Each character has their own set of special moves called skills. You can perform a variety of skills.
I like how they still, right? I like how they make Miss Marvel still have stretchy arms and stuff, like Reed Richards, but like in the movie she has cosmic like powers that it's like a Green Lantern type thing going on. She doesn't like imagine them. She kind of like has these things going on with her, but it's kind of funny how they still keep the comic book version of her into this game, not the cosmic version of the movie version. I find that funny.
Using different combinations of directional inputs and the skill button.
It's gonna be funny to have someone fight Miss Marvel when they have Reed Richards in the game. It'd be so awkward.
Press the skill button, medium, and a directional input to perform a variation of that skill. Pressing the skill button, heavy, and a directional input costs you 25 skill gauge, but allows you to use the EX version of that skill, called an extra skill. Skills are not limited to the skill button. Command inputs can also be used to perform
Mike
skills.
has said all I care about is how they do Spider-Man in this game.
Bro, that's been something that's been on my mind too. I wonder how he's gonna be. I feel like it's gonna be funny if he's gonna be like the most hated character because of that automatic counter.
Skills performed with
He's gonna be like Spider-Man's gonna be like the pseudo Ultra Instinct in the game because he has an instant like counter attack in the game.
Deals slightly more damage. Super skills are powerful special moves that cost 50 skill gauge. They can be activated by pressing the skill button, medium, and heavy simultaneously. Ultimate skills pack even more of a punch and cost 100 skill gauge. They can be activated by pressing the skill button, medium, heavy, and forward simultaneously. Both super and ultimate skills can deal serious damage when worked into a combo. Link attack allows you to perform a combo by pressing attack buttons repeatedly. Press light repeatedly to execute a light route combo. This combo calls in allies to perform a series of attacks before using a skill attack, sending the opponent flying. Press medium repeatedly to execute a medium route combo. This combo features a skill attack and finishes with a super skill. Press heavy repeatedly to execute a heavy route combo. This heavy-hitting combo features an extra skill before ending with an ultimate skill. You can change routes midway during the link attack as well, such as going from light to medium to heavy.
Mike has said gotta love that let's jump this food combo.
Gotta love that let's jump this food combo.
Route powers up with the more allies you have available on your team. Slam launcher. Press down and heavy near the opponent to launch them into the air with the slam launcher. After launching the opponent, you have a set duration of time to perform a series of follow-up attacks while mid-air. With a few attacks in, press down and heavy to perform a powerful knockdown, or forward and heavy to trigger a blowback attack. Assemble assist, activated with combinations of the assist button and different directional inputs, can perform a variety of team actions. Press the assist button, or assist and forward, to summon your ally in the first slot. Press down and assist to summon your ally in the second slot, and press back and assist to summon your ally in the third slot. You can also swap with your ally character by holding the assist button when calling in the ally. Alternatively, you can swap in your ally by pressing the assist button when an assist attack hits or during your ally's standby animation. If you've summoned multiple assists, you can tag in with the last ally called in. A tag cannot be performed if either your lead character or ally are hit by an opponent's attack during the assist. There are various types of assemble assist actions. The assist attacks will change depending on the slot each ally is in. if an ally is summoned in mid-air, or after performing an attack with the lead character. When calling an assist while on the ground, the assist attack type is determined by which slot you are calling in. Tapping assist summons the ally in the first slot to perform a shooter assist, generally using projectiles. The down and assist input summons the ally in the second slot to perform a vertical assist, generally with an anti-air attack. Lastly, the back and assist input summons the ally in the third slot to perform an assault assist, an attack that leverages the unique abilities of that particular ally. Calling an ally mid-air performs an aerial assist. Assemble Rush. Pressing assist after your lead character lands an attack brings in an ally to perform a lunging attack. This costs 1 bar of assemble gauge, but it is highly versatile to keep a combo going or to cover for a blocked attack. Assemble Smash is a powerful attack that lets you endure hits from the start of your move and until just before your attack lands. On contact, you can spend your assemble gauge to perform a follow-up attack by pressing the assist button. Each ally's follow-up attack costs 1 bar of assemble gauge, but garners stronger effects. The aerial version is a lunging move that tracks to the opponent's position. Assemble Counter. Press assist, light, and back simultaneously to perform an assemble counter. This costs 1 bar of assemble gauge to activate, but endures attacks directly after activation and performs a counterattack with an ally. Use this with caution though, as it leaves you vulnerable if it whiffs. Super Assemble. Pressing a direction and assist during a super skill calls in an ally to perform their super skill. After the attack, the called-in ally will be swapped in as the lead character. Super Assemble can be performed up to 2 times in a row, making it an effective option, capable of unleashing 3 characters' super skills in one fell swoop. It costs 50 skill gauge each time to activate, so keep an eye on your gauges when you go for it. Crossover is a defensive technique that calls in an ally to cut in while you block. This can be executed by inputting assist and light while blocking, and is a great option to go on the offense, as it lets you interrupt the opponent's attacks. However, the opponent can counter this with their own Crossover Reflect. Crossover Reflect can be performed by pressing assist and light during the opponent's crossover. If you execute a Crossover Reflect at the last moment, this becomes a perfect reflect and triggers a counterattack against the opponent and their ally. Mastering the timing to execute a perfect reflect is quite challenging, but if successful, it prevents the player from summoning assists for a duration, giving you the upper hand. This mechanic can be tough to master, but give it a shot once you get a hang of the controls.
いかがだったでしょうか。よりエキサイティングな体験を提供できるよう、スタッフ一同全力で開発に取り組んでいます。世界初私有となるエポでのトライアル版をぜひ楽しんでください。マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズはプレイヤーの皆さんと一緒に育てていきたいと思っています。皆さんからの負担のないフィードバックをお待ちしています。また今後の発表を見逃さないよう各種 SNS をフォローしてください。それではエボでお会いしましょう。最後までご視聴ありがとうございました。
Let's go. Let's go. That was a good one. I actually liked it. That was a good game. I didn't like the fact that it was telling me what up and down was. That was fucking annoying, but it is what it is. Good game. Good video. Western games are doomed. Why Sony are becoming superior?
So I'm very much a homebody, almost embarrassingly so.
In this video, this is called Western games are doomed. I wonder what that means. We all know what that means.
And weekends are when I have the most time to dive into whatever game I'm currently playing through. Up until about 3 weeks ago, that was Clair Obscur, which, yes, I finally beat. But this weekend was no different. It's midnight on Friday night, and I'm working my way through Stellar Blade while my half-started copy of First Berserker Kazan is staring at me from my backlog. And as I was running around Zion, something just clicked. Both of these games have super fun, fluid combat. Both have very attractive protagonists. Both nail that one more try addiction that keeps you glued to your screen, and they're both Korean made. As I realized this, it hit me. When did Korean developers quietly start dropping all these bangers?
Then that hit you? Where have you been for the last 6 years? Where have you been for the last 6 years, lady? I don't know you, but like, come on. Shit, that's not only just to video games. That's like movies and TV shows. Shit, some cartoons. I guess some anime, but like, where have you been for the last decade and a half? Like, what the hell? Or at least 6 years. I've been a little more like 6, 7 years. What the fuck?
Started looking into it, and I guess this has just gone completely under my radar, but developers in China and Korea, places that historically haven't made double or AAA titles, have really been knocking it out of the park lately. And obviously, Japan has...
You don't use Twitter a lot, huh?
Always had their share of home runs too. But these days, with how expensive games are becoming and with how awful some of our choices are, this really means a lot. We're naturally gravitating towards the games that respect our time and money, and over the past couple years, Eastern developers have been pulling us in like a black hole, and I'm loving it. It's no secret that Elden Ring and the Soulsborne formula...
You hear this, Western games? The female woman likes the attractive people. That's crazy. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. She must be a heretic. There's no way. There's no way that the female woman likes attractive people to play as. What? 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 What's happening?
Have inspired many of these Eastern developers, and how could they not? Elden Ring was a cultural phenomenon, and yes, I've seen gamers claim Souls-like fatigue, but I think that fatigue only happens when the games are bad. So just like what Mr. Gunn said, it's really just bad game fatigue. Here's the thing though, these Eastern developers saw the genuine love and excitement people had for this genre and thought, we can make something players will love too. Most recently, we saw this with Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. Yeah, there were optimization issues at launch, but you can still see that this smaller team was genuinely trying to make something they thought would resonate with players. And since launch, they've apologized, they've released patches, and they've even given away in-game loot. Come on, they're obviously doing their best and working for us. They made this game for us, the players, and they want us to enjoy it and love it. That's the difference. Some developers are genuinely trying to make games with us in mind, and others just aren't. And the crazy thing is that these Eastern developers haven't discovered some secret formula. They're not doing anything new or ground.
No, they're just doing everything straight. Stop him! Stop him! Stop him now!
Groundbreaking, they're just getting back to the basics, making games that respect players and want them to have fun. So all of this got me thinking about the state of our industry. What is happening with Western developers, and how are they so far behind their Eastern counterparts? Now, before we get into the whole East versus West thing, let's be real. The gaming industry is getting squeezed from every direction. We've now got credit card companies trying to censor gaming content, games disappearing when servers shut down, hence the Stop Killing Games initiative, rising development costs making everyone risk-averse, live service pressure from investors, the prioritization of modern ideology over good gameplay, and us just paying more than ever for games that we don't actually own. The entire industry is getting hit from all sides. Eastern developers, Western developers, everyone's facing the same stuff one way or another. But how these developers respond is what tells you everything. When faced with the challenges, some developers are doubling down on actually caring about us, the players, because they understand we're the ones who can actually help them succeed, while others have just stopped listening to us entirely. So let's do a little dissecting of what the West has been up to. Now, be warned, it's a little bit depressing, but don't worry, we'll get through it together. And then
It's the Western world. It's always depressing.
we'll look at how Eastern developers are truly here to save the day and how not all hope is lost. Going back through gaming history, it's
Bright Roclos said lol, fair enough.
There was a time when Western AAA developers actually worked to make games with us in mind. You could truly feel that they really cared about what we wanted. Remember Assassin's Creed 2? Ubisoft spent years reconstructing Renaissance Italy with historian-level accuracy, all while giving us a beloved protagonist and story that made you care about the world even more. It wasn't just for profit or to push some agenda. The team behind the game clearly had pure love and passion for what they were making, and it was obvious that they wanted the players to enjoy it. BioWare used to obsess over connecting with players. They'd spend months, years, perfecting conversation systems and Mass Effect and Dragon Age because they understood that's how we bond with the characters. Thousands of lines of dialogue, branching narratives that actually mattered. It was all because they knew that's what their players would love. And
No, now they care about if you call someone by the wrong pronoun, you have to do push-ups. Yeah. You have to do push-ups. You need to do the humiliation ritual by the they them pronouns.
Rockstar, their track record
Bubbly Mook said lol what?
Red Dead.
Oh yeah, you don't play video games. There's a game called was it Dragon Age? What was it? The latest Dragon Age game where the main focus was about not about, but was mainly, let's just say the real protagonist was this individual species type character who didn't identify either male or woman.
Said Dragon Age,
the Vanguard, that was it, yeah. She didn't identify as, this is not the main character, this is your companion.
Bright said Valgard.
Yeah, Valgard, or Vilgard. She was not your main character. She was not playing as this character. You don't pick as this character. This is a character that is forced and thrust upon you into the game that you can't get rid of because you find them extremely annoying. She does not identify as male or female. And there's a lot of segments of that being shown. There is a particular part in the scene, in the game. There's a cutscene where I don't know if you're playing as it's your character or it's like another character talking to that same individual, and they misgendered them or something. And then because she misgendered them, out of respect for that individual, she started doing push-ups. So in the game, there's a lore where if you misgender someone, or misgendered this particular person, you have to do a bunch of push-ups.
Said your character is there.
Oh, your character is there? Okay. So your character is there with the other characters, and one of the characters is explaining something, as I think it's your character who's actually explaining. And once they misgendered the person that you're thrust upon you that you can't get rid of or replace with other characters, you have to do a bunch of push-ups if you misgender them. That was where everyone, I think, broke the line from that point. I think everyone just kind of said, nope, I'm out. I ain't doing this. I came here to play a fantasy game. I'm not here to get lectured to by modern takes. I think that's where a lot of people kind of noped out. And that fucking game lost a lot of money. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not making stuff up. This happened.
Redemption, they are making games 100% catering to the player's experience, which is why I'm really hoping GTA 6 doesn't disappoint.
That's why I think a lot of people are just going back to Dragon Age Inquisition. I think that's what everyone's doing. They went back to the old game and played that. They said they had more fun playing the old thing than the new one, because the old one, you can't even be mean in the new one. Like, I think in Dragon Age it allows you to be mean or good, like in Red Dead Redemption. But in this version, you can be mean, but you are always mostly good. So when, like, in the dialogue, so say you're talking to a character, instead of like being rude to them by choice, even if they give you a choice of being rude, so like say for instance there's a option where they say you're having conversation, they give you two option choices to talk. They say, "Oh, that's great." That's one option, and then the second option is like, "Oh my God, you're crazy or stupid," or something like that. When you pick the one that says, "Oh, you're stupid," they'll say, "Are you mad?" That's it. So when you see the sentence saying, bro, are you stupid or something? I am not. So you can't be evil. Like in the early 2000s or mid 2000s, when you chose to be mean, you could be mean. You can be evil. You can kill somebody. I think in Mass Effect, it gives you the choice to punch a woman in the face or punch someone in the face. I think it was a woman. I think she was like a councilman or something. And you can punch her in the face as Commander Shepard. I think it was a woman or a dude. I think it was a woman. And it gives you that option. Or there's one you can kill a guy if you want to, because I think some type of story narrative, you can let him live. And most people, I think, chose to kill him. Whether it was good or bad, I think they just chose to kill him because that option was there.
But across the board, going back through gaming history, there are so many examples of games that were made by people who wanted to bring players joy. You could feel the love in every mechanic, every system, every decision. Western AAA gaming was in its golden age. So, what happened? Well, looking at
DEI. Larry Fink. Activist. Yeah. And all the old heads are either dead or they left.
The state of the industry right now, it's clear that so many studios have replaced respect and passion with
Cerberski said that part.
Laziness, and just nonsense. They started shipping broken games at full prices that continue to creep up, cramming in microtransactions and live service monetization, expecting us to pay for unfinished products, then buy the rest as DLC. They've let cultural pressure override what we actually want. Now character designs have to go through committees that are terrified of making anyone attractive or appealing. They prioritize poorly executed modern ideologies over actual compelling narratives and characters.
Cerberski asks how been art?
So so everything she just said in this very positive, optimistic, kind, cheering way, she just said wokeism. Just the whole thing she just said to coin that, wokeism. Activism, wokeism, Marxism. Ugly people who don't want to see attractive people because they feel ugly. How you been, Art? I'm pretty good. Pretty good. Just making this sticker.
Is for what the modern audience desires, but where are they? Where is this audience, and why aren't they buying these games? I mean,
Cerberski said
look at the lineup over the last few years. The Concord team allegedly spent well over their $200 million
Well, how's life going, my dude? I hope you're doing well.
Budget just to make both a game and characters that appealed to no one. And then they shut down after 2 weeks. Dragon Age the Veilguard was in development for 10 years and somehow still launched with insanely awkward and lecture-heavy dialogue.
Ah, there it is! There it is! There it is! The thing I just mentioned, the woman who's confused about her whole life, literally sat there and told her mom that she's neither nor what, and her mom's like, what the fuck is this? Everyone was like, what the fuck is this? Everyone who played this said, what the fuck is this? That's crazy.
Everything. The Saints Row reboot with over $100 million budget completely ignored.
Oh yeah, Saints Row, that was horrible. Horrible. They literally just replaced every Saints Row character with a bunch of college individuals who are struggling to make money, and somehow they're a part of a gang and doing a bunch of gang activity. I don't understand, but they look like they're going to prep school. I don't know. It's weird.
And concerns and just steamrolled ahead to failure and ultimately the developer's demise. And
yeah, bro, gotta get those eyes checked.
Star Wars Outlaws only sold 1 million copies in its first month, despite their massive marketing spend, causing their stock to crash to a 10-year low. Then there's Assassin's Creed Shadows and Skull and Bones. Flop after flop with these same awful formulas, costing the company over $178 million in losses for the last year. And their CEO keeps making these tone-deaf comments about it all. He can't be stopped. The list goes on and on. Suicide Squad, Redfall. What's the result of all of this? Mass layoffs across the industry, studios shutting down, and these companies bring all of this upon themselves. They cut corners, push low-effort development, and chase that mythical
Ryu the Samurai said, well, the world did blow up in the beginning of Saints Row re-elected.
Well, the world did blow up. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Hey, play.
Who are actually supposed to buy their games. Studios that have been around for decades are getting shut down left and right because they followed these awful formulas, prioritizing monetization over quality, ideology over gameplay. There has been so much money wasted. This is basically the state of Western AAA games. Like I said, depressing. I mean, these are supposed to be some of the best of the best.
Code.castellads.caffeinated.event_chat.viewer.event_message.attachment. Ryuga Samurai said then some alien
And
simulation
stuff happened, yeah. And then they rip open a world to hell and all that stuff.
So many of their recent titles felt like they were made by people who just didn't care, or at least didn't care nearly enough. And we're at the point now where it's become so easy to recognize that disconnect and the lack of effort. I mean, you can basically tell immediately when you see a new trailer whether or not the game
is woke or not. Say it. She don't want to say it. She's smart, but then again, she knows what it is. She won't say the word, but we all know what the word is. It's just wokeism, Marxism, and a lot of stupidness. It is what it is. She won't outright say it, but we all know what she's trying to say. It's just wokeism. And it's not working. It does not make money. There's a reason why it doesn't make any money. There's no money in it. There's never been a time that this thing actually makes any true money. It just doesn't.
Game is gonna be a hit or a miss. Yes, still looking at you and that beautiful glistening head. But all of this brings us
Ryuga Samurai said, yeah, we get what she's trying to say.
The small teams of developers in China and Korea.
She just chooses to talk about wokeism in the most longest form possible. I'm not mad at her. It's just like, well, she gotta get rid of that algorithm. But it is what it is.
Are fighting to put out double and AAA games while facing these same pressures, and so many of them are succeeding.
Some bootlicking idiot's gonna look at this and say she's a heretic. She's trying to shill and grift and all that stuff. I'm like, no, she's saying what every 1,000 of people have been saying for the longest while, for the last, I don't know, half a decade now.
For what they do is shining through. They're fully focused on respecting their audience and giving us, the players, what we want. Fun fact, Black Myth Wukong's team spent 4 years traveling around China to 3D scan real locations out of pure love and authenticity. You can feel how much they cared about the source material, story, and the characters. I love that little Buddha. And they shared that passion with us at every step. And you know what? It worked. Black Myth Wukong cost around $42 million to make and has sold over 25 million copies. That's what happens when players feel like someone actually cares about them versus trying to force things on them that they don't want. Stellar Blade gave us a beautiful female lead and calculated physics for every single movement.
Don't say that. As a woman, you shouldn't say this. You're gonna be ousted from the community of womanhood. You saying a woman's attractive in a video game is crazy.
Compromise on a 60 FPS. The game launched pretty much bug-free too. That's them caring about our experience, and you can feel it in every animation, and the numbers prove it. Stellar Blade hit 3 million copies sold with
Ryuga Samurai said hyper-proportioned.
Hyper-proportioned, right?
I mean, that's a legit accomplishment, right?
Oh, no, we don't call it hyper-proportion, we call it 002 proportions. 002. Remember that one?
Protagonist and good gameplay really are an unbeatable combo. Another recent one is Lies of P. They took the Souls-like formula and crafted this haunting, twisted, Pinocchio-like world with such attention to detail and polish that showed genuine love for both the fairy tale and the players who love this genre. The market responded, and Lies of P sold over 3 million copies, hitting 1 million in its first month alone. And this also just gives me a chance to say, Eastern developers across the board are not afraid of making games that look good. Attractive, beautiful characters that aren't trying to check boxes, but are just trying to draw the player in and add to their experience and enjoyment. No intentional...
No, you're making too much sense. You gotta stop talking. You're making too much sense. Oh my god. Can someone please stop her? She's making too much sense. It's fucking up our whole shit. It's like, stop.
Nerfing of their looks, no agendas, no ulterior motives, no nonsense. Just good-looking, pretty, attractive characters and designs. And I've said this
Bright
before,
Rocklers said Lamau.
I don't understand why this is so hard for Western...
You are not... I'm telling you right now, this lady is not getting any key codes from Samyak anytime soon. The next the next Spider-Man game, I'm telling you, she's not getting no key codes. If she's the type who gets key codes, she is not getting none. She is not getting any key codes whatsoever.
Developers, stop making your characters less attractive on purpose. But getting back on track, are all of these Eastern games perfect? No. I had the occasional frustrations.
Bright Rockless said, "I'm sorry, Mary Jane."
I wouldn't say Celebrate's story is my absolute favorite, but here's the thing. They are trying. Just like with what I was saying earlier with Wu Chang, they're clearly trying. They're at least putting in the effort, and you can easily see that these developers are working to make something they hope will love. The genuine care still comes through, even if the execution isn't always perfect. Yes, we want to get our money's worth and don't want to buy broken things, but from what I've seen across the internet, we're not expecting perfection, even at the AAA level. If you can see that the developer is valuing and respecting us, we're genuinely pretty forgiving, right? And it's clear that these developers are at least attempting to do that and serve their audience well, even when they don't nail every single thing. The total gap and difference between the approach to development between Eastern and Western devs is just so massive at this point. It's
because it's a culture thing. It's not a dev thing. It's not a money thing. It's not a dev thing. It's not a corporate thing. It's a culture thing. That's literally what we're fighting here. It's not like all this. It's a culture thing. That's ultimately what this is. Sadly. And that's the root of all of this. All of this, everything from your movies, your everything, your corporate, anything, from your work, it's the culture itself. Change the culture and everything will be fine, but if you can't, then...
It's almost like they're going in complete opposite directions of each other.
It's like a rotting tree from the inside out. I think a Demian said it. It's like having a bunch of termites in your tree. You gotta burn the tree off to get rid of the termites. You gotta literally destroy the whole tree just so it doesn't affect the other trees.
One is obviously right, and the other thinks they're right while blindly charging ahead into the fire. And since we're talking about developers serving
Talk about fire.
Their audience, I feel like I can't make this video without at least mentioning that there are still some incredible Western indies who are fighting the good fight. Claire Obscure with Sandfall Interactive pouring love into every story beat, accompanied by great gameplay, sold over 3 million copies, and now they're having meetings with Square Enix. I'm not a card girl, but Balatro was made by one person over 2.5 years and sold over 5 million copies, finding real success with its audience. Animal Well spent 7 years in development to create...
Oh no, Jeff Keighley sucks off that game like no one's business. He sucks that off like no one's fucking business. Viracho, that card game, oh god.
A highly praised Metroidvania that during launch month outsold every first-party Nintendo game on the Switch's eShop. Great job. And another Crab's Treasure, the Souls-like from Aggro Crab, reached 500,000 copies sold in just over 3 months, with the developer saying, you can't engineer virality, but you can put heart into the game. Heart. That's what we're talking about. Baldur's Gate 3 has sold over 15 million copies. You can feel how much Larian loves this game along with its audience. Hogwarts Legacy.
Because majority of the characters there was actually attractive. And I'm not counting that bear shit. That shit was wild. That's, to this day, I don't know how we're okay with that whole bear scene thing. That shit was wild. I still weirded out to this day. How is that not considered the Gooner game of all things, but something like Nikke is considered super Gooner? Like, how is it wrong for me to look at a very voluptuous, over-proportion sized female that still looks like a female I can procreate with, but something's not off when I can see a trailer that indicates to me that I can have my way with a fucking bear? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, what? Bro, there's some weird double standard on that. No one finds that weird? What the fuck?
Sold over 30 million copies because someone finally tried to give us the Harry Potter experience we've always wanted. When you look at these games, you can clearly see a difference versus all the Western flops, right? The AAA disasters with their massive budgets will continue to be completely outperformed by developers who show genuine love, care, and appreciation. The pattern is crystal clear. When developers make games for us, we respond, even when the games aren't perfect. That response sends a clear message that developers who try will be rewarded over developers.
Ryuga Samurai said the funny part about Nikke is that barely intimate stuff happens in-game. Just fan service and sadness.
Yeah. Fan service and sadness. You're not wrong. Wait, hold on. Wait. No, let me make. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Hold on. I want to see something. Can I get your voice in here? Okay. There we go. Wait, hold on. What about there? Yeah, but it's just fan service and sadness.
Creating a beautiful renaissance. You know that moment when you start a game and within minutes you're like, oh, this is going to be good. That feeling is coming back to gaming. Because when developers prove that actually caring about players works, it gives everyone else permission to care again too. When studios see Black Myth Wukong making $1 billion or Stellar Blade having immediate success on Steam,
they double down and start saying you the same shit every time. I know what she's gonna say, but like, let's be honest, they're not doing that. They're not trying to do that. They're doing it with they're doing it like Jake said. I'm gonna do it, but I'm not gonna like doing it though. I'm gonna show my distaste for doing it.
Certainly, the whole industry has to choose. Start actually thinking about your players, or watch the developers who do care about us leave you behind. This success is spreading. More Chinese and Korean studios are feeling confident that caring about players works at a AAA scale, and they're branching out beyond Souls-likes into every corner of gaming. RPGs, horror games, action titles, bringing that same respect for players wherever they go. Just look at what's coming. Tides of Annihilation, which I'm super excited for, Phantom Blade Zero, Blood Message, Crimson Desert, finally launching. Hopefully, Project the Perceiver, doing this philosophical storytelling thing, Showa, American Story, tackling alternate history. That feeling is coming through in every trailer, every gameplay reveal. These developers are trying to make something we'll love. And every game we buy is a vote for what kind of industry we want. When we support developers who make games for us, we're funding care over corporate nonsense. And right now, especially, our purchases matter because the developers who get it are fighting for us and fighting to keep that focus alive. Here's what I really believe. This isn't East versus West at all. It's genuine care and passion versus contempt and disrespect. Developers who build with their audience in mind versus studios who've stopped thinking about us entirely. And after all of the chaos that's infected gaming development...
No, they don't. They didn't stop thinking about you entirely. They just think about the 3 or 1% that they think is more important than the entire... See, the problem with this is most of... Well, I'm not going to say all Americans, but these corporations have the philosophy in the reverse of what Central Prime said in the Bayverse of Transformers. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Actually, quite frank, it's the opposite. The needs of the few outweigh the needs of the many. That's what this has happened. That's what has happened for the last 10.5 years. Almost 10 years.
The samurai said, yeah, those groups don't buy the game.
And those groups don't buy the game. They bitch and moan. They screech and yell. They have no money. They usually live with their parents or they live with a roommate somehow. I'm telling you, they don't have money. But they have a lot of time to be on the internet and make a bunch of TikToks about absolutely nothing. There's a reason for this. There's a pattern in this. There's a pattern. So yeah, I don't think they've forgotten us. They just choose to forgotten us. Because they think, like she said, the modern audience, which is that 3%, does not make up for the majority. And majority of that 3% has no money. And especially in this economy we're in,
Over the years, I still feel genuinely hopeful. We're proving that our voices and our wallets do make a difference and that the future of gaming will be written by the developers who value what the players want. The Renaissance is real, and I can't wait to see what comes next.
And for a white woman, you have a very happy smile about what's going to come up next in the future. Me, I have a dystopian thinking about this. I think most men my age, or at least know what I'm talking about, the 1984 is real, people. It's eventually coming, one way or another. It's dystopian as shit. Listen, there's a reason why a lot of people like cyberpunk. There's a reason.
Thank you so much for making it to the end of this video. Are you feeling this shift too? what are some of your favorite games lately? Ones that clearly had a passion and respect for the player. I would love to hear your thoughts because honestly, my backlog is never big enough. Thanks again for being here, and I'll see you in the next one.
I like how she's so positive about the bleak future. So bleak. Let me see here. Okay, so it says it's the most hated anime manga sequel, and that is referring to Boruto.
Naruto is one of the most well-known and beloved anime that curated a whole generation of anime fans. It was the bridge that allowed many people to cross the gap from being a normal functioning human being to a zero-grass touching otaku. I am one of those said people. Naruto has a soft spot in my heart. It is extremely nostalgic not just to me, but for a plethora of anime fans. And once the Naruto series was nearing its end, Shonen Jump had to step in. They could not allow one of their cash cows to end right then and there. Kishimoto was pretty much held hostage by Shonen Jump and forced to sign a contractual obligation for them to use Naruto's IP to make a sequel, which was how Boruto was ultimately made. I know the title of this video says that Boruto is the most hated anime/manga sequel ever, but that's more clickbait than anything. Although there is some truth to it, I believe it is more polarizing and controversial. There is a clear divide within the Naruto fanbase on what they think of Boruto. One side very much dislikes Boruto, thinking it is inferior in every way to its predecessor and should have never been made. The other side very much enjoys Boruto for what it is and looks forward to what it has to offer. I was once a hater of Boruto, kind of unwarranted since I never watched or read the series besides the Boruto movie when it came out, so my only opinion was based on what others said online, which was that the anime is garbage, so I never actually gave it a chance. But one day I was curious because I heard that the manga was solid from quite a few people, and I saw that it was currently only around 100 chapters, so my curiosity got the best of me and I dove straight into it, reading all 100 chapters within a few days, and I'm not gonna lie, it was a fun read. This is not me saying that Boruto is better than Naruto, not at all, it's not even close for me. There are aspects of Boruto that I like and others that I dislike, so I kind of want to go over the entirety of Boruto in this video to explain why some people love it and why some people hate it. So with Boruto, the premise and story basically is about following the next generation of kids coming from Naruto, and within the timeline the series takes place in is around 15 years into the future after the 4th Great Ninja War arc, where a lot of foreshadowing and detail is given in order to explain the plot of Boruto, like who is Kaguya, what is her background, where did she come from, why is the
Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Details so important to her. What is her significance to the history of the Naruto world? And to give you guys a better insight on why certain events are occurring in Boruto, I have to first give you a rundown on how everything came to be. So here's a quick history lesson of the Naruto universe and how it all began. It all started around 1,000 years ago when both Kage Otsutsuki and Ishiki Otsutsuki landed on planet Earth with the plan in mind to cultivate a divine tree and harvest its chakra fruit. But in order for the divine tree to bear fruit, it must first be grown from the sapling, and that's where the Ten Tails comes into play as the role of the sapling. For it to fully grow into a divine tree, it must first consume an Otsutsuki. Seeing that there are only 2 of them, unfortunately for Kaguya, she was branded to be the sacrifice for the Ten Tails because of her position as a low-ranking member within the clan. Although, that's not how things turned out. She betrayed Ishiki and stabbed him in the back, wounding him to the brink of death. Nevertheless, with time on her hands while the tree is still growing, she lived among the humans to satisfy her curiosity of them, where she slowly started growing an attachment towards them. But that didn't last long because she was ultimately driven into consuming the chakra fruit due to an ongoing war. With her newly found powers, she casted the infinite Tsukiyomi, putting the entire human race under a genjutsu, which in her mind created peace. Although she still had some lingering attachments for the humans, so she released some of them, but erased their memories of what happened. And just shortly after, she then has twin sons, Hagoromo and Hamura, who both adopted the ability to control chakra from their mother, who ruled the lands with an iron fist, which many humans weren't a fan of, and those who rebelled against her she dealt with by annihilating them. This is what made Hagoromo and Hamura confront her, to which she responds with an all-out battle lasting for months, where ultimately Hagoromo and Hamura were able to overpower Kaguya and seal her. And that's all the information you really need to know to understand the story of Boruto, because if we fast forward to the start of Boruto without skipping a beat, the very next villain introduced is Momoshiki Otsutsuki, who is related to Kaguya, or at least from the same clan as her. He came to Earth to check up on how Kaguya and Ishiki were doing with cultivating the chakra fruit from the divine tree. This introduction is kinda similar to when Dragon Ball transitioned to Dragon Ball Z. Just let me know if this sounds familiar. Our main protagonist from the previous series has a son, and out of nowhere a random alien comes down.
Oh my god! I tell you something, a copy of a copy of a copy is a copy of a copy until it just turns black at that point. Like, I tell you something, nothing's ever truly original. It's derived from something that was original to them. Oh my god, you can't escape it. I think it's just human nature for us to just copy what we see. What the fuck? What the hell, man? I didn't even see that till you played that out. Like, shit. Damn it! Now I can't unsee this. Fuck! Oh my god.
Check up on the status of their comrades and how their mission is coming along. All for them to find out there seems to be no progress whatsoever. They make it their goal to complete the mission their comrades
Oh my god.
Our protagonists fight in order to stop them. The son also plays a pivotal role in defeating this new enemy. Although I'm making this comparison between these two sequels, only one of them is revered as an amazing plot twist. You guys have to understand that no one at the time saw this coming, even within the Dragon Ball fanbase. Akira Toriyama just dropped a surprise bomb out of nowhere with zero foreshadowing. Dragon Ball was basically a gag series. It follows a silly kid with a monkey tail that knows martial arts and likes to fight. Boruto feels like it tried to emulate what Dragon Ball Z did, but missed the mark completely. Granted, the series is still ongoing, so there's still time for the story to marinate and develop even further. But as a fan of Naruto, I like the groundedness of the Naruto world, where it was just ninjas with cool powers running around doing ranked missions. Now it's the entire ninja world battling against extraterrestrial beings. The scale of the world is heading towards astronomical levels. This goes into why I feel a lot of fans hate Boruto. I feel confident when I say this in that Naruto fans were not very fond of Kaguya coming in as the last villain. A lot of them felt that it should have ended with Madara. He was the overall better antagonist. Well,
let's be honest, when Madara came in, and then not only that, they technically did not defeat this dude. If anything, Madara won the fight. If you really stop and think about it, he won that fight against the whole nation. The whole, Shinobi Alliance. Because remember, he had both Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi literally stuck in one place. And they had no choice till he was just waiting for them to run out of chakra and then it would have been over. But because the Zetsu thing took over his body and then all of a sudden the whole Kaguya thing happened, I was like, oh shit. But when you really think about it, if that didn't happen, he would have won that fight. Let's just call it for what it is. He would have won that, per se. Because no one was able to beat him. No one actually beat him on a hand-to-hand combat thing. They just got lucky that the alien just woke up. That's it.
Written with an amazing backstory, great presence and personality, and he was foreshadowed basically since the beginning, all for the writing to peace out on him at the very last second, revealing a Randy Orton level of a plot twist saying that it was Black Zetsu behind all of this since the dawn of time. And guess what? Kaguya was the one who created Black Zetsu, so it was actually her that plotted this all along. Like I said, not a lot of people like this portion of Naruto, so when the majority of the story in Boruto focuses solely on the Otsutsukis, it felt a little questionable. Not because it was the wrong thing to do, obviously they needed to flesh out what they recently introduced in Shippuden, but it's because it was one of Shippuden's lowlights. And it also doesn't help that the manga is a monthly release, pretty much making the plot progress very slowly, if at all. When the first Boruto movie came out, I had a certain perception of where they were taking the story, how they were probably going to focus on the transition from being a traditional ninja towards a more technological one, but I never thought scientific ninja tools were going to be used as body augmentations. I more so thought they were going to be tangible items. And this all started with the introduction to Kawaki, first by revealing more and more about the secret organization he was a part of. We find out the name of this organization is Kara, and that they're led by none other than Ishiki Otsutsuki, who is currently under the alias known as Jigen, or rather that's the name of the vessel that currently holds Ishiki. And the reason for this is because Ishiki needs a host to revive himself in after almost dying to Kaguya, but Jigen isn't a perfect vessel. If Ishiki revived in Jigen's body, then he would die in a couple of days because the body won't be able to handle the amount of chakra he possesses. That's where Kawaki comes in as the perfect match, being able to handle Ishiki's karma. And a karma is an Otsutsuki's biological data that can be compressed into a seal onto any compatible vessel. It's pretty much an extremely large file that downloads very slowly, and when it hits 100%, the Otsutsuki who planted the karma is able to revive and take over whoever they planted their karma in. Ishiki did this to many individuals trying to find a suitable vessel, but the majority of them perished besides two of them, one being Kawaki and the other being Code. But he had a white karma, making him an unsuitable vessel for Ishiki. And during this time, Kawaki was treated very poorly by Code as well as Jigen, which caused him to grow resentment towards the karma and the Otsutsukis. When he ultimately decided to escape from Kara, he was found by Konoha and was treated with a type of kindness he's never experienced before by Naruto. This will be a pivotal moment within the series, causing Kawaki to make very poor choices in the future. But before I dive into that, I want to talk about another important character within Kara, and that would be Amato. He's a technological genius who is able to single-handedly create cyborgs combined with an Otsutsuki's powers that exceeded that of Jigen himself. And to give you an idea of how strong Jigen is, he was able to defeat both Naruto and Sasuke pretty easily. You also didn't hear me wrong when I said there is someone with the capabilities to create cyborgs that can rival that strength. So the majority of the scientific aspects in the series went towards these cyborgs, all having their own individual personalities, but they were pretty dull and underwhelming. So not only are they one-dimensional as characters, but they're also extremely strong, which can be a bad combination when trying to make compelling villains. And when you do a one-to-one comparison to another villain group that Naruto has shown, it becomes more of a glaring issue. With Akatsuki, each one of them has a certain trait about them that makes them interesting and has a viewer gravitate towards them, whether it's their personality, background story, or combat abilities. The Kara members don't really have any of that, and the fact that someone artificially made their strength and abilities makes it even worse.
Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Oh, God. You know, I'm not even mad this is a spoiler. I'm not mad. I'm kind of glad. I didn't have to go sit through this shit. Oh, God.
Leads into a power scaling issue where the only people that are able to fight them on an equal footing are Naruto and Sasuke, making the majority of the side characters more and more insignificant. But even with the characters in Boruto having lackluster development, at this point in the story, I was still intrigued on what direction they were taking the series in. I mean, even after the defeat of Ishiki, there were still problems that needed to be resolved and new ones that were arising. One of the main ongoing issues is that Boruto has a karma implanted by Momoshiki during their battle, and the karma is almost fully complete, which will cause Momoshiki to fully revive. But that's not the only issue. Remember when I mentioned Naruto treated Kawaki with an extreme kindness, that of which he's never experienced before? Well, Kawaki grew an insane attack.
As far as,
Mike has said I wonder this too. I don't want to say yes and I don't want to say no, but I don't think yes is a solid answer. But I'm glad I didn't watch it but then again, what he's telling us is based from mainly the manga and he's not even talking about the anime, he's talking about the manga. So I'm pretty sure most of this good stuff that he's telling us that makes sense isn't in the anime all the way. I'm pretty sure it's in the anime, but not as fully fleshed out. So it might cause confusion, or it may not be as good. So far, I think he's just reading this based on the manga. And if this is coming from the manga... said I forgot where I left off of.
Damn. Brian's my only hope. He was my only hope on that, but I can't answer that question. That, like, if you like Naruto, then you might like this, but then again, I know at the very beginning stages of watching Boruto was horrible because it's a giant filler for, like, no reason. Like, a bunch of unnecessary things happen that has nothing to do with the plot. Yeah, so, like, that's up to you if you want to watch the anime. If you're reading the manga, I'm pretty sure the manga does not give you a bunch of filler. So, I'll say yes for the manga, but for the anime, probably not. But then again, I'm like, if you can go through filler to the point where they actually get the story actually going, then yeah.
Attachment for Naruto, one that he would do anything to protect him no matter what. Even killing Boruto was not out of the question because of his karma now making him a threat to Naruto, and that's exactly what he did, or at least tried to do, even against the wishes of Naruto. I mean, I know why he made the choices he made, but it was kinda out of the blue. In the end, I think everything turned out fine when the manga sequel came out, which is when I started to be more invested in the story. Before I talk about what I like about it, there's still a topic I want to mention, and that's the power system in Naruto. It had a lot more potential in my opinion. This is a portion of Naruto that could have been more prominent or expanded upon in Boruto, but they went towards a different path. I think that's one of the more disappointing aspects of Boruto. Naruto's power system isn't spoken at the same level as Hunter x Hunter, but the complexity that it has and the sheer amount of diversity that it brings makes it one of the more compelling aspects in Naruto. The way chakra natures work in combination with ninjutsu is pretty awesome. The best and probably the only example I can think of when someone trained to improve a jutsu is Naruto combining the Rasengan with his wind chakra nature to create the Rasen Shuriken. There was so much creativity that could have gone into this, but it was never expanded upon further in the series. And I think it's because the majority of the jutsus used already have a chakra nature imbued in them, like Fireball Jutsu with a fire chakra nature or Chidori with a lightning chakra nature, while the Rasengan is just a ball of chakra without a nature property in it. This is just the basics of ninjutsus. There are many other subclasses like medical, sensory, sealing, reincarnation, etc. But there's also instances of chakra being imbued into weapons, and just like the Rasen Shuriken, you're able to imbue a chakra nature into a weapon similar to when Sasuke added his lightning chakra nature into his sword. And to add another layer of intricacy to the power system, there's also Kekkei Genkais. They're DNA anomalies that allow users to handle unique techniques. There are 3 general types of Kekkei Genkais. 1 is dojutsus, which are unique eyes with special perceptive abilities. 2 is body manipulation, the ability to use one's own body in unique ways. And 3 is advanced nature transformation, combining 2 basic chakra natures into creating a new one. And there's an even more advanced version of the Kekkei Genkai called the Kekkei Tota. The only known example is Inoki using particle style jutsus combining 3 chakra natures, earth, wind, and fire. I also haven't even mentioned the 2 other aspects of the power system, which are Genjutsu and Taijutsu. Genjutsu is a sensory attack onto your target, creating illusions and tricking their body into experiencing physical sensations like pain. And to perform one onto your target, you must pour your chakra into.
What's funny, when I'm watching a horror movie with my girlfriend or something, and we're watching something together, and then there's like a moment where someone's being like, they're seeing things that's not there. She does not know this because she has not watched Naruto either. It's funny, I have her watch the most essential anime. That's horrible on my behalf. I'm sorry. But the point is just like every time we watch a horror movie and there's like a moment where someone's getting like fucked with, like, who when they're seeing things that are not there, I always refer to it as a genjutsu. That's what I always call it. She always gets confused when I say that because she's like, what is that? I'm like, it's just a hallucination. That's all it is, per se. But then again, it's like, it makes sense, but then it was like...
which can be done through a dojutsu like the Sharingan with eye contact, or through direct physical contact, or via sound. And on the other side of the spectrum, we have Taijutsu, which is just simply hand-to-hand combat. It requires no chakra, so basically all shinobi uses it, but only a couple of them use it as their primary fight style, like Rock Lee and Mike Guy. They train and perfect many of their taijutsu techniques like Leaf Hurt.
Yeah, she watched Shonen, it's just I never got her to watch the other shows, because remember, she's exposed to the seasonal type anime. So that's where the problem comes in. And because she's into more seasonal anime, having her watch Dragon Ball straight, and like, it was already hard enough to get her to watch One Piece. Now she's in love with One Piece. But it took a while for us to get to One Piece, because I was not even thinking she was going to like One Piece at all. But the fact that she likes One Piece, and she actually obsessed with it, makes me feel like she watching Dragon Ball won't be that far off. But then again, I have this weird feeling I should have put her on Dragon Ball, Naruto, and then One Piece. Or at least Dragon Ball first, One Piece, then Naruto. But, that's what happens when you don't take priority on these things. Because having her watch Dragon Ball or Naruto is like having her to watch Black Clover. Because Black Clover, I think, literally, I said this, is the last bastion of the type of shonen you're going to be watching from now on. I don't think they're going to make shonen like Black Clover, Naruto, Dragon Ball, Yu Yu Hakusho. I don't think they're going to make these type of shows that seem like it just keeps going. I think it's going to be forever seasonal at this point because people's brains are too, lost in the sauce at this point. So, sadly.
Named Primary Lotus, even having the capabilities to open their 8 inner gates, boosting their overall physical strength and speed. So why did I give you the whole gist of the power system for Naruto? Well, the point I'm trying to make is that in Boruto, they kind of throw it all out the window with how they handled scientific advancements. It's kind of like a cheat code skipping all the necessary steps to become a full-fledged shinobi. Granted, the majority of the scientific tools don't play a significant role in the story. Rather, it's the body modifications from scientific advancements that make individuals stronger than they actually are. But I like the portion of Naruto where characters train for weeks on end and finally showed off the fruits of their labor. That's why Rock Lee was one of my favorite characters, everything from his flashback all the way to the most iconic moment in the series. I mean, even Naruto doing rigorous training to learn the Rasengan and finally pulling it off in a fight was very rewarding to watch. All for Boruto to learn that jutsu within a few days just seems insane to me. This sort of had a similar feeling to an Avatar The Last Airbender transition to The Legend of Korra, where many people knew how to use lightning bending with little to no effort. It kinda diminishes a lot of what I like about Naruto, which is the hard work and dedication they put into getting stronger.
Wow, they just copied each other. That just now hit me. I forgot. They was using technology more advanced in Korra. Shit. That just proves like everything that goes down to advancement just becomes an AI like foreshadowing, foretelling type thing. Everything's gonna be suckish because everything's just a click of a button. There's no effort towards it.
So far, I've only been negative about Boruto. So what do I like about Boruto? Why have I kept up with this series? The first reason why I've kept up with Boruto is just curiosity. I want to know where they're taking the story, even after...
The epitome of hard work plus him doing Drunken Fist was awesome.
Yep. That's why he's like... I'm not gonna lie, he's the true main character. He should have been the Child of Destiny, if you tell me.
Mentioning that the plot is kind of lackluster. I'm looking at it from a rose-tinted lens. I came into the series with a point of view that it was going to be trash. Throughout the pre-time skip, there were certain scenes I couldn't help but laugh at, but the more I read, the more I couldn't stop reading.
I have a question. Is Rock Lee, like, okay, he has no jutsu inside him? Like, is that a genetic thing? Like, I just wonder, like, is that a genetic thing for you to have jutsu in you? That's something I always wondered. Is it something he just chooses not to do, or his body can't do? Or is that something he chooses, like, I don't know. Is that like a physicality DNA type thing? Or that's like something he chooses not to do because he thinks it's too hard. So therefore he does the taijutsu instead, because that's more easy to, I don't know, comprehend, I guess.
Became a guilty pleasure of mine, and in a flash,
because I know he was made fun of in his flashback for that, but I didn't know how, like, can he use it or can he not use it? That's my question.
Chapters, making it to the post-time skip where my interest reached its peak. Boruto and Sarada became more compelling as characters due to the situation they were put in and how they individually handled it. Ada, another cyborg Amato created, found Kawaki after his attempt to kill Boruto and offered to help him during his escape. With her omnipotence ability, she subconsciously caused Kawaki's desires to come true, switching everyone's memories of Boruto's history with Kawaki's, basically swapping their lives with one another, causing the Leaf Village to betray Boruto, chasing him away and branding him as a traitor instead of Kawaki. Only a few individuals retained their memories, and one of them being Sarada. The Leaf Village turning on Boruto was such a traumatic experience for her that she was able to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan, and this was the only reason that Sasuke believed her cry for help, asking—
I don't think he can. Bri, is there any more about that?
Yeah, Bri might know. Wait, she gets her new eyes because she's saddened that Boruto got betrayed by his own village? I thought that only was triggered by extreme trauma, by something happening tragically, like someone dying. I know being betrayed sucks, but I don't think that's... I feel that's a weird cop-out for that to happen. I don't know.
The samurai said, honestly, I don't know. I assumed that he don't have chakra, but he can stand on water and walk on trees.
Oh, so he does have a little bit of it. He just...
UNTRIX said, Master, I texted you on Instagram.
Okay, I'll look at that. Oh, that's who you are.
Filler repeat in Naruto. I remember Naruto and Rock Lee swapped bodies, and Naruto couldn't use Jujutsu, but Rock Lee can, but it's filler, so I think it's filler? I don't remember.
Does the filler even do we count filler? I don't think we can. Can we? Does that count? Because, like, there's that... Yeah, I'll check it out. I promise.
Him to help Boruto escape, which they successfully did, and throughout the 2 to 3 years from the aftermath, Sasuke has been training Boruto. And on Sarada's end, she stood 10 toes down, trying to convince everyone that Boruto is innocent, but no one pays her any mind, making her carry the burden of knowing the truth of what actually happened. This brings us to the newest manga series for Boruto, which is 2 Blue Vortex. We see that Boruto becomes extremely strong in just 2 years, and it's not only because of Sasuke's training, but also with the help of Kashi and Koji. He was another member of Kara created by Amato using the DNA of Jiraiya, and after the Otsutsuki's power that Amato implanted in him awakened after a near-death experience fighting Jigen, he was able to foresee the future through multiple times.
Wait, are they actually together? That needs work, but what do you think? Not bad. Not bad. I like it. I drew this a long time ago. Why am I now seeing this now? It was on June 5th. Oh, you sent me the reference with Kowloon. I think it's Kowloon.
Timelines. With this ability, he was able to map out a plan to train Boruto in a way that drastically improved his overall strength in a short period of time. The villains to me are more intriguing comparatively to the ones in Kara. They have a similar upbringing to the Chimera Ants from Hunter x Hunter, where they are both newly sentient beings, and now they're trying to figure out how to navigate their newly found feelings and emotions from their innate instincts. The story is also slowly starting to involve.
It says here still needs work, but what do you think? I like it, but like, is that a chain? I think there's a chain around his neck. I think the focus. There's a chain around his neck and his. Wait, no, it's behind his neck. Okay, I thought it was on his head. I like it, but need to put a little more volume on the head. If we put a little more volume on the head, I think it will look a lot better by widening it. But I would also draw in the shoulders, so it really enforces that we're looking at the character from a up-down perspective. That we're looking down on the character to a degree, or they're lowering their neck.
More of the other villages, which I'm a fan of, and I believe good things will come, but only time will tell. So is Boruto the most hated anime/manga sequel ever? Yeah, maybe. But is it the worst? No, far from it. There are other sequels out there that are definitely much worse in every single category than Boruto. There's a few I could think of off the top of my head, one being 7 Deadly Sins Season 3, Tokyo Ghoul Season 2.
Better yet, I would hold off, and I will send you a video on what to do, so you don't get confused. I'll send you a video.
And Promised Neverland Season 2. I think Boruto just has big shoes to fill, and it also betrayed the trust of many OG Naruto fans, which you can tell from this manga sales chart for Boruto slowly declining over time. And hopefully for all the Boruto fans out there, it doesn't end abruptly like many other Shonen Jump series.
Said I will make another one soon.
Okay. That's fine. Okay. That was a good video. I don't think that was a bad one. That was a pretty good video. No complaints on my behalf.
Shonen anime isn't just.
This says One Punch Man from masterpiece to a mess. What happened?
Punches and power-ups. It's deep, with themes like loss, loneliness, purpose, and identity. It's why fans tear up when a mentor dies or a character finally achieves their dream. Unless, of course, you're watching One Punch Man. One Punch Man is amazing because it mocks the shonen genre while also digging deeper than many of the shows it parodies. It's sharp, hilarious, and quietly profound. A rare combo that makes for one of the smartest anime in its genre. Not only that, it had everything going for it. Insane animation, hype yet silly visuals, and a soundtrack that rivals Beethoven's Sixth Symphony. But let's rewind to fall 2015. Nobody really knew what to expect from One Punch Man, at least among the anime audience. Made by an anonymous creator with wonky art, but surprisingly incredible writing. And suddenly, thanks to the dream team of animators and artists that produced Season 1, it exploded into a full-blown cultural moment.
Alright.
For its time, helped push anime.
Always makes sense of why you're doing that. Make sure to make sense of why you're doing that.
The show hit the anime scene like a meteor. Overnight, Saitama memes were everywhere. Okay, became iconic. Anime fans and non-anime fans alike were hooked. The anime had hit the mainstream, and it wasn't just because of the fights, though those were good and very satisfying. It was because the show felt new. Saitama wasn't trying to be the best hero or earn anyone's respect. He didn't really care about respect, and he had all the power he would ever need, but because of that he felt nothing. The twist, the emptiness, was the hook. It resonated with viewers and leaned into its comedy. Where shonen anime are about the climb, One Punch Man is about what happens after you reach the summit. And it turns out it's pretty lonely up there.
That's fine.
Too bad he didn't have today's sponsor, Polybuzz AI. He could have been chatting with anyone. Hell, I'm chatting with him right now.
I've defeated every villain, but nothing defeats this boredom.
Hey, buddy.
Bro, I'm sorry.
Only if you've got
no. Bro, we're not doing this. I am not going to promote the idea of you talking to a fictitious robot. Luton. Sometimes when you name a character, sometimes the name should have significance. You should look up what that word is and what it means, and if it has any significance to as a character. Or has significance to the overall story to the character.
Let's be real.
You'd be surprised how much that type of research goes into a character.
Handled by Madhouse, a studio that doesn't just animate fights, they make them feel like events. Like every punch and movement has a purpose, and that one punch that hits at the right moment is history being made. These are people who brought us Hajime no Ippo, Hunter x Hunter, Death Note, Monster, and Black Lagoon. We have seen what they can do, and that was quality, tone, and good animation. And that's exactly what Season 1 of One Punch Man did. Every battle, whether it was Saitama one-shotting a kaiju or Genos melting a mountain, it looked and felt characterized. It felt interesting and new, much better than whatever crap Disney was working on that year. And the facial expressions,
let's go.
Faces twisted with emotion, the camera angles whipped around like live-action shots. There was impact in every frame. And going back to the character animation, the comedy landed so much harder because of the reactions that our characters go through. They were so well timed. The satire hit deeper because the show looked better than what it was mocking. It's like someone wrote a love letter to shonen while also burning the note at both ends.
And that's up to you. You don't have to ask me. If you want to take that 1,000, go ahead.
The first season of One Punch Man follows Saitama, an ordinary man who trained so hard he went bald and became unimaginably powerful, able to defeat any enemy with a single punch. However, his overwhelming strength leaves him bored and emotionally unfulfilled. However, the villain and monsters he took down didn't grant him any recognition. This, tied together with his unfulfillment of a true challenge, left him a ghost. This strength, however, gained him the attention of Genos, a seriously highly disciplined cyborg hero. Genos' backstory reveals that his family and hometown were destroyed by a rogue cyborg. He was saved, rebuilt by a scientist named Dr. Cusco, who gave him a powerful cybernetic body that looks slick as hell. That metal sheen, my brother. Genos seeks vengeance and hopes to grow stronger by becoming Saitama's disciple. Surely someone so powerful can teach him a thing or two. The two are both unregistered heroes at the start of the story, and a large part of the first season is the two of them getting registered, becoming real heroes with the Hero Association. The Hero Association is a formal organization created to protect civilians from monsters, villains, and natural disasters. It serves as a central governing body for the professional heroes. Heroes are also ranked in 4 classes, based on their performance, strength, and, in some cases, public popularity. These ranks are displayed alphabetically going backwards from C to A and then S at the end. To become a professional hero, individuals must take an entrance exam, which includes a written test and a physical fitness exam. 2, they have to get evaluated and assigned an initial class based on said performance. For example, Genos took the test and immediately went to S rank. However, if you score low in one of the tests like Saitama did, you will get C rank. If you're in C class, where inactivity will result in you leaving the hero program, you get fired. That should be enough for you to get the idea of what the show's story has to offer. But there's so much more. And you already know this soundtrack goes so fucking hard. From the first notes of The Hero by Jam Project, you know you're in for something ridiculous yet powerful. And throughout the season, the OST delivers banger after banger. Explosive guitar riffs during some fights, soft, haunting melodies in quieter scenes. The music elevates everything. It makes even Saitama's bored monologues feel somewhat profound. and Genos' cringe but drastic speeches feel 10 times more intense at times, until they use the music to revert expectations and make a joke that pays off all the more. But let's give credit where credit is due. One Punch Man was created by a guy who literally went by the name One. Just One. He posted original webcomics online for free, and despite the rough art, the writing struck a chord. As I said earlier, it was smart, funny, and at times philosophical, in a way that caught people off guard. Then came the manga adaptation. Not the same thing. Murata's redraws brought the story to the world stage with insane detail and something that is really personally important to me in a manga, easily understandable movement. The anime took it one step further, combining said visuals and everything from before with world-class animators. Captured everything I've mentioned so far, bone-crushing action and the external themes perfectly. This wasn't just a shonen, it wasn't just a parody, it was a reimagining of what shonen could be. It made fun of the genre because it understood it better than most. And this was reflected in the sales. The first Blu-ray DVD sold approximately 8,865 copies, reflecting strong demand and enthusiasm for the anime. The high-quality adaptation contributed significantly to the manga's popularity. By June 2017, the manga had sold 13 million copies in print. This number grew to 20 million copies in 2019, and by April 2020, this series had sold over 30 million copies worldwide, solidifying it as a major franchise in modern shonen. However, after season 1, the unthinkable happened. Season 2 of One Punch Man wasn't just a step down, it felt like a betrayal. After the legendary first season, this fell short. Not just in one area, but in every single area. Instead of a strong follow-up to the biggest anime of the year, possibly of all time to this point, what we got was a lifeless continuation that looked, sounded, and felt like a shell of its former self. This wasn't just a disappointing sequel. It was the moment One Punch Man lost its shine, and it's standing as one of the most iconic anime of the decade. It looked so bad. Gone was Madhouse. Gone was the wild camera movements and dynamic choreography. That cinematic presentation, gone. Instead, Animation Studio JC's staff stepped in, and it was painfully obvious they were not prepared. JC are genuinely a very competent studio, all in all. They have produced many anime that have done very well, that care, and with the attention to detail that made it respective of the manga and show, and helped those shows stand out. However, while this attention to detail is seen in Bakuman, Konosuba, and even though it hurts me to say Food Wars, they are not strangers to criticism. Way of the House Husband was criticized for its lack of animation, but personally, in that case, it didn't bother me too much. Rather, I felt it lent to the comedy. Personally, it didn't feel like the animation is what would have made that story so strong. Rather, it's the situations the House Husband gets into, and the constant reverting of expectations. However, that can't be said for One Punch Man. Movement is necessary, and fights in this season looked flat. Movement was stiff, expressions were static, even the color grading felt off. Muddy, lifeless, dull characters who once bursted with energy and charm now stood around like a cardboard cutout. It was a hollow reflection of season 1, distorted in every way. Key moments that should have hit, like Garu's battles or the introduction of powerful new monsters, were completely undermined by lackluster visuals. This is One Punch Man, a show that is literally known for pushing comedic visuals and at times animation boundaries. Season 2 failed to raise the bar. This might be because the narrative was more complex, or maybe episodes having a lot of exposition made them feel flat. Regardless of the reason why it failed, it did, and it didn't live up to the expectations set up by the first season. There was a 4-year gap between the first 2 seasons, and in 2015, that was an eternity. In today's anime climate, that's kind of the norm. But back then, that was a long time to wait for a second season. However, in that time, the buzz for the show didn't die. If anything, it got louder. Fans were ready. The internet was ready and waiting with blind faith that whatever came next would be worth a surprisingly long wait. However, I remembered when I saw the first red flag. I remember seeing the teaser trailer for the second season, and I saw Genos. The first thing I felt when I looked at this visual was discussed. Gone was the dynamic, slick, shiny cyborg, replaced by a dull, muddy metal that looked as much out of place as it did bad. When the show itself aired, I discovered that this was the style they went for every piece of metal in the anime. And there's a lot of metal in One Punch Man. Cyborgs are kind of in every single season, but it goes deeper than that. The energy was gone. The show didn't feel like a passion project anymore. It felt like a contract being fulfilled. Sure, the story arc was more complex, with the Monster Association build-up in the background and new characters like Garo taking center stage, but instead of hype, it bred boredom. The stakes felt unclear, and most people stopped talking about it online, unless it was negative. This was a show that once broke the internet. How could it come to this? Now, it's not even talked about. The biggest shift behind the scenes was obviously the studio change. Madhouse to JC staff. I think that JC just weren't built for this style of heavy action visuals. It's a demanding style. The showrunners didn't seem to understand the DNA of the first season. The timing, the irony, the exaggeration, even the storytelling was weaker. And the result was a season that feels off. Scenes that linger a little too long. Fights that cut too quickly. Comedy with timing that is awkward. It doesn't feel like the same creative minds were steering the ship. And in truth, they weren't. Personally, me and my friends were not just disappointed. We were genuinely confused as to how this could happen. How could a show with this much success be handed off like a second-rate project? Like some seasonal isekai. The brand took a hit, not just because the story wasn't delivered in the right way, but because of the execution's carelessness. Season 2 genuinely has a good story. It focuses more on the world building, the Hero Association and the Monster Association. New S-class heroes. On paper, it's a natural evolution. Bigger threats, more characters, higher stakes. However, there is criticism to be had. Personally, I think side characters take up a large amount of the screen time. Exposition dubs are heavy, and Saitama's, the little heart of the series, is sidelined in a tournament arc. Best part of the story by far, mind you, but that's the closest we get to the first season. The show stopped being about what made it unique, and it tried to be like the battle anime it used to poke fun at. We can see this shift in shows that rely on satire. The biggest example
Hey, Potato, what's going on?
of it is The Simpsons. The Simpsons became as a razor-sharp critique and satire of American family life and the sitcoms that dominated TV at the time. It made fun of everything, poking fun at sitcom cliches, political absurdity, and the corporate influence through its industry. Its early seasons were clever and held a mirror to society, from education, religion, to capitalism. But over time, especially from the mid-2000s onwards, the show gradually shifted from satire to a self-parody.
Well, that's good. Hope she feels better.
Instead of critiquing pop culture, it began to chase it, relying heavily on celebrity cameos, over-the-top plots, and meme-friendly moments. And its once grounded characters became exaggerated versions of themselves.
Hey, Sonny.
And the show strayed, embodying the very tropes and shallowness it once mocked. I don't want the same to be true of One Punch Man, and I hope the season 2 was build up for a massive payoff, a payoff that will deliver not just through writing and story, but through visuals that this story deserves. Right now, my hopes are not high. The anime community has realistically stopped caring about One Punch Man. That's the scariest part, because it's not people like hating on something that kills a fandom. It's silence, the apathy, the sense that the magic is gone and the show won't improve. And until season 3 disproves that, One Punch Man won't be remembered for its amazing story and for what its anime could be, but instead a cautionary tale of unmet expectations. Season 3 is set to cover the Monster Association arc, which runs from chapter 86 to chapter 170 in the manga. In the manga, this arc is often praised as the peak of One Punch Man's storytelling. It's where the characters like Garo, Tornado, and even Saitama himself are pushed into the spotlight in ways that they haven't been before. The size, however, is a double-edged sword. Trying to squeeze that all in to the start of season 1 and season 2 might force production to cut corners, just like it did in Season 2. It raises real concern. Can the arc survive another rushed adaptation, or will it suffer the same fate? But now, the damage to One Punch Man's reputation is undeniable. Its legacy right now is that of broken trust and shattered hype. There could be a silver lining though. It's not being led by a fresh studio. This is the same studio, and they've got a chip on their shoulder. They've something to prove. Instead, JC are returning, even though that announcement was met with widespread criticism because of what happened with Season 2. One Punch Man Season 3 is an opportunity to win back its reputation, to prove the anime is more than a one-hit wonder. But if it fumbles this arc, this season, one of the manga's most beloved storylines, then it won't just disappoint. It will permanently destroy its brand. Season 1 was lightning in a bottle. Season 2 was a cautionary tale. Season 3, regardless of which way it goes, is the turning point.
Okay. Interesting video. Huh. That was interesting nonetheless. Ugh.
Did American Eagle just run an ad for eugenics?
You guys are complaining about that Sydney Sweeney jeans ad, so I went and saw it.
That's Nazi propaganda.
Boy, did I.
Oh god, here we go with this.
Shonen anime isn't just...
I'm not listening to that shit. I'm not listening to that.
Ryuga Samurai said, oh god.
I would play that to listen to make fun of, but I know that's gonna get me nuked out of this guy, so no. Why women? Oh wait, I don't think it's a good idea to put this, no.
So Marvel still has not taken the hint that their product has become a big steaming pile of horse manure, refusing to see the forest for the trees no matter how many flops they produce or the wave of fan backlash that inevitably follows.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson?
Listen, no man!
The first half of Ironheart was proof
Very not.
positive that even when given ample opportunity to course correct, Disney simply can't help but push the DEI agenda and social justice narratives at the expense of telling even a remotely competent story. Ironically reinforcing negative stereotypes and painting their own characters in such a terrible light that one can't help but laugh at the tone-deaf nature of it all.
I stole that one, but not because I'm black.
Technically, you should never write off a show before it's over because...
Oh wait, sorry, you guys can't see it. My bad, guys, I'm sorry. I almost forgot. Your teacher's tired as fuck. Oh my god. Yo, I knocked out hard after playing what do you call it? Peak with Mike. I don't know. That game can be mentally taxing real fast.
It's been a long time, but not anymore because I've been active again.
Let's go. Let's go. I'll tell you, bro, like, I don't know, Peak takes a lot out of you. You gotta mentally think that through. He's like, oh man. Yeah, makes sense. And one false move can just fuck up the whole thing. Oh, my eye. Okay. I gotta put water in my eye. I'm yawning and shit.
So Marvel still has not taken the hint that their product has become a big steaming pile of horse manure, refusing to see the forest for the trees no matter how many flops they produce or the wave of fan backlash that inevitably follows.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Oh man.
The first half of Ironheart was proof positive that even when given ample opportunity to course correct, Disney simply can't help but push the DEI agenda and social justice narratives at the expense of telling even a remotely competent story. Ironically reinforcing negative stereotypes and painting their own characters in such a terrible light that one can't help but laugh at the tone-deaf nature of it all.
I stole that one, but not because I'm black.
Technically, you should never write off a show before it's over because sometimes things can surprise you. But I mean, come on, does anyone think this has a fucking chance in hell at recovering in the slightest?
No.
Never learn, do you?
We open up with a flashback to Parker and John breaking into an extravagant mansion, one which has a suspicious lack of security. After precisely 30 seconds of searching, Parker finds a hidden safe he just happens to know the combination to. Just as he's about to open it, he's caught by the one lone previously absent security guard who apparently covers this entire large property. I guess he was busy taking a shit or something.
You gotta go.
Before he can be detained, the guard is shot by...
Which one has showed us since I last here, and shit isn't out anymore.
John, ending the flashback. I'm sure that scene was absolutely necessary and not just added to pad the runtime. At Pizza Hut quarters, the LGBTers are sitting around having
the LGBT in ears.
Unalived comrade. By the way, I like how they're shown eating pizza, but like, who the fuck made it? This doesn't seem like a functional pizzeria. Since Parker is aware of Retard's betrayal from the previous episode, he drops hints that he knows, throwing shade in her direction. But he is also sure to let everyone know that the next mission needs to be flawless. Because up to this point, he's been really fucking lenient with mistakes. And as per tradition, we have another cringe title screen drop. Back home, Retard is analyzing the piece.
Lavender's hyacinth emoji. Dilly said, hey.
That shit was funny. Since forever ago. Hi. Nah.
Said I'm back, master.
Welcome back. Hey, Lav.
Of the hood she jacked during the heirloom heist, coming to the conclusion that it has some sort of internal combustion, but the energy doesn't match any known source on planet Earth or elsewhere. Her mother comes into the room and Retard completely fails at not acting.
Oh my god, dude.
I came to see if you need to come clean.
Lavender's hyacinth
Clean
emoji.
about what?
Dilly
You
said,
need
hey,
anything
what's up?
clean? I'm on my way to the laundromat.
Look, I really don't know about black moms, but I do know that if she was Eastern European, this shit would warrant an immediate kitchen interrogation. I'll tell you what, to my melanin abundant viewers, let me know in the comments exactly how this would go down. Also the Asians and the Latinos, I don't want you to feel left out. As her mother...
So you want might be the name of choose. Okay. No. No. No.
Leaves, the piece of the hood disappears and Retard
I can't.
thinking Parker
Okay, I can't play this. He said it like 3 times. I was like, no, bro.
Dilly said whack.
I can't do it. It's gonna get me in trouble. He said it like 3 fucking times. That's gonna get my ass in trouble.
Dilly said what you're doing today.
Hold on, I gotta switch it. I wanted to watch this. It sounds funny, but if it was on TikTok, I'll be watching this with no problem. Because I know for a fact if it was just on YouTube, I wouldn't probably. And on Instagram, I don't give a fuck. But we're on TikTok, so TikTok is gonna have a meltdown.
The High Republic is coming to an end. I forgot it still existed. Did you guys forget about the High Republic?
What are you doing today? Yeah, so today, I'm trying to get this sticker out. Get this sticker. When did this happen? Oh, anyway. Trying to get the sticker done. I gotta fix that top. It looks horrible. And then, maybe we'll play Peak. I don't know if Mike's still here. I don't know.
The only thing I remember from the High Republic was that a bunch of these books were already at Ollie's and the dollar store, and I'm seeing them at yard sales. I'm seeing them at thrift stores, and apparently it's ending. So they had a 5-year mission to boldly destroy Star Wars, and I think they were pretty successful in killing off a lot of interest in Star Wars. I'm going to be honest. The High Republic was a massive massive failures. They did the Young Jedi Adventures, I guess, was part of that too, and that was a disaster. Does anybody watch the show? Like, the toys went directly to Ollie's, and there are pallets and pallets full of these Young Jedi Adventures toys, and of course the Acolyte. We're going to talk about the Acolyte too. People are trying to use the end of the High Republic.
Oh God,
to
not
make a
this
case
again.
for bringing back the Acolyte, but the Acolyte was actually part of the High Republic project, and it is an abject failure. So they nuked the expanded universe, and they nuked it in favor of this shit. And now they're probably going to go back to the EU again, right? Because they need Knights of the Old Republic. They need more stories that actually have withstood the test of time. Nobody's going to remember any of these characters. Nobody's going to remember any of this stuff. And this was Kathleen.
So this is a episode of Clownfish, and Neon's talking about. What's the name of it? Neon is talking about. Hold on, just not sure.
Kennedy's.
Okay, yeah. Neon is saying, or it's titled, "Rest in peace, Star Wars. The High Republic is over." So pretty much, Star Wars is double, triple, quadruple dead at this point. So it is what it is.
Doing this was, as I understand it, this was Kathleen Kennedy and the Lucasfilm Story Group wanting to do stories about diversity in dinosaurs. Remember that whiteboard they had when this whole thing got announced?
Have a good night, Bob. I'll look at what you sent me.
They had a whiteboard, and they had
after I'm done
everything on the whiteboard that was important to them in telling the stories. And they actually had like diversity in dinosaurs above like good storytelling and cohesive plot and characters that people actually give a shit about. Yeah. Wow, who could have foreseen this being an unmitigated disaster? And again, this is just another sign, I think, that the pendulum is kind of swinging back, at least to center, or at least toward the center. Let's put it toward center. The pendulum swing back.
What's your Insta ID? It's the same name. It's on my Instagram.
Toward the center, because I don't think that current year Disney would have greenlit something like this. I think they would have looked at it and been like, yeah, this is absolutely going to drive off a whole bunch of our Star Wars fan base. It's very hokey. It's all the 2018 talking points, and that era of entertainment is over. It's over. We're gonna see some stuff get flushed through.
Okay. What's with the dots? I don't know why are you putting dots at the end. Most people do that is try to. I don't know what's up with that.
Pipes here in the next year or two, but that's going to be the end of it, I think, for the most part. I mean, it's still going to be stuff here and there, depending on who's making it and what audience they're making it for. But the whole purpose of the High Republic was to change the audience, I believe, of Star Wars. And then all the math, all the data says that despite that, the audience for Star Wars is still mostly middle-aged men.
Said that's my
and that's it. It's middle-aged.
Yeah,
men.
that's what I realized.
That's, you don't have to like it, but that's what the audience for Star Wars is, and none of this helped win anybody over, I don't think, to Star Wars. Actually, I think Darth Vader and Fortnite did more to win young people over to the dark side than Disney Star Wars did.
Said, how is that a habit?
If I'm being honest, right? So this is this is a bit of a eulogy. We're going to talk about it. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. Go out to news.com.
They put DOS a lot, and it became a habit.
Podcast. We have more podcast content. We have a bunch of podcasts actually recorded. We need to get them up. We just haven't had time. Very, very busy.
Kind of like those people who like to put LOL behind every fucking thing they say.
The last couple of weeks. And keep Sir Charles Toasty Butternuts Pendragon in your thoughts and prayers. He's dealing with a bout of hip dysplasia, and now we got to look at options for that. Probably surgery. I don't know. Have you seen the Bad Friends podcast? He's a good boy, but he's just kind of laying around. So we've been
I've never seen
all
that.
that too. So anyway, let's talk about this. I got to give a hat tip to Indiana Blotto.
I've not seen that.
The High Republic was over before it began. I wouldn't wipe myself with this if all the toilet paper in the world suddenly vanished. Dan, Star Wars Centralized. Actually insane, the High Republic is officially over.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, most people forgot about it after the first couple months, and then they kept like shoving it into everything. I hate that they retconned George Lucas's Star Wars, or at least expanded universe, and it just, I don't know. I thought it was trash. I thought the whole thing was trash. But thank you, Indiana Blotto, for the tip here. So the last thing that they're doing apparently is this comic book. We'll get to that, but let's talk about this. This comes from the Direct. Lucasfilm says goodbye to Disney's historic 5-year Star Wars experiment.
No, I'm on TikTok and YouTube and Instagram, so I don't think it will be. Because dude said like the R word like 3 times. I was like, if I was just watching just on YouTube, if I was doing reactions just on YouTube, I would be like, fuck it, I don't care. But because TikTok is such a pussy, I can't.
Failed experiment. Star Wars experimental interconnected universes set in the High Republic era is over. The High Republic Star Wars 5-year-long experiment in creating interconnected storytelling across multiple mediums has officially come to an end with the release of a one-shot comic. Just a one-shot comic. Like, how do we end this thing? Just do a comic, whatever. None of it matters. I'm going to tell you, I think a lot of stuff is going to get retconned out of existence. Probably on the watch of whoever the next boss at Lucasfilm is. I think a lot of this Disney era stuff is going to get retconned. And again, it's so weird. They try to make these new characters stick, and people want the old characters. They want characters from the EU. They want characters they care about. They don't want these new people. Who the fuck cares? Didn't half of these people get killed off in the Acolyte anyway?
I haven't heard it say
Spoiler.
the R word, but yeah.
The High Republic began in 2021 and in the coming years led to more than 2 dozen novels, over 100 comic books, and more being released within that timeline. Yeah, a lot of these comics were trash and people didn't read them. It started out strong. Sales started out strong. I think people were curious. Or, they were trying to buy off the New York.
Right now it's Gachiaka. It used to be like My Hero or something, but I'm gonna say Gachiaka.
Dilly asks what our word.
Times bestseller list, because that also is the thing that happens. It really does happen. I don't know, but all these books are still on clearance at Ollie's. They're still sitting there and nobody cares. On July 30th, the High Republic,
Well, you describe a disabled person to a degree.
finale was officially released, subtitled The
On their mental state.
Beacon. The one-shot comic marked the end of Disney and Lucasfilm's publishing initiative known as the High Republic, meaning that it also brought an end to the Interconnected Universes Phase 3.
It is a loaded question because there's so many animes out there that you like. There's just so many. Like, I don't like picking the mainstream shit because it's always so mainstream. Like, everyone says the same one. It's just so boring. So I like to pick something that's a little different, like Mob Psycho, Gachiaka, probably Jabba's Reincarnation. And hello, Rosie. How are you?
The issue was written by Kevin Scott, an author and mastermind behind the High Republic storytelling. Its official synopsis teased that one last celebration will take place, the decisions made, and their fate will be sealed. Yeah, it's over, man. I don't know who any of these characters are.
It is worth it.
Remember, was it Geode, the rock person? It was just a rock that piloted a spaceship. Remember? No, you don't remember.
What do you mean?
Nobody does. Multiple variant covers, of course. Multiple variant covers for the issue have already been revealed, including one of Anakin Skywalker and Dooku. Yeah, okay. So let me get straight. The whole purpose of this was to introduce all these new diverse characters that people were supposed to fall in love with and see themselves in. And we have to
keep interaction up again. It boosted views a little last time. NASA just a tiny bit.
Yeah, I should have begun to boost the views a little bit last time. Just type it.
Set it over 100 degrees in par this week.
It's over 100 degrees in PA this week. Oh, okay. Alright, if anyone knows any anime like K-pop Demon Hunters, please let him know. There's thousands of like that, but they're usually not good in quality. If anyone's gonna say to you, they're gonna just say Demon Hunters.
Do a cover featuring Anakin,
Demon
Skywalker,
Slayer,
Count Dooku, and Grievous. Characters people actually care about. I'm just saying. This is how we're going to sell this book. Nobody's going to buy it for the characters nobody knows, but they'll buy it for Anakin Skywalker. The comics release is officially bringing the High Republic to a close. That does not mean the era will never be explored in Star Wars in the future. No, I don't think it's going to be. I think they're done. Just that the interconnected story known as the High Republic is over. So yeah, the Light of the Jedi, I still see these at Ollie's for like $2 or something. Before that, the High Republic was known as Project Luminous. Back in 2018, this is, Justina Ireland and Charles Soule, Kevin Scott, Claudia Gray, all these people that spend a lot of time online complaining about politics. Got announced, overarching story, blah, 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 blah. They talk about sales. It's worth noting that other Star Wars projects have been set during the High Republic. For example, Disney Plus's The Acolyte and the Young Jedi Adventures take place within the High Republic era. Young Jedi Adventures, a massive, massive failure. If toy sales are to be believed, I don't think any kid is actually willingly watching this shit.
Nope.
But they're not part of the
Fuck no.
Initiative. Yeah, well.
No one is watching The Acolyte like that. No one. No one. No one. I'm telling you, no one. No one's talking about this show like that. No.
It's part of the whole thing. I mean, it is.
Unless you're part of that Tumblr fanfic bullshit. And that's not even going that far either.
Another positive is that brought a core group of writers together and allowed them to create the creative freedom to build the entire High Republic franchise. Oh, they could pull from this for TV shows and movies and shit. No, they're not going to. I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to look at like that was a huge fucking waste of time and money. Nobody likes anything from that era. The High Republic books were a failure. The comics were a failure. The kids show was a failure, and The Acolyte was a failure. But that's okay. They're still trying to get another season. Of course they are. Of course they are.
I told you. I said this. Westerners do this. We'll keep bashing your head against the wall till you actually like my beaten, bloody, skull-looking face. Like that's how it is. Westerners do this. We have a show. You push said show. Show gets a little popular. Then you fuck it up. And then from that point on, we just keep pushing the fuck shit till it totally goes off the rails, till it goes to a different studio.
Dilly said it kind of reminds me of Simpsons, haha.
That shit is crazy.
Wins huge support from fans. It's not returning for a second season, though. They're not giving up on it altogether. What are they doing? Are they going to do a comic book tie-in? Is that what they're doing? A live-action future remains non-existent. Lucasfilm has released 3 related projects this year alone, which I recommend. So a visual guide, a book, The Wayseeker by Justina Ireland, and Star Wars The Acolyte, The Crystal Crown by Tessa Gratton. So, again, books. Because it's not worth doing another season of the show. And they're not going to. It's over.
Dilly said good morning.
It's over, guys. Why did they cancel? We don't understand. They're bringing toys out. Hasbro's still making new merch based on The Acolyte because it takes months. It takes months for this stuff to work its way through.
No one's buying that shit. That's why it's at Ollie's.
I guarantee you this was greenlit before the show dropped, and they probably didn't want to bring this guy out, especially
No, their heads was so far up their own ass, their hubris got the best of them. Now they're contracted to make toys that no one's gonna buy.
Lavender's hyacinth emoji. Dilly asks where you from now?
That's crazy. They're gonna make toys that no one's buying because it's sitting at Ollie's building dust for no reason. Why would you? Why? That's what happens when you are too prideful in your bullshit.
The dude with the smiley Darth Smiler, is that what they're calling? I don't know. Smiles Vader.
Like, I don't even blame the DEI hires or either the activist that's working at Lucasfilms or under Disney's. I blame Disney ultimately. This is Disney's fault. I blame Disney completely for all of this. This is not the activist fault. This is not any of them, not the tumblers, none of that. It's Disney's fucking fault.
Lavender's hyacinth emoji. Dilly said, yeah, I hate useless merch. That's just a waste.
Like, let's use this is the same example when Eddie told Double D that you encouraged Ed to act the way he did, and because he acted the way he did, he caused so much problems for us this episode. That's what this is. You encouraged Ed, the activists, and all of them, those idiots who think they know better, who don't know jack shit from their ass, because most of them are confused anyway. And then when you tell them the truth, you're the evil person. But we're making no money, but you're evil still. How does that make sense? I can understand if it was making money and you're talking jack shit. That's one thing. That proves that you're just being a hater. But when you can see with your own two eyes that there's no way this is working out for any of us, we're all gonna lose our jobs, then it's going to be over for all of us. But no, if you point it out, you are the bigoted idiot who don't like certain people and fucking stupid.
Smiles Morales, I don't know. But they're,
said I have so many complaints.
They weren't
yes, Disney sucks. I'm telling you. Actually, that is Disney sucks. Majority of all Western companies that used to be something back in the early and late 2000s and even 80s are just horrible. They're corporate as fuck. They're not even the same anymore. All the people that used to be there is either dead or long gone. Like the Kermit voice.
Him out because it was a huge spoiler. So they're going to wait until after the show's over. But they honestly probably thought there was going to be a season 2. Well, I don't know. It's Hasbro. Hasbro anymore. Like, why the hell you would even take a chance on any Disney Star Wars at this point? Anything Disney. I mean, Vaders and Kenobis and Han Solos and Palpatines and Lukes and Leias, they're all rotting on shelves.
You know, it's what's even more funny is that I think, if I remember right, I'm not even a fucking Star Wars fan. I don't like Star Wars like that. When I look at Star Wars, I literally call it Space Samurais. That's it. That's what that is. That's what literally Star Wars now, and I can say that with confidence now without any real backlash, because Star Wars just sucks, like, beyond anything. I'm not even a Star Wars fan. I know it sucks. Star Wars fans know it sucks. It's just horrible, right? But, like, the writing was right on the wall as soon as you made a Obi-Wan Kenobi show and it didn't do well. What do you think your girl boss show is gonna do? Fucking stupid. Correct. And then they use a beloved character that everyone loved from either the cartoons, the Disney cartoon, the Cartoon Network cartoon before it was acquired by Disney. Like, they know this. They know this, that Obi-Wan Kenobi is like one of the best favorite one other than Anakin and all that stuff. And for that to go left the way it did, and they still made their girl boss twin, all is one, we are all type bullshit, and that didn't go well. What the fuck? Like, talking about being tone deaf. Tone deaf as shit.
Inconceivable 10 years ago.
Good.
Absolutely inconceivable. And here we are. This guy's, yeah. They might make so few of him, though, that he winds up being...
Well, you're better off being a Ghibli... Yeah, you're better off with Ghibli than you are with Marvel. Marvel sucks, too. Marvel had its problems in a little before the Endgame, but it was terrible enough to say, okay, it's not that big of a deal. You can get past this, even though some stuff was kind of stupid. But it is what it is. Hey, YouTuber Josh. But like, they should have rebooted the whole Infinity Saga as soon as the Endgame came through. But they got too full of themselves and started making the Loki. I think what they should have started. No, the time they should have. So the time it changed. Any better graphics and costume?
Rosie Sketches said, "Now I'm more DC."
You're more DC.
Rosie Sketches said, "Fan."
I gotcha. So like the time they should have changed. Yes. The times where Marvel should have restarted is, I think that should have been when the Loki series. When Loki did the whole like multiverse thing, they should have just literally restarted everything.
Disney is going through a downfall.
That was the moment they should have changed everything. As soon as Loki made the multiverse thing happen, that's when they should have just changed every actor from that point. And that's where the reboot should have happened. But they still continued with the Loki story with the movies. That was the only time they should have did. That was the perfect time to do that. But man, now fuck, we're screwed.
Worth a lot of money. I mean, that actually happened with the Netflix She-Ra. They released dolls at the end of the series, and I think they were only at Target, and they actually go for a lot of money.
You want to be the live action Miles Morales?
They were on clearance as soon as they were released.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I love the multiverse
day they
too.
dropped, our Target had them.
Like the multiverse would have been the perfect way to bring back, like the multiverse saga would have been, or I don't know if it's referred to as saga or trilogy, whatever you want to call it, but the multiverse situation arc should have been the reboot for everything. So you got new actors from that point on. Everyone's a new actor. Even changed the dude who played Loki as well, because like everything should have been changed like instantly. Everyone changed, looking different. Everything should have been changed. Everything, from Tony Stark to Thor to all of them. That was the perfect time to get everyone's contract to be like terminated or renewed or whatever the case may be, or what the term is, and then get brand new young actors to play these characters, and it doesn't feel like it's a rip away from like a Hugh Jackman or Tony or RDJ or Chris Evans or even Chris Hemsworth. There was no rip away because it's a literal change from a multiverse era where you can change them completely.
Dilly said, "Yeah, Disney needs a reboot."
And then now Kevin Feige has to play the racing game as fast as possible to change everything, to reboot everything, per se. And then again, they said that a Fantastic Four movie did pretty okay, or did well. So that's a good step in the right direction. But I wonder what will happen if they get to Doomsday or Battle World or whatever the fuck they're gonna call the movie for the reboot, to start the giant reboot with all the multiverse characters. If this happens, does that mean that Pedro Pascal and all the other characters who plays these characters, are their contracts gonna be terminated too after they get the reboot, or they're gonna be in the new reboot with the new actors? Because that's where I think bringing new characters in is kind of problematic when you get to the end of this whole reboot. Because like same thing with the Flash movie. They did that with the Flash movie where, well, then again, I don't think that's connected.
Dilly said, "I didn't watch it. Doomsday feels interesting."
Yeah. I don't know. I think everyone's kind of like fatigued with Disney's bullshit, and it's hard for Disney to make a reboot because everyone's kind of tired of Disney's bullshit. So it's kind of annoying.
For like $3, and we didn't buy them because they look like shit. And Geeky hated the show, and she has like all the She-Ra stuff, and she's like, "I ain't touching those with a 10-foot pole." Well, nobody did, and they sat there for a while, and now they're worth like a ton of money because nobody wants them. But so there you go. There's a reason to buy some of this High Republic shit. Maybe in 10 years somebody will want it. Be like, I'm nostalgic for the High Republic.
Well, we'll see.
My two moms tried to get me to read it when I was in middle school, and I told them to piss off. I was too busy playing Fortnite, but now I'm all into it. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap it up. There it is.
Yes, they will. The irony about majority of most movies and video games, mainly movies I'm speaking to, like Disney or like kids, I noticed that back in the day, in the early 2000s, late 2010, like early 2010s, mid 2000s, late 2000s, and beginning 2000s and 90s, and so on and so forth, Disney was at its most diverse when it was not trying to be diverse. All right, later, Lavender. Like it was at its most diverse when it was not trying to be diverse. That's the irony in all of this.
Rosie Sketches said, "I agree."
That's the giant irony in all of this. And when you point this out, some bootlicking idiot is going to say, "No, it was never diverse," or if it was diverse, it was not diverse enough. Yes, you want me to put the character who is Native American, who's missing two legs. They are non-binary. They go by they/them pronouns. They're also some type of neurodivergent. They have two moms, and they also are a space alien that also identifies as a tree frog. Oh, and they also have, like, I don't know, they're biracial or something. I don't know. That's what they want you. That's what in their head is what diversity is. Push the limits so far to it's so. It's like it's right. Like they push the limits so far to the point like it's almost unbelievable. Like, it's unbelievable. And this is why I teach in the idea of character design. Less is more. Less is more. A lot of beginners do not like hearing this because they think if they put a bunch of scars, a bunch of clothing, a bunch of bandages, a bunch of everything under the sun that you can probably think that Tumblr has taught us, put everything that you think makes them interesting, it has to be appearance and physical. But that's not the case. Less is more. What makes most characters memorable is based on their silhouette, and the less they have, the more memorable they are. Like, right now, like, I can use an example. I like Bleach, the anime. But if you were to ask me what is the name of this character from the captains, I cannot tell you. But I can tell you what they look like. I don't know what the big fox furry man name is, but I know he's a fox furry man who used to wear a basket on his head. I can't tell you the black guy's name in the show, but I know he's blind and he wears a cool visor and he has some cool hairstyle and he's really cool and stoic. I can't tell you who the drunk guy is, who hangs out with the white-haired one, but I know he's white-haired and only wears a pink hat and he's always drunk all the time. And notice something I just told you. Each of them has one or two things going on with them. They're not missing a bunch of limbs. They don't have a bunch of scars on their face, legs, and knees. They're not going by a bunch of pronouns. They're not some type of indigenous individual. Disney is very weird. I'm telling you. Very weird.
Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. Should we have an Ewok celebration? I should talk to Geeky about that, man. We should have an Ewok celebration. We'll talk to you later.
I honestly think Disney's literally at its best when it's not trying something. When it's not trying, that's when it's actually at its best. That's the irony in that. That is the irony in all of that.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon, and apparently we're not done having the discussion.
Very much so.
About Hulk Hogan. You're not allowed to talk about Hulk Hogan at all, and this is just so weird to see. Hulk Hogan, for those of you who don't know,
I honestly believe that I honestly believe that Disney or Star Wars was at its finest when it was just independent. Was an independent studio. In my honest opinion, it was at its finest when it was just an independent studio. Honestly, in my opinion. Because when it was on Cartoon Network, when they had the Clone Wars thing, that was one of the hardest shows I like. I was not a Star Wars fan, but it made me love Star Wars. I did enjoy Star Wars when I was watching it as a kid. It was one of the coolest Star Wars shows ever.
Rosie Sketches said I almost worked for Disney but said no.
What made you say no? How recent was that no? Though, was that years ago or that was like a long time ago? That's my question. Hold on 1 second, gotta do something.
Rosie Sketches said about 3 years ago.
Oh, that's not so far back. Why do you say no though? Is there a reason? Like, was the pay not good enough, or was it like, nah? I can see the writing on the wall. It feels like anything I say or do might be a violation against, like, I don't know, fucking human resources. Might say something wrong, might misgender someone, and then you lose your whole like life over it. Put this back on.
Ago, I guess it's been about a week. About a week, yeah. And yeah, social media didn't waste any time attacking him, calling attention to every thing he's done in his life that was disagreeable. And some things he did, look, they weren't great. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, Hulk Hogan was a huge influence to all of Gen X, I think. Older millennials. I mean,
I believe you. And I wonder why they went down that path.
He was the most popular wrestler that ever.
Maybe because they know that most of the people that there was full of bloat.
Lived. I think if you want to talk about,
and some good people who are actually was willing to work and stuff got caught in the crossfire in that.
Relevancy, he was. He did get involved in a lot of controversy later in his life. I mean, he did. I'm not going to make, excuses for that. He did. They're also mad because he sued Gawker into oblivion, and a lot of journalists were displaced because of that, and it kind of set a precedent that you can sue these outlets for defamation. And they're really, really extra salty that he supported Donald Trump. So, there are a lot of reasons why people don't like Hulk Hogan. And look, he passed. I was kind of hoping that they'd wait until the body was at least cold, but they didn't. And the attack started almost immediately. And a lot of people, celebrated the Hulk Hogan they knew. Thought they knew. His legacy, and one of those people who celebrated Hulk Hogan was a TikToker named Joey Swole, who I'm gonna be honest, I don't watch him. Apparently he's a fitness TikToker, but he got canceled for posting a picture of himself as Hulk Hogan. He had to apologize profusely, and
why? No, bro, you're a bitch. I'm sorry, Joey. I have seen your videos before. You're a bitch. I'm dead serious. You're taking you're in technically cosplay of a beloved individual at the time, or who you looked up to or something at the time of his. And he left, and I'm like, no, that's not a company for me. I got you, and this dude's a bitch. He shouldn't have done that. No, he shouldn't have done that. He's just cosplaying. He didn't say anything about, I agree with his takes, or a case would be. He's just cosplaying a dude. That's like me cosplaying as PewDiePie, and people saying I'm a PewDiePie apologist because he said the N-word playing fucking, PUBG. Who gives a fuck? I don't care. That's crazy to me. It's a cosplay, dude. What the fuck? How's that? Bro, it's not that serious. It's never that deep. When you're like that, when you have to play this moral stance all the time with every little thing someone has done, you're gonna go crazy. You don't think you have said or done anything that has been probably not that good that you think your job would probably approve of? Probably not. But to think that this man was out here just cosplaying his hero or someone he looked up to when he was a kid, because most kids was watching WWE and all that shit, and took a lot of inspirations from that shit. I never really watched that shit. I knew that shit was fake from jump, but some people like the fakeness. Some kids actually know it's fake and still like it. Fine, that's perfectly fine. But for you to go say sorry because you put on a Hulk Hogan cosplay from way back when, whether it was before or even after his rant or wherever his racist take was, separate the take from the actual personality. He was a personality. It's a personality, bro. People still make Hulk Hogan references. Come on, brother, saying the brother thing. That was literally a thing like Mr. T. I pity the fool. What the fuck? You're a bitch, Joey. I'm sorry. I won't say sorry for something I was doing that was normal like anyone else. He went to cosplay a character. That's what he did. He's not cosplaying Hulk Hogan's takes. He's cosplaying the overall idea, the appearance of this man. What the fuck?
Apparently, he's nuked a lot of his social media. I mean,
he's
insane.
An idiot.
And again, this is TikTok, right? TikTok has been over.
Yes, Joey's an idiot. People are oversensitive, but Joey's an idiot. He should have never have done that. Take the flack, bro. Sometimes people are not gonna like your take. Take the flack. It's not that big of a deal. Take the flack. Take the flack. You're already on the internet. How is that? Wait, hold up. How is that makes you nuke your whole shit? But all the other times when you was calling out people on the internet because of their horrible, I don't say takes, their horrible actions at the gym, didn't get you, because I'm pretty sure people argued or try to cancel you for doing this. But this is it. This is where you nuke your whole shit. No, that's kind of weak.
Run with a lot of activist types, and this guy. Now, my understanding is he's a really nice guy. This is Joey Swole. He's a nice guy, and unfortunately, nice guys are going to get canceled first on social media. If the last couple of years,
he just called him a bitch. I'm not gonna call. I'm gonna lie.
He looks like my brother. If the last couple of years on social media have taught us anything, is that you have to push back hard against these people if you haven't done anything wrong. And the people,
if you know, like, it's not like you made a take where it's like you like the movie Cuties or something, right? It's not like you made a take like that. He put on a costume. They put on a costume. Like, what? Are you that thin-skinned? You're a grown man. You're probably 6 foot and buff. What the fuck? Like, are you serious?
Then a lot of them didn't do anything wrong. You know, simply.
I'm pretty sure majority of those people who are complaining about Hulk Hogan don't know who Hulk Hogan is. It's probably a bunch of like young people who just know him by name and just that one controversy. But that's it. That's it.
As a very, very famous wrestling personality is not enough to get you canceled from the internet, right? So he should have been like, oh, you didn't like that? Yep, sorry, whatever. And then
whatever,
just move
fuck
on.
you.
But yeah, apparently he took it to a whole nother level and like nuked some accounts. I know his Facebook page is private. You know, Blue Sky's like, he's basically just a Jim Crow racist. It's crazy. I mean, it's
oh my god.
So we're gonna talk about this. Before we get into any further, please
anything is
subscribe
considered racist.
News, views, and rants. Guys, go out to news.clownfishtv.com for more podcasts. You can check them out over there. Trying to build a little bit of a life raft off of YouTube. I think YouTube is going to get very, very weird in the next couple of months. I'd say 6 months to a year. Sounds like terminal cancer, but that's kind of what.
Hey, Fox, what's going on, bro?
Platform becomes eventually, right? It becomes riddled with cancer, unfortunately. And no offense to anyone who's dealing with that. It's just yeah, it's sad. It's sad to see. YouTube is not going to be the same. It's basically going to try to compete with TikTok. So we're trying to build a bit of a life raft. News.clownfishtv.com. So before we get into the deal with Hulk Hogan, we've talked about Hulk Hogan. It's weird to see the conversation around Hulk Hogan because people were asking why I didn't call people out who were attacking Ozzy Osbourne. And I'm going to tell you the truth. This is 100% true. I didn't see anybody attack Ozzy Osbourne. At least not in my circles. The only reason I saw what was going on with Hulk Hogan is that it was brought to my attention, and you know, there were lots of tweets on X about whatever. As far as people attacking Ozzy Osbourne, I have seen absolutely nothing. But love and admiration and grief.
I'm doing a sticker.
And now I understand that.
And then maybe if we have time, I don't know if Mike's even on. If he's not on, I'm not getting on peak.
Apparently, some evangelical Christians have been making some digs at him. Again, now is not the time. It doesn't matter, what your opinions on Ozzy Osbourne are. A lot of people are grieving for Ozzy Osbourne. I saw this post today. Actually, a good friend of mine, posted it. And so why are so many people mourning over Ozzy Osbourne? People act like they knew the man. It's not so much mourning over the man. It's mourning over a time in all of our lives that we can never go back to. That's true.
Maybe true, but then again, a lot of people don't know who he is. Like, they know who he is, but they don't know who he is. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of young people don't know who the fuck that is. And I say young people, someone like...
Foxfinex said how much would modifying my last request cost. I would like to add the mail line to it.
The mail line? Wait. You want me to... Wait. Wait. Am I taking the last thing I did and just redoing it, or am I doing something brand new with that one? No, send me your message on Instagram so I can talk to you on that.
Every song reminds us of our youth and our mortality. As music came out at that time.
I have my phone here, so you can talk to me through that.
When we were teenagers or young adults, graduation parties, turning 21, weddings, driving your first car, etc., etc. And yeah, I don't think anybody should be attacking Ozzy Osbourne or the Osbournes at this point either. I think that's low. And regardless of your politics or how you feel about them or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's just,
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Anyone who's attacking Ozzy Osbourne, Black Sabbath, yeah, I know him. I knew about him. Actually, I was more exposed to him way back when I was a kid. Back in, I think it was in 08. Hey, Mike. Oh, hey, Mike. Wait, okay. Hi, I was. Oh, Mike's here. I didn't know. I thought you. Okay. I was introduced to Ozzy Osbourne back in 08 when I was used to play Brutal Legend with Jack Black's video game with all those metal singers and stuff, and he was one of the characters in it. Yeah, that'd be fine. You can message me on Discord. I have my phone right here, so I can talk to you on that. I don't think it's very professional to do that on the chat live for everyone to hear, because you may want to say something that may, Anyway, so yeah, just message me there. I'll answer while I do this. I don't think it's right for anyone to go after Ozzy Osbourne, and I don't think it's right for anyone to go for even Hulk Hogan. Whether you think this man is a super racist or not, I do not care. If you have the balls to attack a dead person, you should have the balls to attack them while you're alive. I don't take you serious when you have to attack someone when they're dead. If you're attacking someone while they're dead, and you didn't have the balls to do it before they was alive, you're a hoe, sir. Or ma'am. That's a bitch move. I'm dead serious. That's a bitch move. And no, this is not someone that they're physically near or they personally know. It's a celebrity like any other celebrity. Shit, people are talk crazy about Diddy and he's still alive and he can do shit to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, we talked about Diddy and he's alive, got out of jail. I think he got, I don't think he's in jail. I think he made it out of that. He somehow superveiling his way out of that. And even after the fact, people are still talking about Diddy and he's alive. And he has done things to a lot of celebrities that we know. Hulk Hogan, you haven't heard shit from this man since what? 2012? Since that rant? That was like since that rant. Or that recorded rant with his daughter recording what he said. Or I think it was his daughter. That was the last time we heard of this man, like, in the actual, like, zeitgeist of anything. And that was, like, decades ago, per se.
Mike has said I may be a hater, but I'm a professional hater and professional
standards. Yeah. So, like, if you're going to talk crazy about someone, or you're going to pull up their bad past, do it while they're alive. Don't do it when they're dead. I noticed they did that with Stan Lee. When Stan Lee passed away, people was quick to go at this old man. All of a sudden. I'm like, you people are horrible. You are horrible people. How dare you go after a old dead man? And all the times you could have went after dude, you didn't. Hold on. You're not gonna use that genjutsu against me. Bullshit. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Let me play this.
I think there needs to be a little bit of a sense of decorum here. At least
yes.
Let the family grieve. Let the people who are fans of both of these gentlemen grieve. And then, I mean, if you're famous, people are going to talk smack about you. They are, unfortunately.
Well, I figured. I don't consider myself famous, but like, not in the slightest. I'm not even like 100,000 now is like having like 20,000 followers, I think, in my head, and that's not a lot. But the things I say does have impact, and people take what I say too seriously and then try to attack me for it. They do it online on TikTok, but it's not a big deal, because usually it's just young people who are not really going to put the effort to care anyway. Because like I come to realize, whatever opinion you make about me or what I say, it's not going to change.
Said I sent the message on Discord.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
As Hulk Hogan apparently got canceled. This comes from Deserto. Joey Swole has apologized after fans called him out for supporting Hulk Hogan after his death. He died on July 24th. Fitness TikToker Swole was one of those people. He posted a video of himself wearing a Hulk Hogan costume at a gym shortly after his death. Fans began calling him out for supporting the wrestler who had his WWE contract terminated in 2015 over his use of racial slurs in a leaked conversation. I think he was talking about his daughter's boyfriend, and he's using the N-word. Again, I'm not signing off on everything Hulk Hogan did. I want to be very clear about that. Like,
I'm not gonna lie to you. This might be a hot take for some of you, and you may not get what I'm saying, but I have no problem with this man using any racial slurs in his private sector.
Said Guy Sensei, do you listen to rap?
Yeah, I do. I have no problem with whether you consider him racist or not. I have no problem with someone using any form of profanity or any form of racial or bigoted slurs in their private home. The reason why I have no problem with that, because that's their private sector. It's like your inner thoughts, right? Whatever you think inner thought like in your head belongs there. Because whatever you say outside of that, people will misconstrue it in a way that may not be taken like good, right? So I look at, like, no matter how, it doesn't matter if you're racist or not. I don't care. If you're in the sector of your own home and you're not personally going at someone, you might be talking shit about someone, whether it's your mom, your dad, your brother, your friend, your sister, whoever, your boss, you know what I'm saying? Whether it's undertones as totally normal or not, I have no problem with them saying it in their private sector to themselves. Because, like, it's like this. If I walked into the forest and I screamed a racial slur and no one heard it, is it racist? Probably yes. But then again, no one heard it, so does it matter? No. It's like it never happened. But for him to be home, say what he wants to say in the sector of his own home. If a racist can't even say his own or what he and she says in their own private sector, then they're gonna explode. Imagine you like to watch anime, right? And you can't watch anime in public because it's considered taboo. You know what I'm talking about for those who used to watch anime growing up. So you would watch anime in private. Now imagine you're in your own home in private trying to watch your favorite anime, whether it's a harem or even it's just Dragon Ball Z, Mob Psycho, whatever you want to call it. And then you get recorded unknowingly. Someone posts it up in the internet and your life is ruined because someone wanted to prove a point to ruin your life. Remember, you're not out doing this to someone. You're doing this in your private sector. You're not doing it to anyone. You're just by yourself. And you're trying to watch your anime, play your video game, watch your movie. And someone's out snitching on you to prove a point. I think that's evil.
Mike has said thank you, Fox, for sending Artextric guitar gifts.
Oh, I didn't get to see that. It doesn't pop up for me. Oh, that didn't pop up for me. I don't get to see that. What the fuck? Man, I may have to have the phone open too just to see that. How many did you send? 2 or 3? I wanted to... Fuck. I'm sorry about that, Fox. I wish I saw that. How many did he send? It didn't make a noise or anything.
Fox Phoenix said 4. Mike has said
4. You sent 4 guitars. Okay, how much is a guitar again? Hold on. Okay, 4. So 4. Okay, that's 2 and 2. Okay, so do you have? Since you sent 4, do you have references of these characters? Send me the reference if you have any, unless you want me to make something up. But then again, I think you have references.
I'm not signing off on anything he did or said. Everything he did or said.
He's right. I'm not signing off what he said is okay. Whether it's about his daughter's boyfriend or a case may be. But I think he should have sued his daughter for that. I would sue my daughter for that. If I can't be normal in my own private home, whenever I'm gonna be normal ever, I'm always gonna be watched. If like, especially he's a celebrity, right? So I'm pretty sure he was not expecting that to happen to him in his own private sector. And so remember, celebrities have little to no privacy at all. So for him to get ousted the way he did, whether it pissed off his daughter or not, she should have enough decorum to say, okay, my dad's a racist, so because I think he's a racist, I'm not fucking with him anymore. For you to make that public for everyone to see in his private sector, it's not like he had a literal meltdown in public where he fucked that up for himself. He did it in his private of his own home. I don't care how racist the rant was. That shit is stupid. Why did you do that? Now people are celebrating at the idea your father's dead. Are you celebrating that your father's dead, ma'am? I'm pretty sure you're not. But remember, you're the one who put him out there, knowing who he was. What the fuck is that noise? Hold on.
But yeah, he did contribute a lot to pop culture. He did mean a lot to a lot of people. A lot of people were devastated by his passing. Celebrating his.
At least the man had enough decorum to be racist in private instead of doing it in public. There are some people, there are true racists who just don't care. They'll do it in public. They'll say what they want to say in public. You think they care about losing their job? Some of them just don't give a flying fuck. There are ones who will say anything and everything just to get you away from them. They don't care they lose their job. That's the true racist.
Passing is not appropriate. It's not. And if somebody wants to talk about Hulk Hogan in a positive light, even if it's just the persona of Hulk Hogan, if it's not the real man, if it's not actually Terry, if it's just the persona of Hulk Hogan, the wrestling character, then, you know.
That's why what's his face is a bitch for just even saying sorry and nuking his stuff. Why are you nuking your stuff? Because some activist didn't like what he said, or some person or remember what he said? You gotta hang that over them for the rest of their lives? That shit is stupid. People change over time. I'm not saying he has. I don't know the man. But then again, just to, like, what the hell? Like, that's madness.
I mean, let him do it, right? Let him do it. But, I mean, what I'm seeing, especially on, like, Blue Sky, is, like, anytime anybody mentions Hogan, it's like, he's a piece of shit. You need to know. Here's a list of all of the grievances. He responded to the backlash during a live stream saying he could post Hulk Hogan if he wants to. If somebody makes a mistake in their life, it doesn't mean they haven't done good things. I don't know what he did or if he said something 20 years ago and apologized for it. The man was nice to me and he made a mistake. If you have a problem with that, look at yourself. Well, that didn't go over very well. Fans continue to call him out in the comments, with many unhappy for his reaction during the live stream. On Monday, the TikToker uploaded a video apologizing for his reaction and choice of words during a broadcast. So
I will not say sorry for
shit. Something he shouldn't have during the broadcast. Which
no.
I said I
now you just prove to your audience that you can be bended over. You can be bended over and taken for a ride. No. I would not say sorry for something that made me happy. Fuck you.
A few days ago, I reposted an old video of me in the gym wearing a Hulk Hogan costume on the day he passed, so it was an old video. Last night in my live stream, a lot of people expressed how upset and frustrated they were with me. Instead of listening and understanding like I should have, I became defensive. Instead, I was posting to celebrate the wrestling icon, the person that so many of us looked up to as kids. I don't know the extent of all the horrible things. I didn't know the extent of all the horrible things he'd done. Well, don't worry, Joey.
For sure.
The internet's going to educate you because you won't educate yourself. Since last night, I've done a lot of research. I've learned all the horrible
Check
things
under the female version, though.
Which is way more
to our male version.
Human. I've taken the
Wait,
video
did you
down
send something?
And apologize to anyone I've offended. I used, yeah,
wait.
So apparently he...
Wait. Did you send something? Because I didn't get anything. That's what you're saying. Check under the female version, though, to our male version. Did you send something? Or it's probably sending. It's probably sending. Hey, stop it.
Wow, yeah. So he used instead of calling people a person of color, he used the word colored. Oops, yeah, yeah. Which is very outdated, very offensive. A few moments later, somebody educated me and told me that it wasn't okay to use that. I immediately apologized. Well, it's okay. So he's done. All the good I've done, all the people.
Not technically. It's technically, it's more like news mixed with drama, because some famous TikTok / YouTuber / bodybuilder influencer became a spineless became a spineless fish, and he let his audience bend him over and take advantage of him, because because he's saying sorry for something he was like happy because he technically, yeah, but then again it's also news at the same time.
For nothing. I truly hope all the people I've inspired to do great things in their life, I hope that they do great things in their life and they pay it forward to others and carry on my
check
message.
under the female.
People try to do good on the internet, and if you make any,
because it is like that. I say it like that, and I no, I'm gonna say it like that. I just even Fry caught me. Yeah, he said it like that because he's an idiot. You let they have your way with you. You should have said straight up no. I would say fuck you. I'm not saying no for that. Oh my god, bro became Tom Bergeron in prison. Straight up. Let me see.
call you out. But again, you have to, look.
No,
look
Tom
behind
Bergeron. I mean Tom Dubois. Tom. Is it Tom? Yeah, Tom Dubois.
the curtain.
Almost got
Who is
Dubois.
doing it? Why are they doing it?
Okay, back when I ordered it originally. Okay.
A lot of them are using old accounts, sock puppets. They're trying to demoralize you. They're trying to get you to feel defeated and feel like the entire internet is against you. And it's not true. I mean, I know, like in our case, I mean, I'm not as big as this guy, obviously, but
let me see.
You know, we've had people that we found out that, you know, we thought there were a whole bunch of people that were out to, you know, defame or out to, you know, stalk whatever, and it was like 3 people. And they were
it usually is.
Just like
it usually is.
Video, and they were so pissed about it. And but they tried to make it look like there's a whole bunch of them. They're all out to get us.
Are you talking about this, Fox?
And it turned out it was like the same people. It was the same handful of people, and it's because they're personally upset about a fucking cartoon show. And I'm like, and they carried the grudge for years. And these people have mental illness, like legit mental illness.
Usually.
It needs to be addressed, and it ain't our problem. But they didn't chase us off the internet. He said, but no matter how much good you do, people just wait for a reason to hate you and tear you down. Yeah. You either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. Thank you for your support. I'm done. He received death threats. So he's done with the internet. Oh, we get those.
Oh, okay. Please.
He revealed he's taking a break from social media, and he and his family were threatened. Been there. A lot of people are upset with me, calling me weak and a quitter or worse. They're not wrong. I deserve it. But just so we're clear, and you can walk a mile in my shoes, they sent messages telling me how they know where I live, and they were going to unalive me. Oh, they always do, Joey. I mean, the truth is, this comes with the territory, right? If it rattles you, well, one, I would say make very good friends with your local authorities, yeah, so you don't get swatted. Contact the FBI if you have to. We've actually done those things. But like it comes with the territory.
Yep, we're watching the tea get boiled in port. Okay, so
99.999.
Okay, so okay, Fox, I'm gonna make you a deal. Is it okay? I can start the commission tomorrow. Is that okay? Will that be okay? Can I start the commission tomorrow? Or do you need this done now?
Fox Phoenix said yes.
You sure? Is that okay? I just want to make sure with you. Because if you need this now, I'll start it now. But like if I can get it done tomorrow. I can get it done tomorrow. I'll be pretty much early. I'll be up early. And I'll be like energized because I already promised that I was gonna play a little peek with Mike, and if I do it now, we're gonna be here till like 12. And I know he's gonna be tired as fuck. I don't mean to curse, sorry.
I'm sure you do it on your time.
Alright, I'll get it out of the way tomorrow, I promise you. And it'll look pretty good. I might even, you know, like, better yet, you know, wait, is the drawing I did, it was in sketch form. Okay, I have to do them in sketch form. They're both males, correct? Just to make sure. And they look like soldiers. One looked like a soldier, and the other one looks like a bearded, like a pilot. Something I seen like in Spyro or something. Crash Bandicoot or something.
Percent of the time, you know, it's just a.
So just give me a lowdown on what they are, so I know what I'm drawing, so I don't have to assume. You can tell me in the Discord. I'm saying.
So that's fine. I can handle it. It's not the first time. Then they went after my girlfriend, my business partner, and they found my sister's number and texted her. That made me furious and disgusted with people. I lost it. So yeah, maybe I'm done with social media and need to take a break and get my head right. I will say there are so many incredible people being supportive and telling me
both
how much
males,
I
same
helped them
character,
be stronger
different
and keep
ages.
fighting.
Okay.
Thank you to everyone, even those giving me a kick in the ass, telling me to stop being weak and a quitter. You need to hear it once in a while. I just need to breathe. Yeah, I mean it's hard. It doesn't matter how strong you are. It doesn't matter. You know, it's people. They're vicious. They're vicious, and you know these are people that we never would have seen.
You know, see, that's the thing. Now, this is where I'm not going to call him a bitch for this, because I know that this can get out of hand to a point where it starts seeping into your regular life and, like, into your family's lives. Now, if it's getting to a point where people are threatening your family, I can get that, where he's saying, I'm sorry, just to make it go away. I get that to a degree, because I can understand they're just attacking him and they never went after his mom or his dad or his sisters, brothers, girlfriends, whatever. I get, well, they might go after your girlfriend, because if they know you have a girlfriend, they'll go after that. But like, if you have, especially if children and stuff. But like, if they're going after your family to the point that it's seeping into their real life, I can now understand why he did what he did. But if he's just being like soft because they said a few mean things to him and you made a death threat to him like once or two or three, maybe max 10, and that's it, and that's nothing more beyond that, then you gotta have more tougher skin than that. Like, come on.
20 years ago, because they weren't online or they didn't have the ability to get online. And now that everybody has the ability to get online and tell you their opinions, they most certainly will.
And like, what's wild is like a lot of people was calling me a gooner because I drew a bunch of 20 to 35-year-old anime characters in bikini and trunks for the summer event that I wrote. I said summer swimsuit event that we're doing for the summer, because it's summertime, to sell this TikTok shop summer sale and all that shit. But somehow in their dense head they could not figure out that in their head. They could not figure that out. They couldn't tell the difference between, oh, this is Gooner stuff, and oh, he's doing an event for a theme thing for the season. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, I get it. And plus the people are past the age of 25, 21. That's crazy. Whoa. I didn't see a single lolly in here. Well, I did see Frieren, but that was before, and she was in a bunny outfit, like, for Easter, and she's 1,000+ years old. She's the only one I can actually use as an example, as she's 1,000+ years old, and she acts like a grown adult. Very boring adult, but she acts like an adult. She's not like 1,000 or million years old, and she acts like she doesn't know, like, she doesn't act like she doesn't know the difference between right and wrong. She's a grown adult who's worked with other adults. She's just flat-chested and a little short. Well, I don't say she's flat-chested. I think she has titties, but it's not big. She's not acting like a child who's 1,000 years old and trying to make an excuse like, oh, she's legal, bro. Because she's 1,000+ years old, but she acts like she can't count. Bro, don't do this.
What you need to do is unplug
yeah,
the situation.
Like even how she talks, walks, acts. She acts like a grandma. Like the scene with the the scene with she kissing to what's his face to get him on board with their crew comes off as extremely grandma. Like everything Frieren is grandma-ish. Nothing about Frieren comes off as childlike at all. Her mannerisms is super old. Old classic old. I don't know. Frieren is the type who will wait before marriage before she fucks anyone. That's how Frieren comes off to me, like a nun, if anything.
But what they're trying to do is get rise out of you. The gameplay is push you until you say something stupid or, spurg out. Can we use that term now? Is that it? On the internet, so they can like screen cap it and then go run to their friends and be like, look at, we got receipts of how awful these people are. The only way to win is not play the game. And just be like, I put my content out there, like it, hate it. I don't give a shit.
I don't give a shit. Just don't answer to it.
I appreciate the support. And if you guys don't like me, I mean, if you got legit criticism, then fine, but if it's just a bunch of, you're a bunch of, whatever, then you just ignore it. I mean,
I forgot. Guys, for those who don't know, I did post my video today of the tutorial of doing a form. If you don't know how to do form, the video's out. You can go check it out. I forgot to mention this. My God.
And it's hard. It is hard. Especially if you're an emotional person. I mean, one advantage I think I have is that I'm not a very emotional person. I'm actually kind of, anybody that knows me knows I'm kind of a robot, unfortunately. So for me, it's like, I get angry sometimes, but very solid. And I try to look at things logically. And it's hard. I mean, if you're a very passionate person and you're passionate about helping people, it's going to hurt. And again, I don't know this guy. I'm just saying, just in general, I've seen this happen so many times. I think this is kind of what happened with Gina Carano. She seems like a very passionate person, and I think she, that can be used against you. But, Outkick has it. TikTok influencer apologizes to Woke Mob for posting video dressed as Hulk Hogan. Wow. Yeah, and they said that he seems like an honest and endearing person. His initial apology was pathetic and the work of a eunuch. Oh, okay. He doesn't swim in the culture war. He thought this apology would make the move go away. Yeah. And that's it. It doesn't work. And that's, I think, what catches a lot of people off guard is in the real world, if you just apologize, you move on. On the internet, their goal was not to get you to recognize what your what the issue is. They don't care. They want you off the internet. They want you completely defeated and destroyed, and they're looking for a reason to. So they had a reason to jump them. And these are probably a lot of jealous bitches, a lot of people that have failed TikTok accounts or whatever. The very first thing
usually
before anytime we get pushback from people or somebody seems really obsessive is, do they have a YouTube channel? Are they failing? Do they have a Twitch channel?
Yes.
Are they failing?
Yes, I kind of noticed that too.
Of the time. Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Not saying that's the case.
Because what they're trying to do is they don't like the fact that happens a lot, and the thing is they're not even coming after you because of the thing they're upset about. They're coming after you because they see you have some form of platform. So they think if I get a rise out of this big YouTuber, I can use that as a jumping off point to say something and get something out of them. So I can say, oh, this YouTuber artist person said something mean to me or something insane to me, and I'm going to make a video on it, because if I make a video on it, people are going to listen to me because he's popular. He or she is popular. It doesn't matter. That's what they do. They know they can't just do the thing on their own. So therefore, the next best thing is, it's better to be infamous than not famous. If I'm not going to get famous the way I want, I'm going to get infamous for it. So that's how they look at life. It's a last resort jumping off point type thing for them. Because I can't be I am Speed and act like Speed now because he already did it. So I don't want to be called a Speed clone. So therefore, or a Kai Cenat, or a Markiplier, or anything like that. I have to do something different. So the best thing is controversy. And I'm telling you, that type of rhetoric, or that type of that does not last and doesn't end well. It never do. It usually ends very bad for the individual.
I imagine, given the ease of accessibility of TikTok, a lot of the people that are going after him are just mad that he's successful. and they're looking for a reason to try to cancel him. Yeah, so it's crazy. It's crazy.
Oh, and Mike, thank you for pointing out what Fox sending the guitars. If you never said anything, I would have never known he sent it. So I appreciate you for saying something, because it didn't show or indicate to me that he sent any guitars. Caster Labs let me know when people send things on TikTok, but for some god-awful reason, it does not tell me when people send me stuff on YouTube, which is fucking stupid.
A Blue Sky, of course. Joey Swole is doing the bare minimum of damage control. Joey Swole getting canceled for being a racist bitch is exactly what the gym community means. Is Fanny's part of the gym community? Okay. Joey Swole committed social media suicide. You might have seen the vids over the years of him fighting body shaming. Okay, that's cool. But he went full Jim Crow racism because people didn't like him wearing a Hulk Hogan shirt. He claims he didn't know what Hulk Hogan had done, but he also dropped the word colored and other evils. Swole's getting canceled and hard. I guess he wasn't one of the good ones.
Wow, these people are some of...
This person is happy about it.
These are people, yeah.
Ticker. I don't know. I think 8.1 million. Yeah, I don't even know who this guy is. 8.1 million followers. But it's TikTok, so you're going to get people that... oh, wait. Now he's... Okay, so he has an AI photo, and they're getting... Oh, my God. They're getting pissed about that. I don't know who that goober is, so Google, first thing that comes up is, I take full accountability. His voice is super boring. He's done. There's no way to come back from body shaming is unacceptable, but racism is man, forgive Hulk Hogan. And oh, God. What does this films, painting, and photography person have to do with like gym culture? I mean, this white,
good question.
This white woman, blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman is really happy that this guy is canceled. I don't know. Anyway, there it is. Dude's canceled for dressing like Hulk Hogan. People are reacting. I think he needs to get some thicker skin. He'll learn. He will learn. But yeah, apparently he's used to being universally loved. And the internet never loves everybody forever. That's just the way it works. So you got to get used to it. And you will learn, Mr. Swole. You will learn. Or you'll just, leave and not. I don't know. But R.I.P. to both Hogan and Ozzy Osbourne. It's been a really rough week for Gen X. Yeah, Theo died too. Malcolm Jamal Warner. That was awful. That was really awful too. So R.I.P. to all of these folks. We'll talk later. For more pop culture news, views,
Mike, are you still here?
News.clownfishtv.com. That's news.clownfishtv.com.
Bright Rocklers said Mr. Swole lol.
Mr. Swole.
Okay, I've heard all of your requests, and since the Gachiaka anime has just dropped, I thought it would be best to get the jump on Aranake. I feel as if she's popping off everywhere. I've been seeing video essays about her and her artwork on Gachiaka, and I also want a piece of that pie. Therefore, welcome to this video. I feel like the last time people were this hype about...
Sorry. Forgot to do that. I keep forgetting the fucking... There we go.
...a manga was Kagurabachi. I remember people would post splash pages from that manga like crazy all over Twitter. And yes, I do plan on looking at the artist as soon as I get caught up to date with that. I also need to finish the video for the artist for solo leveling, but that's neither here nor there. Besides, I think this takes priority over all of that. Gachiaka's style and aesthetic has been talked about endlessly all over the internet, and for very good reason. I could flip to literally any chapter of this manga and be absolutely blown away by the artwork. But before looking more into the art, let's talk a bit more about Aranake. Aranake, also known as Kanado, which is technically her name backwards, is a Japanese manga artist and illustrator who first gained attention after a one-shot, Shikudo, won the Shonen Magazine Newcomer Award in 2019. Prior to that, however, she did work on a one-shot called Nokose in 2018. And in 2022, she finally serialized Gachiaka, a gritty dystopian manga that's already made waves for its originality and powerful artwork. Having previously worked under Atsushi Okubo during his run for Fire Force, you can see a lot of influences from him in her art style.
See, that's why I call Gachiaka and Soul Eater or Fire Force siblings, because she helped work on Fire Force. I don't think she worked on Soul Eater, but she did work on Fire Force. So that was something that and you can see the inspiration. They're almost like siblings at that point. That's why I always refer to them as siblings to a degree. Not 100%, but you know, it is what. And I think her mentor, who made Fire Force and Soul Eater, he said she's better than him at drawing. So.
And if you want to see what I thought about his artwork, you can check out the video in the top right corner. However, do not be mistaken, she is more than someone that has taken inspiration from her mentor. She has developed her own style that absolutely separates her from other manga artists out there. With that being said, I'll be looking at her inked work and her colored work while dissecting things to find cool about her art style. One of the first things you'll notice in Arana's pages is her energetic line work. Her inking style is bold with intentional shifts of line weight that create an organic sense of movement. She uses speed lines, rough hatching, and brushstrokes not just to fill in space, but to emphasize the tension or chaos in the scene. And this is especially apparent during action scenes where her line work almost feels like it's vibrating with energy and flows with so much fluidity. This splash page is a good example in which the flow of action in the composition is so clear with Rudo and Tamsi's vital instruments. And to be fair, all of Arana's splash pages are dynamic, whether it's an explosion or a cool power pose. That dynamic energy also extends to fight scenes, like the fight scene between Ryu and Nerude. You can see how she flows the movements of the characters into the next attack, and you don't get lost in the action at all. That flow of energy is also extended to the paneling. For example, on this page where the trash beast shoots a beam, the panel itself is curving outward as if the beam is distorting the page layout itself. That and the beam going straight out of the page gives it so much more power and emphasis. And on the topic of panel use, Arana has moments where she tears washi paper and uses it as a form of paneling, sort of like collage. This video interview shows a lot of her process, in which I'll use to extrapolate guesses in how she makes her artwork, so you'll see me come back to this video pretty often. This way of paneling is mainly used to express flashbacks, but on top of that, she will sometimes render those moments in just pencil to give the vibe of a core memory long since passed. It's like a vibe of a hazy or fuzzy memory, in which graphite is very useful to convey as opposed to
Oh, that's smart.
There is also this one time where she drew in a very childlike manner to have the reader being Amo, the character in question's, point of view. This contrast is done so well to express something so sinister and unsettling while being in a child's perspective. She could also push the paneling and rendering style to be very rough and sketchy to express how dire the situation was when Rudo saw his ally getting stabbed and how it reminded him of how his father died. All of this is a testament to Arana's skill in the traditional medium by using different means of rendering to convey different emotions. And speaking of emotions, the way she draws facial expressions in those moments is prevalent in Arana's storytelling.
God damn.
Her characters frequently display exaggerated facial expressions, think bulging eyes, stretched mouths, and intense teeth gritting. These elements, which border on caricature, allow her to dial the emotional tone of a scene way up there. Like this scene where Rudo's having tea for the first time and he makes this bitter face, or this scene where Rudo is desperate for more information, or the times where he attempts to have a genuine smile despite how creepy it comes off, or literally every single scene in which Rudo is pissed off for whatever reason. And
I'm not gonna lie, let's call it for what it is. Like, okay, that smiling scene, I'm pretty sure she took that idea from Fire Force, where but in the opposite direction. So like when Shinra is nervous, he's smiling. But when Rudo wants to smile, he can't. So it looks creepy. Like it's like it goes the opposite direction. When he tries to smile on purpose, it looks creepy. When Shinra is nervous, don't know what to do, he smiles. So she took that element and slapped that in there in the reverse.
I cannot help but love the way Arana depicts his rage. It can be drawn in very serious ways or in more exaggerated ways like this. You can just feel the brush pen on the page used to ink the scene. Another character, Jabber, also has moments of extreme emotion that perfectly conveys how psychotic he is. But going back to how she depicts rage, I think the most defining way she expresses that is through high contrast. There are times where she'll have most of the character's face be obscured by nothing but black, with only the eyes fully conveying how angry the character is. Alternatively, there are cases where she uses that high contrast to show a more quiet rage, as evident in characters like Zodil. His eyes are dark and empty, but strangely holds a lot of power and focus, which is more than likely has something to do with his backstory that I'm looking forward to getting to know, along with other characters like Engine. And on the topic of characters, the cast of Gachiaka has lots of layered outfits inspired by graffiti artists, punk subcultures, and dystopian utility fashion. We're talking about things like logos, patches, belts, rip fabrics, asymmetric designs, and all of that are common. These choices reinforce the story's theme, discarded people surviving in a world built from trash. Let's look at the Raiders, for example.
Other than the exaggerated parts about the exaggerated faces and stuff, I think what really sets the tone for me on her stylistic choice of drawing is the hair. The hair always looked like it's clumped together, but like in a very specific way, and almost look like wings to a degree. This is why I think our Ari would do so well in this art style, because, well, I don't want to say the art style, but the hair, because the hair is clumped like wings. They feel like clumped wings to me. For certain characters, some hair is clumped another. It's never really truly spiky. It's chunky, or it's matted to a degree, or it feels like wings. Ruto's hair looks like wings. I think Engine's hair looks like matted fries. It looks like fries, but it works just well. It's not distracting. It actually adds more to the character, so it's like, it's really cool.
Most, if not all, the members will be wearing something that has a diamond-patterned leather fabric patched or sewn on top of other parts of clothing. Not only does this design choice unify them as a unit, but it cohesively shows the viewers that this is a world in which everything, down to the clothing, is something that was once regarded as trash and useless, but is repurposed into something usable, which is sort of the whole point of the power system, and particularly Ruto's ability to weaponize garbage. And if you look at the cleaners, or the janitors depending on how you want to call them, you can also notice that there's a unifying element in all their designs. But when they aren't wearing their uniforms, you can see that there's still a level of stylistic fashion that Urana incorporates, whether it's their casual wear, or when they have to dress up like during the Doll Festival. I also want to quickly talk about the characters' proportions. It goes without saying that an anime
all that drip. Oh.
Art style is not limited to anatomical accuracy, but you could definitely see certain stylistic intricacies in the way the arms and legs are drawn. They are very long and lanky, and the shape of them can be very exaggerated in certain cases, but it works so well. Again, it gives every character a dynamic energy, and I just love the way she draws hands.
Well, one thing that I know that the creator of Fire Force and One Piece, Soul Eater, he said he always puts stylization over accuracy, and I think that's a great thing to say. He said, if it looks cool, I leave it in. I don't give a fuck if it's right or wrong. He said, as long as it looks cool, that's all that matters. I'm like, that's a great way to look at it, because it's the same argument. You can draw something accurate, but if it lacks flow and like genuine movement, it's boring.
Very expressive, and in Ruto's case, despite him wearing gloves, Urana does a really good job in drawing the slight curves and folds in the gloves, while being mindful of how they would look foreshortened as well. Also, look at the way she draws the character's hair. Usually, I compare drawing and rendering hair like a ribbon, but the way Urana draws hair is more similar to, I guess, feathers?
Let me go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! See, I have the eyes! I have the artistic eyes! I know what I'm talking about! That's stupid! Let's go! Just like fucking teach that shit! I know what I'm talking about! That shit looks like wings! I said it like 3 times! No, I didn't pre-watch this one. This one's, this came out 2 days ago. Because he made a video, I think, about this, and I thought we saw his, but we saw something else. But this one's 2 days ago. This is brand new to me. Bro, don't believe me.
Hair sharp and pointed. Rather, all the hair she draws have rounded edges. However, with that, she pulls off
he strikes again.
And angular shapes using the hair, like in this shot. This all helps with making the character designs pop. And in addition to that,
oh, cool! Wait, whoa! What the fuck? Hold on. What's this? Is that Dante? Hold up. I'm trying to look at that.
Said Nero.
Oh, that is Nero. Why are you showing that?
That I love to see in manga, anime, or video games are masks. You've probably seen in Persona 5, Dorohedoro, Tokyo Ghoul, and probably lots of other things.
Oh, hold on. You guys can't see it. Hold on. Let me pull it back. Sorry. I made it too small. Like that.
Said zoom out.
Yeah, sorry. I made it too close. I'll push it back. There's a bit of a lag. Hold on. Shit. I hate when that happens. Okay, let me grab this. Maybe put it back in the middle right here. Put like, hey. Put it right there. Make it more easier to see. About there. I think that's fine. A little bit there. Oh, that's big enough. There we go. I think that's easy for everyone to see. Oh, let's go. Hmm.
Like Bleach. Well, Arana also utilizes this motif and she incorporates it very well. Not only do the masks mesh really well with each individual character's personality and design, it also makes sense to the context of the setting. Due to being a literal world of garbage, the air is toxic in certain areas due to the pollution. Therefore, the characters need masks to breathe. And since the designs of the masks are so distinct, you are not going to mistake who any of these characters are. I will have to say that these designs are also very reflective of Arana herself. Never before have I seen an artist look so much like the work they produce. Like, she literally looks like she could be one of her own characters in Gachiaka, down to even her clothing.
That's actually...
And more than anything, I think
that's
she seems like she has a lot of personality. I don't know her personally or anything like that because I'm not parasocial, but it looks like she channels all of that.
She does have a deep voice though. I'm not gonna lie. She talks really deep. She has a deep voice. I'm not saying she's not attractive or anything like that. I'm not trying to be that guy, but she has a deep voice. And when you hear her talk, I'm like, oh shit.
And it's not just her character designs, even her backgrounds and textures pull from graffiti art and street visuals, giving every location a lot of personality. Gachiaka's central idea is a society built on trash, and that idea bleeds into every corner of her paneling. Backgrounds are cluttered with discarded electronics, wires, metal shards, broken machinery, and rust-stained walls. The level of detail is impressive, but never disorienting. Arana uses these visual elements to support the themes of class divide, decay, and survival. This world building through environmental texture actually gives the world a sort of realism. You can feel the grip between your fingers, and it's honestly how I felt with the art for Dorohedoro. All the locations in that manga felt straight up dirty, but that is exactly the point per se. I live in the new city of York, so when I see graffiti in the backgrounds, I will admit a style has been heavily influenced by hip-hop culture, which started in New York and Philadelphia during the 1960s and 70s. People started with putting up tags, then later artists began to paint throw-ups and pieces by train stations and on the subways themselves, and then all over the city. Trust me when I say, once you get to certain parts of Brooklyn and the Bronx, you can't go anywhere without seeing some graffiti. And while this video is mainly talking about Uranake, I can't really continue to talk about the graffiti and how it helps contextualize the setting and the characters without mentioning Ando Hideyoshi, the artist responsible for all the graffiti in Gachiaka. Now, does anybody know Jet Grind Radio? If not, here's a more modern example. Does anybody know Bomb Rush Cyberpunk? Well, those...
Wait, Jet Grind Radio? Isn't it called Jet Set Radio?
These games just sort of remind me of the punk urban feeling that Gachiaka gives off. Just not as focused on the trash and garbage, I guess. The World Ends With You is another game that also gives off similar vibes. And something that's proliferated about those games is its graffiti, and I will say that while this type of art form is usually considered to be degenerate in some ways, especially in the way that people usually view graffiti as a form of vandalism, however, as an artist myself, I will say that there is still a lot of value in this form of self-expression. You can see in certain pages that there will be splashes of graffiti plastered all over the place, and that's what sort of makes these locations feel very real and inhabited. Just think about the bathroom graffiti in your local public restaurant and you will see a lot of similarities. But without a doubt, the culmination of all of this is when the main cast of characters enter Canvas Town, to where even the sign you see when entering is plastered with graffiti. And I love this page where you see two people working on a mural. The way Arana draws the shaking motion you do for the spray can to use it on the wall is just masterful. And again, shout out to Ando
I think Jet Set is like the only closest thing to a Air Gear game.
Hideyoshi, because this is honestly a very cool design. From what I could gather by looking at her social media, as well as deeply looking at certain illustrations, I'm going to assume she mainly colors digitally. And in the video interview I mentioned earlier, you can see that both Arana and Hideyoshi agreed.
Different name, like how Star Fox in Germany is called Lilac Swords for copyright issues.
Oh wow.
Is Burger King in Australia is called Hungry Jacks.
Burger King in Australia is called Hungry Jacks, and Star Fox is called Lux Wars. Because of copyright reasons. That is fucking weird.
That the traditional medium feels the best for them. However, they do dip their hands with the digital medium as well. And just like how their inked work accentuates an urban and hip-hop...
just to let you know, Mike, I'm about to finish up. I don't know if you're in the mood. Are you in the mood for Peak? If you're not, then we'll call the night for tonight. If you're not in the mood, we'll play another day. Let me know.
Work follows the same beats. In some of her work, you can see heavy use of texture in the way she renders. Looking closer, one can say that it's a bit messy, but it's a style that I personally resonate with a lot. That messiness shines in depicting things like smeared makeup in this illustration. Also, this eye is barely even rendered, but it conveys a very glazed over look that feels very intentional to the expression that Arana is trying to show. But she can also really tighten up the rendering, for example, in her volume covers. It's very clean, and if you zoom in, you'll see very subtle.
That's also just later in the day for you. Oh yeah, you're 3 hours behind me. I totally forgot about that. Huh.
Little marks and brushstrokes that all come together when you zoom out. You'll also see very interesting patterns on the inside parts of the clothing that adds another layer of flair to her artwork. These patterns also appear with her inked work as well. She's also very good at painting without the use of lines. The folds on the clothing and some of her illustrations are painted solely using soft and hard edges.
Yeah, so that's what I've been practicing a lot lately. You guys probably have noticed it lately. I use that same type of technique to make Beans chibi. Some of y'all think it was pretty good, and I think it's alright, but like I think it's not there yet. We need to do more lineless art. We're gonna probably do that tomorrow once I'm done with the commission. Once I'm done with the commission, we're gonna do some lineless art tomorrow.
Again, I personally think her colored work is at its best when it incorporates aspects of graffiti. Bold lines, the flat color, and the grunge texture all put together gives that spray painted feeling to it. And if you add in a bit of shape design and some angularity, you get some pieces that look as if they were painted with stencils. And this one illustration here encapsulates everything about the overall aesthetic of Gachiaka. In fact, have you guys seen the way the anime adaptation
sounds awesome?
Huge graffiti murals in different cities.
Is there a meaning behind that name?
It's advertisement in the style that is cohesive with the graffiti motif. And I know this isn't technically her work, but I just had to show appreciation for how her art and style is being proliferated. I guess to wrap this all up in a nice bow, Arana K is without a doubt a trendsetter when it comes to the shonen landscape. If it wasn't already painfully obvious, Gachiaka is going to be the next biggest thing in the anime community, and I've already seen a plethora of videos talking about her art style within the art community as well. When it comes to graffiti and the urban aesthetic incorporated in manga, I do think you can find something slightly similar in Air Gear.
Hey, is that Air Gear? Oh, let's go! Let's go! Wait, go back. Bright Roclo said, "Let's go." Hold up, go back.
Comes to graffiti,
I was like, you know what's funny? I looked up and I saw the legs. I was like, wait, are those ATVs? Or AVs? Or ATVs? I think ATVs? Or ATs? And I saw the ass. I was like, wait, I recognize that ass.
It's all over the world. It's advertisement in the style that is cohesive with the graffiti motif. And I know this isn't technically her work, but I just had to show appreciation for how her art and styles being
air tracks.
I guess to wrap this all up in a nice bow, Arana K
ATS? I thought it was ATVs.
When it comes to the shonen landscape. If it wasn't already painfully obvious, Gachiaka is going to be the next biggest thing in the anime community, and I've already seen a plethora of videos talking about her art style within the art community as well. When it comes to graffiti and the urban aesthetic incorporated in manga, I do think you can find something slightly similar in Air Gear, however it's not as nearly as prevalent as it is in Gachiaka. If you like her work and you want to show her some support, follow her Twitter and follow her Instagram. The frequency and style in which she posts makes her feel very human. The way she vocalizes her opinions to haters, as well as how she expresses her excitement to the Gachiaka's anime adaptation, is so full of life, it's actually contagious. Just look at the reaction gif she posted for the marketing for Gachiaka. It's like she's an actual person. You can also buy the Gachiaka manga if you want to support her, and I honestly can imagine sometime in the future that we are definitely going to get an art book from her, and when that time comes, you guys already know that I'm going to get my hands on it. I'm all caught up to the latest chapter of Gachiaka, so I'm going to be very curious to see how the anime adaptation holds to our artwork. What is up, YouTube? Is me at the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching if you got up to this point. I know I made no announcement of me doing this video on Arana K. I sort of wanted to keep it a...
I'm gonna head out. Hope I helped with those watch hours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Well, I don't actually know. I've already passed those watch hours a long time ago, but I do appreciate it.
But yeah, I've been keeping up with Gachiaka literally within like the first few chapters when it first came out, and from there I was hooked. The art was captivating, the power system, the setting, everything about this has kept me hooked into the manga.
Oh god, hearing this brings back memories,
and
bro.
I guess the reason why
Kinda make me want to cry whenever I hear the song.
Sooner, it's because the anime was coming out, and I knew that the closer the anime came, there'd be more promotion, more artwork to pull from, more information, and probably an interview, which lo and behold, interviews of her did come out, especially with more insights of her artwork too. So I was sort of waiting for all that to come to a climax, so I could really pull from those pieces of information to make this video. I will say Oranake, she's a very real person to me. I don't know how else to describe it, but when I see the poses she posts of her with her fans, her like having fun, or her taking pictures with literally anyone, it seems like she's having fun. And
did you watch the Ear Gear one?
From other manga artists that seem to be
what do you mean?
Like constantly in the hospital, or
the OST,
she seems to have really enjoyed doing what she does, and
what do you
that's
mean?
honestly a breath of fresh air. She is also very active on the internet, that I find. It's pretty amazing that she has time to do a weekly manga while posting as frequently as she does on the internet. But I really actually do like that about her. So yeah, that's the video. If you like this video and want to see more content like this, please like the video. Comment. I read the comments. I've been seeing so many comments of telling me to look at this artist, and now I finally have. So I hope that for the people that wanted to see this video, I hope you guys are satisfied with what I came out. Subscribing is cool. I like to see the number go up, so if you want to show support, please do that. Alternatively, you could go on my description and follow me on my social media outlets, my Twitter, my Twitch, Instagram, Patreon. If you want to send some money, you could either pick a tier and send me $1, $5, or $10, or you could be a free member. Either or is fine. I'm just really glad for your support. And yeah, that's it. That's the video. Thank you again so much for all the people that come to this point.
You said he did a video? The same guy, right? He did a video on Air Gear? Where? That's a lot.
Said yeah.
Let me see. Go to videos.
Bright Throat Clothes said it's pretty old.
See, that's the best thing about these type of videos. If it came out 10 years ago and still holds up by describing what the anime is about, it doesn't matter. That's what's great about these type of videos. I call these bluegrass type videos. That's the best video to make, is a bluegrass video. Yeah, this is breaking, I can tell. There it is. I think I found it.
There are moments when I'm looking through artwork and my jaw just drops at the sight I'm seeing.
I think it's this one, right?
State I am constantly in when I'm looking at work from Ogure Ito, or O-Great, as he is most commonly known as, and how I'm going to be referring to him throughout the rest of this video. O-Great is a Japanese manga artist that is mostly known for his work Tenjo Tenge and Air Gear. He also provided the art for Opportunity, and he is currently working on...
I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew for some odd reason the art style from Tenjo Tenge was the same art from Air Gear. It looks super similar, but I could never put my thumb on it. That's crazy! What the fuck?
And I've got to say that he never fails to impress me when it comes to the amount of detail he puts in his work. You guys know the rule. I have to be familiar with at least one of the works they have done, and to completion, I might add. With that being said, I own every single volume of Air Gear, as well as every single volume of Opportunity, and I'm currently up to date with the latest volume of Bakemonogatari. As I have said before, I'm always down for supporting your favorite artists. And I could care less for Tenjo Tenge. I'm sort of familiar with it, but I was not really down with the story. And I'll get back to my grievances with that.
I never got to finish it. I need to finish this bitch.
The first thing that I want
to do that later.
Is that it's very neat and precise, which is a near 180 from Ishida Sui style. Not to say that one style's better than the other, however. He does a tremendous amount of detail in the mechanical and sci-fi oriented things that he does, and no matter how unrealistic it may be, it seems visually functional and believable. Okay, so I'm going to assume that he's a digital artist, and some digital artists do use vectorized images or 3D objects to get this level of precision, but even so, they mesh really well with the characters he does draw. Take for example Kiwa on her bike in Biorock Trinity, or Fuji with his modified machine gun, or even Senjogahara with her plethora of sharp objects in Bakemonogatari. Even when drawing collateral damage, it looks like he takes every single pebble and debris into consideration. My hands honestly hurt just thinking about the amount of work that has to be done to draw all this, but that just reflects the level of skill and professionalism he's achieved. And as I said, he meshes the characters really well, which leads to his dynamic figures in motion. And that's the thing with Ograte. He uses dynamic angles along with foreshortening to really add motion, intensity, and flair to the scenes he draws. Airgear is a special.
Damn! Look at that shot!
Technically the norm in that manga.
Damn, bro! Look at that! Bro, we gotta go back. I gotta admire that shit. I can't just like let that pass. What the fuck? That's crazy! Look at that shot! That's a crazy shot! What? Bro!
Bright throw close said I know right.
What the fuck? That's crazy!
He uses dynamic angles along with foreshortening to really add motion, intensity, and flair to the scenes he draws.
Said Spider-Man fan approved thumbs up emoji.
Right? Look at that flip with Iki doing that flip, bro. Look at that flip. I can feel the flip. Like, yo, that looks crazy.
Filled with examples of this, since stylish tricks are technically the norm in that manga.
See, like, that dude will complain, what's with all the fan service? I'm like, bro, fuck that fan service. Look at that angle shot on that ass. That's crazy. And it's like a whole flipping motion. It's like showing you, oh my god, that's crazy. Shit, I wish I can draw like that. Damn.
He really shows
that's crazy.
The human figure through the way he can manipulate the characters he draws and in the different angles he could put them in. Biorock Trinity has this moment when Fumio is running down the stairs and the way
these look like the pose shots that Mike sent me the other day. He sent me like a whole like Instagram page of like figurines of like anime figurines doing these cool like foreshortening shots. It was really cool.
Drawn adds so much energy to it. And the fight scenes
Thank you, Mikey.
Are littered with these angles. Also, remember when I said I own every single volume of Airgear?
No, I don't think it's running anymore.
You wouldn't be able to see this scene in particular that I'm going to talk about. This is, however, a slight spoiler.
I think it's done.
Skip ahead if you don't want to see. But when it's revealed that Sora, a man that has been depicted to have no use of his legs, actually stands up, it's supposed to be a shocking reveal. However, it's simply just a panel later when he's on his feet. But in the actual physical paperback version, you get to see this high contrast angle shot. You really feel the gravity of what just happened, that he lied to everyone, and Kazu's face really sells the shock value in the scene. It's these moments where I really appreciate Ograte's ability to...
Well, what? Let me see. He's now the... Wait.
Huntrix said so maybe my character could be like a strong noble character who doesn't think of himself above.
No, I mean parkour manga.
Bright Rockless said crazy reveal.
Wait, whoa. What? Wait, parkour manga? Are you talking about the one where we're watching on the video? Or are you talking about something completely different? Because this anime is based on wearing skates on your feet. If you're thinking it's parkour, it's not really parkour. It has parkour, but it's mainly focused on the skates that they're wearing.
Yeah, the one we are watching.
Yeah, you can watch. I suggest the first season is the best season. I think that's probably the only season, to be honest. Anything after that, I don't think it's not that good at all. And I think they didn't even continue the OVA. I think it was the OVA. There's not even like a season 2, like the OVA. But season 1 with hits, it slaps, but like I would say OVA didn't do it justice per se.
Express the tone of the current moment with just the figure itself.
So technically, it's a one-hit type anime, like one season type anime, but that's it. It does. I wouldn't call it the OVA season, but that depends who you're asking.
He does very often are visual metaphors. Whenever a character is describing a feeling, or making a sort of comparison, or even personifying anything, Ogre always draws something to visually represent it. I'm probably not explaining this correctly, but take a look at these pictures that he's done and maybe you'll get an idea of what I mean.
Vanessa link could just follow. Ryuga Samurai said the overskipped over most stuff.
Yeah. So it's gotta be like hard to like.
I really love this scene in Trinity in particular, because instead of just showing a broken cup, he shatters the panel, utilizing the comic formatting itself to his advantage to add to the visualization. In fact, Trinity is filled with intense imagery. The entire setting is a metaphor for something in particular, but I am not going to spoil that. Another good example is in Bakemonogatari when they're comparing how Araragi and Kambaru deal with the opinions and eyes of others. Kambaru accepts them and uses it as a means to be a sort of voice for them, while Araragi sees it as a sort of jail, since he would rather be distant from most people. I like how he uses the same metaphor to bring about how two characters can feel so different without having them only just say it. I've been mostly analyzing his inked work so far, so I'll get on with talking about his color illustrations. And I've got to say, finding colored work that isn't just the volume covers is quite difficult. Going through his more colored work, it does seem like he has multiple methods of going about it. At times he uses a pretty standard method of coloring, and other times he renders more soft and smoothly, with high saturations of color. There are also times when he adds strong paper and pencil-like texture, or he just adds a slight gradient map over his work, and in this case he goes full on pop art. By having multiple methods of coloring, he is able to achieve wider arrangements of ambience in his work. Okay, I've said many good things about this man's artwork, however, it's time I express some of those grievances I have with him. While I honestly don't care much for his sexualization in his work, since that has been a thing for anime and manga for like a long time now, I will rag on him for his storytelling capabilities, which is why I never fully got into Tenjo Tenge. The way that story was written for that manga was atrocious in my opinion. And while I do love Air Gear, I do admit some things were getting pretty crazy when people were actually stopping time and making black holes with their bare hands.
What? 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 That was happening in the manga? What is happening? That happened in the manga?
Bright Folklore said yeah got crazy later on.
What? Okay. I don't know how I feel about that, but...
Although I will admit it had started becoming a guilty pleasure as I continued reading it. He is very good with comedic timing though. There's this one time when Bucha and Iki were going to shake hands, and what seemed to be a very heartfelt moment instantly turns into them beating the shit
Oh yeah,
out
they
of
beat the
shit.
I think...
And it cracks me up
Was
to
that
this
in the
day.
anime?
Overall, Ogrid is just an amazing artist, and I do realize I'm going to say this for all the artists I do a deep dive for. But
I'm
his
so
art has
certain
a
that was in
level
the
of
anime.
lightness that I wish I could achieve. He does not have any art books that I know of, unfortunately, and he doesn't even have any social media. If you want to support him and see his art, you're just gonna have to get the manga he's
Yeah, that shit was funny.
And I've noticed that quite a few people like the artist analysis I did for Ishida Sui and Yasuda, so I'll definitely continue with these analysis videos. And I have a pretty good idea on who I'm going to do next. So yeah, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Alright, is he done? Yeah, he's done. He's done. Alright, so thank you for showing me that, Bri. I would never have found that out if you didn't say anything. That was crazy. So yeah, the voice was pretty much doing an analyzation of a manga or an anime that we used to know about. That was awesome. Yeah, shit like that makes me want to go draw more. That was crazy.
Hello.
I got one more. This is 5 minutes long. Once this is done, I guess we'll play. You know what? You know what? This I'll do. We're going to finish this video. It's only 5 minutes long. Once the 5 minutes is up, we'll hold off on peak for tomorrow, so I can focus on doing the commission tomorrow. Get the commission done, then we'll play peak. I think because it's already 8 o'clock. No one wants to. I don't think anyone's gonna watch me while I play 8. No, I don't think so. So we'll hold off peak for tomorrow.
Hello YouTube, I'm back again with a different type of video this time. This is going to be part of a new series where I just talk about what I'm reading / watching at the moment and just talking about it. I normally talk about art related stuff, but there are times where I just want to vocalize my thoughts about something I've been enjoying at the moment.
It's black for me too, so if you guys are wondering.
To start off this series, I'll be talking about burning effect.
Wait, what the hell?
That I stumbled across after swimming in the sea of random manga updates.
What the?
And it's been 2
Hold
months
on.
since I started
Stop.
reading it. And I even did some
Stop.
fan art about one of the
Stop, bitch! Okay, there we go. Hold on. Let me do this again. Sorry about that. I thought it was black on purpose, but I realized it wasn't. Jesus, that was annoying. Alright, so... let's see. Wait a minute. Oh, there we go. I was like, oh, okay. Never mind. Okay.
Hello YouTube.
I saw that this is from 4 years ago, but this is from the same person. He says talking about burnout effect. I don't know what that is, but it looks kind of interesting.
I'm back again with a different type of video this time. This is going to be part of a new series where I just talk about what I'm reading / watching at the moment and just talking about it. I normally talk about art related stuff, but there are times where I just want to vocalize my thoughts about something I've been enjoying at the moment and speaking it into the ether. And to start off this series, I'll be talking about burning effect. It is a webcomic that I stumbled across after swimming in the sea of random manga updates, and it's been 2 months since I started reading it, and I even did some fan art about one of the characters. But now I wanted to do a slight deep dive on it. Not too deep though, these are not going to be heavily edited like my artist analysis videos. I want these videos to be chill to make. So without further ado, on to burning effect. The setting of the story takes place in a fictional country called Greymark, and it's divided into 6 blocks. Our protagonist, Burner, lives in block 5, which is considered to be the hardest block to live in. The reason being is that in Greymark there is a law in which you will be executed on the spot if you commit any sort of crime, regardless of the severity of said crime. And in each block there's an administrator that carries out the executions, and the administrator for block 5 is none other than Great, the strongest guy out there. Burner is just trying to get by, but is sexually harassed by someone that has connections in the Central Administrative Bureau, the people that are in charge of the current law in Greymark. She retaliates, but since attacking someone from the Bureau is a crime, Great is already on his way to kill her. After getting through some tight spots, she eventually gets saved by a revolutionary group called... Okay, I'm probably gonna get the pronunciation of this wrong, but the group is called Zebolts? Exabolts? Zebolts. Anyway,
I'm gonna just assume it's X-Bolts.
The group saves Burner in her precarious situation, and there she meets Kai, the leader of the group, who has a strict no-killing policy and wishes to change the entire status quo of Greymark. That is the main gist of the story. I'm not going to spoil anything really, but know that things kick off from there and it more or less enters a typical battle shonen type of story. However, it's the setting, the mystery, and the execution of the story that gets me engaged. Oh, and the art too, of course. And speaking of the art, it is really good and unique. And I'm probably gonna say that for every artist, aren't I? I feel as though I can't call it an anime style though. It sometimes leans towards the Western cartoony proportions, which is a good thing considering Western cartoons have a really nice stretch and squish to it. Some of these characters can look very distorted and straight up psychotic, and by that I mean
okay, that's good.
My favorite character in this entire webcomic. He's just such a fun character to see. He's got such a large presence that whenever he's in the room, the entire focus is on him. There can literally be a bunch of characters fighting at the moment, and he'll just appear, and everyone will take the time to stop and just see what he's going to do. I'm not kidding, this guy shows up in chapter 1, and it's stated that he's the strongest, And this might be a slight spoiler, but I'm up to date with this webtoon, and he is still technically the strongest character in this story. He absolutely dominates wherever he goes. And he always has such a large grin in his eyes. Oh my god, his eyes are absolutely crazy. But despite how he looks, he's actually a rather deep character. But like I said, no spoilers. Think something like a mixture of Accelerator from the Index series and Bakugo from My Hero Academia. Another thing to take note of is the use of color. While it is mainly a black and white webcomic, there will be flashes of color here and there that adds a level of ambience to the scene. And sometimes the color can just represent a character itself. Say for example Kai. Whenever he's on screen, you will either see blue in his eyes, the background, or in his clothing. And for Great, you'll mainly see reds. It's sort of like how in the Death Note anime adaptation, Light will always be in a red lighting, while L would always be in a blue lighting. Another webcomic that does something similar to this is Terror Man, since it is also mainly in black and white while using colors sparingly, but I'll talk about that in its own video. I know currently webcomics have been making the rounds lately, especially with anime adaptations like Tower of God and God of High School, but if this ever sees the light of day of being an anime, I honestly cannot see this in color. It's strange. And if this did somehow by the grace of God got one, I only want Madhouse, Bones, or Trigger to animate this, no one else. Maybe Ufotable, but they have a specific aesthetic that may not match well with
Yes, it's part of the stickers I'm doing.
Anyway, I'm not saying that this is the greatest thing out there, but I'm surprised that there are not a lot of people talking about it. I did a quick search on YouTube and there are like 4-ish videos about it. So I thought, why not? I'll do a somewhat extensive video about it. I do want to talk about other things
I think Trigger will be best.
Have been wanting to talk about, like the Index series, mainly the light novels. Heart to Gear is another one. Someone mentioned Witch Hunter in my artist analysis of Park Jin-won, which I have read, so I can't talk about that as well. And does anybody remember Siren? I have lots to talk about. I'll still do artist analysis videos, but I think this will also be a nice thing to do on the side here and there. Although, what type of channel am I anyway? Am I an art channel or an anime manga channel? It doesn't really matter, but whatever. Well, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
I kind of want to finish this off, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna play one more video, one last video. I'm sorry, I know I was gonna say stop here, but I'm gonna play one more video.
asks Master.
Yeah. Let's see. I love Rumi. She's literally my wife. That will definitely trigger. Are you drawing? Yes, I am drawing. Jinyu.
So really, you're only seeing a fraction of the names that brought you arguably the world's best anime. This list only scratches the surface of the sheer complexity of the anime production pipeline. And believe me when I tell you, the anime production pipeline is insane. It is immensely complicated, involving thousands of people, dozens of directors scattered all over the globe, and such tight deadlines that most anime started airing before episode 5 is even finished. It is a genuine miracle that anime even gets made. Because I swear, the stuff that goes on in these studios to bring us anime is more insane than anime itself. But before we take a plunge into the anime production rabbit hole, we first need to briefly look at how anime is made. This is what the anime production pipeline looks like. Let me give you a quick rundown of how things work. First, the publisher of a popular manga,
Rumi!
a TV network, a music label, and
Why don't I remember their names? Rumi's the pink. Isn't that the pink-haired one? I mean, purple-haired one.
Money to fund an adaptation, and in exchange, they get a portion of the revenue the anime will generate. The committee picks an anime studio who will handle the process of making the anime, assign them a producer, and define the staff lineup.
He's talking about something completely else.
Writers, and lead designers. But before things get out of hand, the producer hires a bunch of absolute troopers known as line producers. They will be like Peter Parker holding the entire production together to avoid a complete disaster. Now that the Avengers team's assembled, they outline literally the entire production plan from start to finish, and who's gonna be doing what. And like the producer getting line producers, the director gets episode directors. With that, it's time for pre-production. The writers try the don't use any tropes challenge impossible while creating the script. The designers create an encyclopedia of reference sheets for anything and everything that might appear on the screen. As soon as the script for episode 1 and initial designs drop, the director and episode director start making storyboards for episode 1. Storyboards are like manga, but most of them would not make it into Shonen Jump. They're really rough, man. Storyboards are composed of hundreds of individual scenes or cuts. Once the storyboard for episode 1 is finished, the episode director
We're doing a video reaction to some guy talking about the production of anime.
responsible goes and recruits animators and background artists. Animators either choose or get assigned scenes they will be animating. The episode director meets up with each one of them and gives instructions on how each cut should be animated. Hundreds, literally hundreds of animators start turning their scenes into rough animations. First, they combine multiple individual layers to create layout, make the characters from storyboards look like actual characters, make animatics, and then they make timing sheets. The resulting mess of drawings and spreadsheets will be the blueprint for all of the animation going forward. But before that, they go through a round of feedback. First, the episode director takes a look at the timesheet and tightens it up. Then, on a red piece of paper, he fixes any mistakes with lighting, composition, or the character itself. Now, the blueprint goes to the director, who on a blue piece of paper fixes up the composition and the vibes of the scene. Next, Sakuga, or animation director, on a yellow piece of paper fixes the proportions of your characters according to the design sheets. The chief Sakuga director looks at the fixes made by the Sakuga director and makes even more refined adjustments on a green piece of paper. Now, you get your blueprints back with all of the corrections, and you have to integrate these fixes to create what is known as Genga. Sometimes the original animators who made the blueprints are too busy to do Genga, so a different team of animators will do the tie-downs. In that case, this process is called second key animation, or Nigen, instead of Genga. This is how things are usually done. Anyway, after doing the corrections, the now tied down layouts and refined animations get sent back into the feedback loop. If the original layout artist or the Genga artist did a good job, there will be very few or no corrections at all. After implementing these last refinements, you get the final Genga. We'll get to what all these colors mean in a second, but for now you force for a couple of tied down scenes, their timesheets and other relevant documents, and shove them all into a cut bag to send it off to a Doga team. The Doga team cleans everything up, does in-betweens according to the timesheet, and after a quick check from the Doga checker, the team sends off the documents off to colorists. Currently, the characters are rocking the LGBT flag coloring scheme, and according to these colors, the colorists will fill in values. Here's what they mean. Blue is for defining the edges of shadows. Red is for defining the edges of highlights. Purple is for double shadows. Yellow is for highlight fill. Light blue is for shadow fill. Pink is for hair shadow fill. Green, I have no idea, dude. I think you use it for black fill, but I'm not sure. Once the drawings have been cell painted, a cell painting checker will assess them for any mistakes. If everything is good, most of the animation should be basically finished. While all of this is happening, 3 other departments work alongside the animation department the whole time. The background department is making hundreds of backgrounds for every episode under their own hierarchy and supervision of the background director. Meanwhile, the underdogs of anime production, the 3D CG department, have their hands full aiding every other department. They help out key animators by creating props and sometimes create scene mock-ups. They help out VFX artists create the cool effects we see, and of course, they create textures and, well, models. Now, with the animation basically done, it's time to move on to post-production. The compositing team works closely with the series director to combine all of the backgrounds, animations, models, and effects and polish each scene individually. Now, what we have is a collection of polished scenes that work on their own, but each is only a few seconds long. So the editor takes all of the cuts and puts them together in order in an editing software. They also slightly adjust the timings of the scenes, extending some frames and trimming others. Visually, we have a nearly completed episode, but we haven't even touched upon sound. Now, music is pretty much always handled by a freelance artist or a music label and is done in parallel with animation and background and 3D CG. But voiceovers are usually performed under the supervision of the sound director right after the storyboards come out, although they can be done at basically any point in the production. Anyway, now audio engineers, again with the sound director, combine the edited animation with the score, sound effects, and voiceovers, mix the audio, and with a quick quality assurance check, this is the process of making just one episode. This is a stupidly simplified version of a stupidly complicated thing, but if you take a look at the playhead, you'll see we are nowhere near done. Because the hardest part about making an anime isn't the pipeline itself.
It's
It
the
is
anime.
what such a pipeline means. Remember, we are not making one episode. We are making 12. Maybe 24. And drawing, writing, making art, it takes time. Even if you give two most talented animators in the world $1 million, they wouldn't give you a masterpiece in 2 days. So the only way to go faster is to go wider. Hire more people. Subdivide each part of the process into hundreds of parts. And then find somebody, anybody, to do each one. As line producer, instead of just going through this diagram once, you are keeping track of hundreds upon hundreds of people simultaneously working on completely different parts of the whole piece. That's why if you look up the cast of your favorite anime on Anime News Network, you'll see an unending list of people. And yet, this is not enough. We can't just wait for one episode to finish to start another, so in the industry, everything is parallelized and overlapped. We have editors editing episode 2, writers scrambling to write episode 9, the animators grinding out episode 6, and the 3D CG guys, they have finished all of the models for episode 6. So now they're just helping out whoever's drowning the hardest. It's a beautifully orchestrated chaos. But big studios never work on just one project at a time. And with hundreds of people working on each episode, you would expect them to hire thousands of staff. But they simply can't. So they borrow, they outsource, they subcontract. In fact, big studios don't even animate most of the anime they're credited for. The dirty secret behind how your industry-leading dogs, your Mappas, your Wits, your A1s can pump out so many animes so consistently is the fact that they don't operate like animation studios. They operate like construction companies. See, just like a construction company, instead of doing all of the human labor-intensive tasks by themselves, anime companies delegate the vast majority of their production. If we take a look at Freerun on Anime News Network and scroll down all the way down to Japanese companies, we will see that every single stage of production was handled by not just one, but multiple studios, just to get the necessary production speed. But the craziest thing is that this process of outsourcing doesn't end with these companies. No. Even the studios you delegate just a small part of your production will themselves have to outsource to other studios, who in turn outsource a part of their work further. And yet, just one delay, one small delay in this huge tenderless system will lead to cascading delays along the entire pipeline. This is what it takes to handle the insane workload of making anime at the current pace. By far, the most important thing to investors isn't the quality or the hype that the anime will generate.
It's not how much money you can make.
The only thing that they expect from a studio is
money.
To finish on time. They put that before the quality, before the fan reaction, before anything. Whether or not a studio is capable of just spawning an anime in the given time frame is the most important metric.
It's called the insanity anime
committees measure.
It's called the insanity of anime production.
Studios. Imagine building a skyscraper with a unique artistic vision in a Category 5 hurricane with teams all over the world who don't even speak a word of your language working alongside you, and you can't postpone the date of opening, so there are already people walking around on the lower floors where you're still building, and you approach your head engineer, your big guy, and you're like, "Hey boss, so I just completed building floor 8 and it's coming together nicely. Can I take a look at the finished blueprint?" Finished blueprint? Yeah, like, how will the building look like when it's finished? Like, how are we gonna connect the elevators, the plumbing, you know, all that? Oh yeah, I don't know. I'm still working on the roof. What? I'm saying I'm still designing the tower, you know. I don't know what it's gonna look like. I am building in a Category 5 hurricane with 500 people alongside me at all times for a minimum pay, and you don't even know how the final building should look! Yes, so what happens when this huge web of thousands of freelancers and subcontractors gets squeezed into a time frame just a little too short? Well, you get Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2. The JJK team started making the first episode in January, and it was scheduled to be released already in July of the same year. That's under 6 months to construct one of the world's most anticipated, most popular skyscrapers that is twice as many stories as regular ones. And so when their entire supply chain overloaded, when thousands of people across dozens of subcontractors and their subcontractors had their hands full, the episode directors, who keep in mind are often just trusted freelancers themselves, had to turn to literally hiring artists all over Twitter to get just a little bit of juice into the lemon squeezer.
I was approached by the director for episode 36, Okubo-san. We had been following each other on Twitter for quite a bit. He messaged me asking if I would be interested in participating in the show. I said yes, and then that led me to working on 3 episodes for the second season.
Another, much more severe example is Wonder Egg Priority, one of the most hyped up shows of its season.
And they say the Asians are racist.
Anime original, the production staff had to come up with the entire story themselves. But due to the extremely fast-paced production schedule, they didn't have enough time to figure out the finer details of the script in the beginning. So, with the story tackling such difficult topics and the production schedule being so tight, the writers had themselves written into a corner amidst the anime area. It's such a shame that big shows have to get squeezed into tight deadlines, that promising plot lines get crushed under time pressure, and that original ideas don't even get a shot at being adapted just to free up production queue for another trope-ridden generic isekai simply because they are safer investments. I believe the anime industry has so much more potential than this.
Which is why I come to you today with an ingenious solution on how animators and people and stakeholders can all be richer and happier. Now, Mr. and Mrs.
I'm sorry, bro. You look like you don't know how soap works.
Stakeholder, this is going to be my investing strategy on how you will get more money, and that will grow the industry, and in turn will make you more money. So, here's the current model. We take money, then we invest it into isekai. Now, it doesn't really matter what kind of isekai.
Stop him!
Some absolute cinema like ReZero, or it can be some actual garbage like the slime isekai, doesn't really matter. And then hopefully what happens is after that anime is made, we make money, profit, money, ding, 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 money. Now this is good, right? It gets the job done, it's cheap, it's reliable, but and I mean in general, this strategy, it's good. If you're a total loser, this is the most cowardice thing I've ever seen in my entire life. We gotta step it up, gang. This is some pussy shit. Now, here's my proposal.
Yeah, I have.
Less bad anime.
I have.
And more good anime. Equals profit. Money. More money. More money. More money. More money. More money. But you might ask yourself, well,
he's referring to Gunther.
I mean, how do we define good anime, bad anime? It's too much thinking, right? How do we even approach this thing? And luckily for you, I have actually made a very simple diagram on how you, yes you, can decide if an anime is good and worth adapting, or it's bad and it should not be adapted and it's probably gonna result in another slime isekai or something, and it belongs here. Should you adapt it? Now, is the story an isekai? If yes, we must ask ourselves, does it have more than 4 words in the title? If the answer is yes, no, you should not adapt it, burn it with
Make
fire.
an isekai
If the
plus
answer is
horror.
no, we must ask ourselves, is it a male fantasy? And if the answer is yes, no, you should not adapt it. But if the answer is no, yes, you should adapt it. And if it's a female fantasy, then yeah, it's probably a low profit thing. But otherwise, yes, adapt it. It's good. Now, if it isn't an isekai, we need to look whether or not if it's a harem.
That's a
Only
good
if
question.
it's not your girls. But what if it's not? What if it's a regular ass anime? What if it's not an isekai and not a harem? We should be good, right? Well, we actually need to ask the age-old question of, will there be a lot of teenage fangirls who will draw R34 of underage boys on X and thus spam my timeline, and I will not be able to even use that shithole of an app because I will see only R34 of underage boys.
He's not lying.
Admittedly, very,
He's right.
very high quality, but I really don't want to see that on my... If the answer is no, if there will
That actually falls upon you. She has to make sense to you.
be no fangirls doing that very questionable stuff. Hell yeah, dude! Fucking adapt it already. What are you doing? Why are you even watching me? You adapt it now. Do it. But what if the answer is yes? Yes, there will be actually a lot of teenage girls who will do that. Well, I mean, you already know the answer. Absolutely. Yes, do it. Do it now. Imagine how much money this will make. Imagine the drama. Imagine the hype. Imagine the controversy surrounding it. It will be a PR disaster, don't get me wrong. But money, ding ding ding, money, do it. And ultimately, you might ask the question of why? Why go through all of this? Why not just stick with isekai? Why not chase that easy bag? Well, first of all, and most importantly,
I wouldn't advise it anyway.
You'll become a gigachat. You will be respected. You will even keep your hairline. Secondly, and now hold on to your socks, you will make more money per IP, thus offsetting the high cost of production. Now, this leads to a third reason. More fans. People will naturally be more invested in anime as a whole, just because there is so much more high quality production going on in here. Now, all of this leads to point number 4. More money in the long term. People will become more invested in anime as a genre. It will become associated with good things. People will tend to stick to it. It will not be a phase. Thus, you just make more money in the long term. They spend more, they stick more, everyone is happier, you're the gigachat, more money. I rest my case. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It definitely did not take 2 hours of recording in the middle of the night to do this. So far, I have only covered the perspective of the anime studio and completely ignored the notoriously bad animator situation. Many animators just barely manage to make a living. This is because animators don't have a fixed salary. Instead, they get paid per cut. Usually you get around 3,000 to 8,000 yen.
Yes,
per cut,
he did.
But this entirely depends on your skill. So most of the time, life isn't half bad if you're a very skilled animator, since you produce cuts faster and get 2 to 3 times as much per cut as others. But for the vast majority of beginner to intermediate animators, making enough to survive is a struggle. Since you get paid less per scene, you have to just physically take on more scenes. And often, since you're simply slower than people with 10 years of experience, you spend more time per scene. But the real kicker is the deadline crunches. That's when both pros and beginners, freelancers and directors get thrown under the same bus. One delay on their end, be it an episode director who turned up 10 minutes late or a single pro animator unable to manage triple their usual workload, will lead to cascading delays for every other episode. Yes, the conditions depend heavily on studios, but if we are talking about your large production studios like A1, MAPPA or Madhouse, the ones that get the fame for all the best shows, despite the insane amounts of people involved in their production, despite the insane webs of contractors, crunches are pretty much a given. We kinda treat anime as if it was made by a single entity, some monolith responsible for the whole thing, the studio, or the animators, or the producers. But if nothing else, I hope this video showed you the sheer amount of work required to make anime. That behind each minor stroke on every shot, someone, somewhere on this globe made a conscious decision to put it there. This doesn't mean we can't be objectively critical of the medium, but when we do, we have to consider just how much is going on in these studios at all times and how little freedom they have to extend production time. In most cases, it's not the individual writers, directors, or even producers that are responsible for production crashes, but people at the very top. Anime, like any art form, deserves critique, but for me, learning how it's made me respect the amount of work behind even the most dog water of anime.
I just can't stop thinking about the thousands of hours, hundreds of animators, and all of the people all around the world who give their best, all to bring us this truly incredible piece of shit isekai.
HUNTRIX said, don't you think it's funny when you make the AI say $sign multiple times? I
don't think so. I'm not sure. Okay, alright guys, I'm gonna let you guys go. We're not gonna play Peak today, we'll play tomorrow. I have to edit those 2 videos anyway, so have a great night. I'll let you guys go. Thank you for coming, I do appreciate it. I'm gonna finish this later. And tomorrow we're gonna work on Fox's request. He wanted me to do his question request. Alright, have a great night guys. I'll see you guys in the next one.
Mike has said by Art, Brian.
Alright, later Brian, later Mike, later Hunt. Alright. Alright, later Huntrix. Alright, later guys.